Thank you so much for being here today, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a great day today. I'm going to be giving a seminar here entitled Streetwise Spirituality, What Does It Truly Mean to Be Awake? And it's going to be a lot different than what many people think of as the awakening process. There's going to be a lot of points in here. I'm going to cover 20 main points as to what is true awakening, not pseudo-spiritual awakening as we may hear about in the New Age circles. So that's the title of the seminar. And but before we actually jump into the material, I'd like to give a few caveats regarding what I do and my presentation style in general. So the first thing people should keep in mind is that you will not be seeing or hearing anything, quote, new here today. As the old saying goes, there is nothing new under the sun. You hear that, many people will hear that phrase but not really understand what was meant by that phrase, that old phrase. What it means is that the truth is singular and eternal. It is not going anywhere. The truth has always been with us. It has always been there. It will always be there. Okay? All I can do personally as a presenter is get up here and present this information in some sort of a personalized format or framework with my particular style and my particular aesthetics applied to the presentation, which is what I'm going to do here today. My personal presentation style has been described by some as very intense. Now, for people who may not be familiar with my work, by a show of hands, how many people are completely new to my work? Completely new to it. That is phenomenal. That is fantastic. Okay? Now, with that having been said, you don't have any prerequisite information that I've put out there. So you have to understand this presentation is like an amalgamation. It's like a coming together of all my former material. Okay? So with that having been said, it would probably behoove you to go back to my older material and check that out. And you could do that at my website, whatonearthishappening.com. I always tell people, go to the podcast section of that website and listen to the podcasts in order. If you do that, that opens up a worldview, a tapestry will emerge from that information from doing it like that. It's a stepwise progression. But there are people who have described my presentation style, and rightly so, I don't disagree with them, as very, very intense and sometimes even combative. And I don't really make any bones about that. It's true. Some people here today may be very likely to get upset or angered by some of the things that you'll hear me say, and that's fine. So be it. Okay? The fact of the matter is that the truth itself, by its very nature, is belligerent, especially in the time of deceit that we're living in. Okay? Because truth wages war against mind control. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm waging a war against the forces of deceit, against the forces of darkness, against the forces of mind control in this world. Okay? I do not present the information that I present to be liked. I don't care who likes me or who hates me. I'm not interested in that. This isn't a popularity contest for me. All right? I don't do this to make money, because I certainly don't make a whole lot of that. Actually, I do this to make the real money, not the fake kind, if people know what I mean by that. Money, though, as a word, means one eye, mon eye. I do this to make real money, not the fake Federal Reserve note variant. Okay, but I also, I don't really want to do this with my time. This isn't what I would prefer doing. I have a whole lot of other personal interests I'd like to be pursuing. I do this because I recognize that in the time that we're living in a time of such overwhelming ignorance that exists in the world and such overwhelming deception that is going on all around us, the fact that I understand the information that I do understand places me in a position of moral obligation to communicate that information to other people in an attempt to help them to understand it as well. So that's why I do what I do. Every person who is here today and wishes to take real value away from the seminar, which I would assume is all of you, after all, you are making your time available to be here and you spent money to be here, should make a conscious effort to do two specific things. while you are here. The first is to try as much as within your ability to set aside your personal perceptions of me as the presenter. And I know that can be difficult. But this includes setting aside things like how you think I personally look, how I dress, how my voice sounds, okay? Paying attention to trivialities like that are only going to distract you and detract your mental focus away from the information that is being presented, which is the important thing here, not me. I'm not the important thing here. The information is what's important. And the second thing is try to be consciously aware of any impulses that you may have to reject information based on emotional response. And that's also quite difficult for people to do. That's why I try to make these points consciously, up front. Okay, so that you're holding those ideas in your mind as we proceed. You cannot think about this information with your emotions. So you may hear things that anger you here today. It's a logical fallacy to gauge the truthfulness or the veracity of any information that you hear based solely upon how you feel when you're first hearing it. That is a trap that you can fall into. So that's why I try to make people consciously aware of it right from the jump. The last thing that I want to bring up before we start is that this seminar is a tapestry of information that is meant to be taken in as a whole, not separate or in individuated chunks, okay? It's a tapestry of information. It's designed specifically to be seen in its entirety. So I highly encourage people to gain the maximum value from the information I'm going to present here to stay for the duration of the whole seminar, at least the presentation part of it, okay? We're going to do an extended question and answer session after my presentation. But if you stay for the whole part of it, you'll recognize the pattern that I'm trying to make clear here, okay? If you don't stay for the whole thing, more likely than not, you're not going to see the entire pattern that I'm trying to lay out, and then you're not going to gain maximum value. All right, so with those things, those caveats having been said, let's jump into the information. So what this whole thing is about is what does it truly mean to be awake? We hear this word a lot, right? We hear the word awake. He's awake. He's awake to what's going on. You know, he's not unconscious. He's not asleep. She's conscious. She's awake, okay? Well, what does that really mean? And people have different thoughts about what that means. There's whole communities of people that think that that means completely different things, all right? What I'm going to try to do is present a brand new perspective on what this means. And people are going to hear some points that they probably never would have considered. All right? So I consider what these points are describing real spiritual awakening. Not, again, a pseudo-spirituality that is all too often presented as being true awakening in the modern, quote, New Age communities. All right? So the information that I'm talking about here has real-world, practical, applicable value. All right? It's about spirit in the flesh. That's the balance that I'm trying to strike here today. We're not about our head way up in the clouds, okay, without our feet firmly on the earth. This image represents in the Hermetic philosophy what was known as the stellar man or the stellar woman. The being that is of the star matter, okay? They are deeply, deeply awoken, and they understand real spirituality. So their head is in the cosmos. Their head is in the stars. But where is their feet? It is planted firmly on the earth. The work that we are to do is to be done here and now, not in some hereafter, not in some other dimension, not in some other time. It is about the here and the now. So that image is another image, that I want to set forward as an archetype for today. Spirit in the flesh, work being done on the ground, even though our mind is of the cosmos. All right? So, first point, I'm going to do 20 points of what it means to be awake, truly. 10 in the first 3 hours, 10 in the second 3 hours. Hopefully I can stick to that time framework. Point number 1, being awake means knowing about the occult and understanding that it has both light and dark aspects to it. Now, I wasn't even planning to make this point one, but as I made my slides, as I made my outline, I realized this was the most important point. And unfortunately, this is also the point that is most absent in most people who consider themselves awake. How many people here today expected to be hearing about the occult in this presentation by a show of hands? Now, it's amazing because whenever I ask how many people are totally new to my work, I get a big show of hands, and yet when I ask them how many people expected to hear about the occult, I guess I'm very well known as an occult researcher, so most people do expect to have been hearing about the occult today, which is good. But let's look at what the occult actually is. And then hopefully we'll understand why you can't be awake without knowing about it. What is the occult? When I use the term occult, what do I mean? The word occult is derived in its etymology, where it comes from the Latin occultus. The Latin adjective occultus means hidden from sight, not easily seen. All right? And that adjective comes from the Latin verb occultare. Occultare means to hide, to conceal, or to keep secret. Now, both of those words in Latin are in turn derived from another Latin word, the Latin noun oculus. Oculus means eye. Okay, so we can see right away this is all about relating to the vision, relating to what we can see and what we cannot see. And that's why I use the symbol of the all-seeing eye as the main symbol for this presentation in my title card. All right? So what we're talking about here is information that is hidden from people's sight, and it is held by very few people in the world, which are represented by the apex of this pyramidal structure here, okay? That's where knowledge is concentrated and condensed and held very tightly to the chest by some individuals. And then down here, you have the ignorant masses of humanity who have no idea about the occult at all. Zero. Okay? And they're down here in this compartmentalized and hierarchical structure in complete ignorance. Ignorance is the base of the structure. It's ultimately what's holding the people who are up here, holding that knowledge to themselves in power. All right? So keep in mind, the occult simply means always has meant, means now, and always will mean nothing but hidden knowledge. That's all it means. It does not mean evil, it does not mean bad, it does not mean superstitious, it does not mean voodoo or any other particular practice that people associate with the occult. All it means is hidden. So I'm trying to demystify the concept of what the occult is. Now, that having been said, what is that knowledge? What comprises occult knowledge? What knowledge are we talking about if we're talking about hidden knowledge? Well, occultism comprises and hides two main bodies of knowledge. These have been called arcana, which means knowledge, okay? The minor or lesser arcana, and it should not be seen as lesser in significance. It's just a term for it because it describes the smaller things, okay? The microcosmic or the inner world of the personality, the individuated consciousness, all right? It's knowledge of the self, knowledge of how we work, how we operate, how our minds work, how our motivations work, etc. All right? It's knowledge about the human psyche and how it works. That is the first main body of occult knowledge, and we'll be getting into this today. We'll be getting into both these bodies of knowledge today as I step through the points. The second body is the major or greater arcana, or the macrocosmic world of knowledge, the knowledge of the greater world, okay? The so-called outer world. This is knowledge about how the laws of nature operate. All right? Knowledge about how not only the physical laws of nature, but the laws of nature that govern behavior, which we're going to be talking a lot about today. All right? So that is what the occult comprises. And whenever I show people this slide, I ask people, what knowledge is not contained in those two groups that is of any significance to our lives? All knowledge is contained there, okay, of any true import. And that's why it is hidden. The powers that should not be in our world want people to remain in ignorance of how these two bodies of knowledge work. because that can be converted to a power differential. And that's exactly what is done by dark occultists. Again, we have to understand, this information is not one thing. People who see the occult as something that is unidimensional don't get the whole picture, all right? There are dark occultists and there are light occultists. And in this time and age, I would suggest that all true light occultists, I apologize for that, folks. All true light occultists are de-occultists, okay? What I mean by that is anybody who has the knowledge of the occult today is trying to break it out onto the world if they are true light occultists. They are not hiding it anymore. They realize the importance of sharing it openly and widely at the time we're living in because we're out of time. Okay? So I consider myself not only a light occultist, but a de-occultist, as we'll get to. But dark occultists, the powers that should not be in our world, have deliberately hidden this knowledge. That's why they hide it. All right? They've deliberately hidden it in order to create and maintain a power differential over others. Okay? A power differential between themselves, those who hold that knowledge, and the ignorant masses of humanity who are lacking that knowledge. A differential in knowledge can be converted to a differential in power in our world. Now, conversely, light occultists have hidden occult knowledge at different times and places for different reasons. And there are some valid reasons for the occultation of such knowledge. I don't think that that's valid in today's time, but in the past it was important for them to do such things because they could have been absolutely eradicated, murdered in horrific ways. And not only just that, the information would have been lost in addition to them being destroyed physically. So they've hidden it in the past to prevent its complete eradication during exceedingly draconian times in the past. And at other times they've hidden it to prevent that knowledge from falling into the hands of dark occultists who would have used it for purely selfish motives. All right? I don't think that's the time that we're living in. We have the opportunity to bring this knowledge forward, and it is our responsibility to do so at this time. So again, this unidimensional perspective about occult knowledge has to go. People have to get over thinking about this as something that is just bad. All right, there are two sides to it. It's a tool, like a knife is a tool. So that person in that image, they're slicing up some vegetables to make a salad. That knife is being used to promote human health. It's being used to uplift consciousness, okay? That person, you know, if they were of the consciousness to do such a thing, could take that knife and stab the person next to them for no reason, you know? So it's just a tool. It can be used for good, it can be used for evil. It depends on the consciousness of the wielder of the tool that determines how it is being used. And we have to see occult knowledge in that more grown-up adult perspective instead of this one-dimensional perspective far too many people still see it from. So that's the first point of what it means to truly be awake. You understand what the occult is. You understand why it's important, and more importantly than that, you understand why it has been hidden and how it is being used in the world, how that knowledge is being used in the world today. Point number 2, being awake means knowing that the truth is singular, eternal, and objective, and that truth exists completely independently of our perception of it. And this is something that is completely different than many New Age takes on what it means to be in touch with truth, because they don't see it as something that is singular or objective. And it's extremely important to understand. So, what is truth? You know, whenever you bring up this topic to the average person, they'll say, well, what's truth anyway? And again, just like I tried to demystify the concept of the occult, I really want to try to demystify this concept of truth, because too many people have a completely mystified notion of what truth is. It's way over the top, it's way too complicated, and it doesn't really capture what truth means. All right? We have to simplify. First thing is, truth is simple. It's not complex. It's not overly mystified. It's very simple. It's something that is objective, meaning that it is not based on the perceptions of human beings. It's not based on thought. Truth is not based on how we think. It's not based on how we feel, period. It's not based on our perceptions. It exists independently of our perceptions. All right? Human perception is capable of wavering wildly off the course of truth. Truth does not waver. Truth stays right where it is, regardless of whether you recognize or perceive it or not. It is simply that which is. It's always been there. Like I said, it's always been there. It's always going to be there. It is there now. It is simply that which is. It is that which has occurred and is occurring. Truth is that which has occurred in the past and is occurring right now in the present moment. And that's it. That's all that it is. Very demystified conceptualization of truth, which is lacking in a lot of spiritual studies. All right? People want to make it the totality of the knowledge of the mind of God. You know? It's too mystified of a concept, and it's also too complexified. You'll never get to the essence of what it really means with that kind of a concept in your mind. Most people will say, well, if that's what it is, why bother? We'll never get to that, you know? And that's what stops people from moving forward in pursuit of truth in many cases. So keep this demystified concept in mind as we move forward. The second part of truth is that it is singular. There is no such thing as my truth, his truth, her truth, their truth. There is only the truth. There is only one way that things have been and actually are now. Okay? The past cannot be changed. It's what was. That's what led to the present, what is. That's not up for interpretation. That's what has occurred. Okay? There's only one way that happened, because it's already done. It is the past. All right? So there's only one way that things actually are. We could either align our perceptions to it, or we could not align our perceptions to it. Period. All right? And that exists independently from perception. It's a very hard thing for the ego to hear. I recognize that. This is one of the main points of contention that many people will take up with my work as well. But let me see if I could explain how truth is different than perception. Okay? This is a real simple model, this graph. Okay? And I try to keep my graphics as simple as possible as well. If you look at these white lines here as just being a simple representation or a model of truth, which does not waver, which is just the way things are, the actual truth of the matter, okay? And then you look at these waveforms in different colors as a person's perceptions, okay? And how the perception is coming into contact with truth at these points. All right? Now, this is called a low-frequency wave. A low frequency means the wave oscillates about its axis less frequently than a higher frequency wave. All right? So a low-frequency perception or consciousness is going to be in contact with truth at much lower frequency, less frequently. All right? So this wavelength of light, all right, is lower frequency than this wavelength of light. This person's consciousness, if we're likening this model to a human consciousness, would be low frequency, low consciousness. This person, their consciousness has been stepped up to a higher frequency. It is now in more alignment with truth. So the person's consciousness is intersecting with that which does not waver much more frequently, hence a higher frequency. This person's consciousness is intersecting with it at many, many, many different places along the line. If you were to take that and go to infinite frequency, you would have a line, or in other words, a line meant with truth. You would be intersecting the truth at all times and places. Your perception would not waver from that which is. It would recognize that which is readily and accurately. And that's what I'm talking about by perception. And that's what determines whether consciousness is low or high, whether it is in alignment with that which is, in recognition of that which is or not. And not everybody is going to be there all the time. Even the person with very high consciousness, their perception may slip out of alignment with truth, but it will do so less frequently than other people's perception slipping out of alignment with truth. Some people live their entire lives and barely ever touch that white line at all. Okay? But the point here is that perception is not reality. What our work here on the earth is to align our perception to reality. And an ideology that makes this almost impossible, that unfortunately is on the rise and is propagated non-stop 24 hours a day by the New Age communities in today's world, is known as Solipsism. Now, how many people have ever heard the term Solipsism before? That's phenomenal. I've never asked that question and had a room full of people, give a response like that the vast majority, about 90% of the room has heard the term. That's a good sign, actually. Maybe people are becoming aware of what this is and the danger that it's doing. Let's just look at the etymology of the word for a moment. Solipsism comes from the Latin adjective solus, meaning alone, and the Latin pronoun ipse, meaning self. So if we put them together, it's all alone by oneself. I'm the only one here, in other words. Okay? Everything revolves around me. All right? It's the ideology that only one's mind is ever sure to exist. That knowledge of anything that's outside of one's mind is unsure. I can't possibly know that any objective truth exists because I'm only experiencing my consciousness subjectively. So how could anything about the external world or its workings truly be known? Or certainly even if I were to know it, how could I possibly communicate it with anybody else? That's what solipsism is, the idea that there is no such thing as truth. Truth is just totally a subjective thing that exists only in the mind. It's nothing objective. Nothing can actually be known. It's all just random perception and whims, that's all, And if that's the ideology, I would suggest you could be led to buy anything, to buy into absolutely anything, which is why dark occultists want to propagate this ideology. I mean, desperately want to propagate it. I was involved in the dark occult in my past. And I'm telling you, they themselves consider this a sin for themselves. They never, ever, ever want to fall into this ideology for themselves. So a dark occultist would communicate to other dark occultists and say, don't ever buy into solipsism, all right? But propagate it to everybody out there that you want to control. They want to propagate this ideology, not buy into it themselves. And they do it very effectively. And they're doing that through the New Age movement. Solipsism is both a false religion and a defining hallmark of spiritual infancy. This is what it means to be completely asleep, in other words, to be completely unconscious, not having started the journey in consciousness at all. So departing from this diseased ideology is a surefire sign that you're beginning to awaken. Okay? It's a surefire sign at the very beginning of human maturity and spiritual development. Those who are truly awake fully understand that objective reality absolutely does exist and that the truth absolutely can be known. Truth is knowable. The universe was not put here to torment us endlessly, such that we can never know anything and constantly be tormented by that fact. If that's your worldview, it's a diseased and poisoned worldview. Truth is here, it always has been here, and we are capable of discovering it and knowing it. Point number 3, being awake means knowing the true self and understanding its connectedness to everything. Now, the notion of connectedness to everything or universal oneness, that's something I do happen to share with communities like the New Age movement. We are all one. That doesn't mean there's not individuated units of consciousness that are experiencing themselves in physical form you know. It doesn't mean I could do whatever I want to someone else's body, you know. My boundaries have to be respected, other people's boundaries have to be respected. But essentially, in our situation and in consciousness, we are one. It doesn't mean there aren't different levels of consciousness either. You have to understand, while yes, we are all in this situation together, different people are at different levels of perception. So let's look at what consciousness means. To know the self, you have to understand what it means to be conscious. All right, so consciousness is our ability. When we say, he's conscious of that. This person has a high level of consciousness. This person isn't conscious. They have a low level of consciousness. What do we mean by consciousness? And again, we have to demystify the concept because there's too many way out there notions of what consciousness is all about. It's actually quite simple and demystified. Okay? It is the ability of a being to recognize patterns and meaning with respect to those patterns that are taking place, both within the self, within their own individuated consciousness or self, and in the realm in which the self is operating, the environment that they're in. Okay? Very simple definition. So consciousness is awareness. It is the ability to accurately align your perception to what is, to see the pattern, to see the meaning in the events that are taking place. And again, that's valid for both the inner world of the self and the so-called outer world. Consciousness's expressions are threefold. If you really think about it, there's only three ways you can express yourself, that your consciousness can express to other people. All right? It's through our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions. And you could say words, but I would suggest that words are a form of action. You're doing something and you're communicating with other people, and that's an expression of your thoughts and emotions as an extension. So thoughts, emotions, and actions. This is the triune aspects of consciousness or self. Okay, we are three in one. We are a three-in-one being, and these are the three aspects of the self. It has been called mind, body, spirit. Mind, spirit, body. Okay, the thoughts, of course, are the mind. All right, that's a singular, non-dualistic expression. All right. The body we could look at as masculine. It's what we perform action with, the masculine component of consciousness, doing something in the world. It's an active expression. The spirit is something that is internal. Okay, you could look at that as feminine. All right, it's within. It's what we are experiencing within ourselves, the spirit in which we perform our actions. So that's why I've put these two symbols here. This is an ancient symbol known as the blade. It's a rudimentary phallic symbol or symbol of a sword. And this is a ancient symbol known as the chalice or the womb. Again, it's an ancient depiction of either a cup or a womb. This is the masculine symbol. This is the feminine symbol. So we have a sacred feminine side, the emotions or the spirit, and we have a sacred masculine side, the body, which we perform our actions with. And then this is, you could look at as the creative essence which drives both of these things. Okay, so that's the expressions of consciousness. Okay, moving forward to help people to understand what is the true self, we have to understand a little bit about the physiology of the brain. And I won't make this too complicated, I'll move through it rather quickly. We basically have three complexes in the human brain. We have the R complex of the brain, which is down here, highlighted in red. This is the reptile brain, the reptilian brain. It's the brainstem and the cerebellum. This regulates motor function, respiration, survival mechanisms, instinctual responses, the things that we have to do to interact with the physical world around us. Then we have the midbrain. It's known as the limbic system or the mammalian brain, the mammal brain. And it facilitates and makes possible emotional responses in the body. So this generates the chemicals, the neuropeptides that help us, that go into our bloodstream and nervous system that help us feel, okay, when we take an action or have a thought. And then there is the higher brain. This is the part of the brain that is actually the most important and the most important to keep in balance and health. because it's called the neocortex, which means the new brain, okay? It facilitates all human higher order thought and separates us from the animal kingdom in that regard, okay? It makes logic, scientific, mathematical thought possible. It also makes intuition, creativity, artistic, holistic, compassionate thought possible. The neocortex of the brain has two hemispheres. The left brain hemisphere, right here, largely facilitates logical and scientific thought. And again, I say largely. This is a generalized model. It doesn't mean any time you're in logical or scientific thought, only the left brain is active. That would be an oversimplification. Okay? So again, keep in mind, this is just a simplified model of neuroscience. It's not the be-all and end-all of it. Okay? So the left brain facilitates logical and scientific thought, while the right brain here facilitates creativity and compassion, emotion, intuition, etc. So what happens if we're only living in our left brains? If we're chronically engaged in the logical, scientific, mathematical, linear type thought, and never really turning on the creative, intuitive, or compassionate thought that is facilitated by the right brain hemisphere. Well, something happens. The whole neocortex starts to become destabilized because it's not in a state of balance. So if a human being's left brain hemisphere becomes chronically dominant, the R complex of the whole brain construct, right, will take over the executive function of the whole brain that is intended to be controlled by the higher brain, the human brain, the neocortex. Emotions will become suppressed because the right brain isn't working and the limbic system will not work as effectively. And the person will become ruled by total selfishness and base desires. And they will develop a personality that is based in domination and control. Now, I call that master think. Because again, the powers that should not be, the controllers of this world, want a world of masters and slaves. Okay, they want those dynamics to play off against each other. So they want a lot of people in left brain imbalance, and they want a lot of people in right brain imbalance. That's how they can have a world of slavery. All right? What happens if the opposite is true? What happens if we're always living in the right brain, and we never engage the logical processor, okay, that filters information and weeds out logical inconsistencies? Well, what we'll get is the opposite modality of thought. We'll get what I call slave think. If a human being's right brain hemisphere becomes chronically dominant, the limbic system will take over executive function of the brain instead of the neocortex. Okay, because the neocortex is imbalanced, so it reroutes or shunts executive function to another construct of the brain, in this case the midbrain, which controls emotions. The R complex will basically shut down. That's what controls our instinct and survival mechanisms, our fight and flight response. Defense and survival instincts will become suppressed, and the person will be ruled by their emotions and develop a personality based in submissiveness and naivete, characteristics of religious thought, and particularly New Age thought. Okay? Laying down to control, laying down to domination, what I call slave think. If both brain hemispheres are in balance, okay, what develops is what I called free think. Okay? When they're in balance, the neocortex operates in its proper role as the executive command center of the whole brain. And that's where true intelligence is born. And when I say true intelligence, if you just break down the word intelligence, people in the Western world in particular think intelligence is equated with intellect. It is not. Intellect is not intelligence. Intellect is half of intelligence. The other half is the generative capacity. That's why it's called intelligence. Intella is intellect, gens is the generative capacity of the brain, or in other words, the creative capacity. The word generare in Latin as a verb means to create. So the creative capacity of the brain is the right brain, what the right brain hemisphere makes possible. Intellect is largely facilitated through the left brain. Left brain intellect is not intelligence. So when I say to people, scientists in many cases don't have a drop of intelligence. You know, they look at me like that's a weird thing to say, but it's absolutely true. Because most scientists are totally trapped in the left brain intellect and don't have the right brain creative capacities turned on at all. So that's not real intelligence. That's not holistic intelligence. There's no balance in that, okay? So the balance is what this is all about. Intellect, which is very important, okay? Logical processing plus intuition, creativity, and compassion, which is about the heart, okay? That's real intelligence. Unfortunately, most of humanity is trapped in what I call the mental schism, where they're totally imbalanced toward one brain hemisphere or another, and that imbalanced dynamic is held in place through mind control. The intellect, the masculine component of consciousness, if that's way too overused and we're always living in that state of imbalance, if that part of the personality or that part of the brain is chronically dominant, then what manifests are conditions like rigid skepticism, you know, not taking in any new information or evidence, okay? What I call scientism. This is the worship of science as a religion, as the only possible medium for truth to be known, okay? Atheism, solipsism, moral relativism, which we're going to talk a lot about later, social Darwinism, eugenics, and authoritarianism. And then if we're in total right brain imbalance toward the feminine hemisphere of the brain, if that part of the brain is chronically dominant and we have no balance with the left brain as well, will manifest conditions in the personality such as total naivete, blind belief, religious extremism, just being a blind follower or believer. Solipsism can also manifest when you're in right brain imbalance, just as left brain imbalance. Unworthiness, self-loathing, you know, addictive personalities fall into this category of the brain as well. And then perhaps most dangerous, following orders and being a willing slave, not resisting when there's dominance that is being exerted over you by others. So this knowing the true self is about getting out of those mental schisms. You're not in one of those forms of imbalance or the other. You're in holistic thought, or what I call free think. What will also keep you in a state of being able to be controlled and not knowing the true self is a worldview schism. And again, too many people are in one of these sides or another as well. The worldview of randomness, that everything is just a cosmic accident. The universe is a grand accident. There's no creator. There's no underlying intelligence in nature. Okay? Everything was just a cosmic accident for no purpose. There's no such thing as the spirit. There's no such thing as morals that are true, that are objective. There's no such thing as natural law, which we're going to talk about a lot. There's no purpose to existence other than to continue to exist. Survival. What does that sound like? Somebody who's rooted in the R complex of the brain because of their left brain hemispherical imbalance. Hallmarks of scientism, hallmarks of atheism, hallmarks of totalitarianism. The opposite form of worldview schism imbalance is determinism. This is where you have extreme religionist thought. You know, God controls everything in creation. Nothing happens unless God wills it to happen. All occurrences are ultimately preordained. Free will doesn't exist. That's an illusion. God controls everything. Since God controls everything, hey, why bother trying to change anything? Your will is not going to be done. The Creator's will only is going to be done. So no change can really be brought about. Action, therefore, is meaningless in this worldview. And these are hallmarks of religious extremism and what I call slave think. People who believe it's just always been this way, it is this way now, it's always going to be this way, accept your chains. Very, very, very dangerous line of thought, just as the left brain imbalance and worldview is just as dangerous. The truth lies in the balance point, in the middle. Knowing, and this is part of knowing who we are, because we are part of this universe and how it works, okay? There is a deterministic component to reality, and that is what I term natural law. The laws of nature are determined. They are set in stone, unwavering, and all you can do is discover them and align your behavior to them or not. That's the determined component of reality. You're not going to change that. That's what is. Then there's a free will component, or what would be called a random component. So there's a randomness side to reality, and there's a deterministic side to reality. Knowing that both of those are present brings us into a state of balance when it comes to worldview. So natural law is operating at all times and places, but so is free will. That is so utterly important to keep in mind. It's actually one of my upcoming points. Okay, so what is the true self then? The true self, knowing who we really are. If we're in that state of consciousness, we will understand and respect self-ownership. I'm going to be talking a lot about self-ownership today also. We will respect our own sovereignty. We will know our own sovereignty as an absolute, unwavering truth of reality. And we will also know everyone else's sovereignty. The entire room here today is full of sovereigns. Every individual in this room is a sovereign entity, period. And you'll know what I mean when I break down the word sovereign. The true self understands natural law, and that's another component to awakening, which we'll get to. And they strive to live in harmony with it at all times and places. The true self understands what real non-dualism is. Again, not this new agey variant of what they think of as duality or non-duality. Okay, real non-duality is about alignment with your thoughts, emotions, and actions. It means you're not in dualism. As you think, so you feel, so you act. The Trinity is one. The three are in one. Thought, emotion, and action, there's no contradiction between them. Again, that's what coming into the true self is about. As you think, so you feel, and then so you behave. Your behaviors are not in contradiction to what you say you know or how you say you feel. You actually do in alignment with how you know and how you say you feel. Okay? So, understanding true non-dualism is part of being in connection with the true self. Non-contradiction in thought, emotion, and action. The true self understands, espouses, and works toward true freedom. You understand, if you're connected with the true self, you understand that the goal of everything is freedom. That's the goal. The goal is not to be enslaved anymore, to end enslavement, so that we ultimately can direct our future evolutionary development in consciousness, okay? And we're not being held back from doing that. That's what, by definition, slavery is doing. And we are in that condition of slavery right now. To be connected with the true self means that our worldview will reflect an understanding that there is no true separation between ourselves and others. Again, that we are truly one at a unified level of existence. It doesn't mean that, I have the same hand or arm as somebody else, of course. You're going to respect people's physical boundaries in the physical domain, but you understand ultimately that we are one consciousness that is having an experience here in the physical domain. The true self doesn't exist in a mental schism or ego identification, which I'll be getting to. It seeks to break down institutionalized belief systems that hold back the progress of consciousness, which we'll also be talking about. And it is concerned with the alleviation of suffering for all beings, for all consciousness, not just the alleviation of suffering for oneself. How does this differ with the false self, the notion of the ego entrenched illusion that many people are trapped in? Someone who's trapped in ego, identified with the false self, the flesh only, okay, doesn't understand self-ownership or sovereignty at all, and doesn't really care about it either. They don't understand natural law at all, or care about it. Their behavior is in opposition or duality, okay? They live in perpetual dualism, perpetual contradiction between their thoughts, emotions, and actions. They will constantly do things that are in contradiction with what they say they know and how they say they feel. They can't even envision true freedom. Forget even asking them what freedom is or means. They have no conception of it whatsoever. They don't care about it. They don't care whether slavery is present. Okay? And in many cases, they're people who are just seeking more and more control because they're in super left brain dominance. They're completely attached to a false worldview of separation, that everything is separate and it's us versus nature. We're not part of it, a holistic part of it. They exist in mental schism, as we've already talked about, and ego identification, which we'll get to. They accept and reinforce almost all the institutionalized belief systems here on the earth that hold back the progress of consciousness. And they are totally unconcerned with the suffering of others. You know, in many cases, they're so destroyed and imbalanced, they don't even care about their own suffering anymore. You know, they just look at that as, oh, that's inevitable, and why not just create some more of it, you know, and self-inflict it. So they think only about themselves, maybe their own, you know, their extended family or whatever, maybe, and could care less about whether the world is in total bondage and total suffering or not. Part of understanding the true self is knowing what human nature is really about. And again, this is another big point of contention with my work with a lot of people, because so many people are attached toward believing that human nature is one way or another. And when I get up here and tell people human nature is neither good nor bad, okay, human nature is that we are beings that are capable of being programmed. We have a programmable nature like a computer has a programmable nature. Please note, I did not say that human beings are computers, because I do not believe that. Okay? We have a nature that is similar to a computer in that it can be programmed to output a certain mode of behavior. Okay? Human beings are programmable, much like computers. Like a computer, if a human being has a bad hard drive format, that's the first thing you do when you get a computer. You format the hard drive. You're laying the file system into the drive to prepare it to receive an operating system. Okay? That's what is the conditions that are like a child's formative years. Why do you think it's called the formative years? A format's being laid down. And they just accept everything in the first 6 years of development. That's why a child's formative years are so crucially important to the being they're going to become. Okay? If a computer has a bad operating system, a lot of people out there are running computers with bad or infected operating systems. Well, do they compute really well? Not too well. You know, they don't present the desired output onto the screen or onto the printer or onto the internet. And that operating system is the culture we're living in, the system in which we are operating. And that system is corrupted. It's running viruses all over the place. Okay? If a human being has bad software programs installed that are buggy, all the code is buggy. Okay, it's not based in truth. It's bad code. Well, what happens when you run a piece of software that is totally buggy? It crashes, it spits out horrible output. Okay? And that's like our belief systems. Are they in alignment with truth, or are they completely erroneous and we're holding on to them in a rigid and dogmatic way, even though they're false? Well, what's going to be output onto the screen? The output, which is human behavior, is also going to be bad if all those former things are bad. You load up a computer with all that bad stuff, you're not going to get good output on any output device you're going out to. You're going to get junk. So if the hard drive format, the conditions during the formative years, the operating system or culture, and the software programs or beliefs are bad, the output onto the screen, which we call life, the behavior, will also be bad. And it will contribute to deteriorating conditions on a mass scale. Like a computer, the behavior of a human being will largely depend upon its programming, the quality of the information that has been put into it, which enables it to process and create efficiently. So if garbage goes in, garbage comes out. If quality goes in, quality comes out. That is how our nature works. We are programmable. We are the programmer as well. We can change the code. See, that's where free will comes into the picture. We are not at the mercy. This does not mean you are at the mercy of your environment. We can decide what goes into us through diet, through what we are going to pay attention to, or consider, or take into our mental selves. Okay? So that's actually highly encouraging when it comes to the development of the self and knowing the self, that we are in control of that process. It's not just something that is being done to us. Next point, being awake means knowing that there are both spiritual and physical realities, neither of which take precedence over the other. Again, a point of balance needs to be understood and struck when it comes to this. This is what real non-duality when it comes to the whole universe is all about, the non-duality of spirit and matter. Again, you have scientific materialists that are talking about the primacy of matter and how it's so ultimately important and that there's no such thing as spirit. And then you have religious groups or New Agers talking about spirit is all that matters, this world doesn't matter, it's an illusion, and spirit is of primacy. Well, these are both left brain and right brain imbalanced worldviews. There's no balance in either one of those perspectives. It's not being awake. Being awake means spirit in the flesh. Go back to that theme, okay? Spirit in the flesh. We are spiritual beings, but we are also material beings, having an experience in the material domain. So what is that right there? Is that the physical world or is that the spiritual world? Well, guess what? Newsflash, folks, it's both. It's both. It's one thing. Okay? So this dichotomy between spirit and matter needs to go. It needs to merge. It's just one thing. It's everything. Okay? Spirit isn't superior to matter. Matter isn't superior to spirit. They're both the same thing. Well, where did we even get into this notion that they're separate? How could they be separate? Okay? Well, yes, the physical matter, you look at this under high enough magnification, it would look like disorganized chaos and random motion of particles. Hey, I get it. I understand the whole quantum reality, you know. While at some level, at the ultimate level, the unified field level, yeah, this material world isn't solid at all, okay? We could look at matter as an illusion in that regard if you want. That's fine to look at it as an illusion in that regard. But that doesn't mean that you dismiss what happens here, okay? Because what happens here is of significance and importance. Why is that? Because the experience that is being gained and learned from so that the consciousness of the all can learn and grow is very real. So it doesn't mean because you understand that at the ultimate level things are an illusion. The physical material realm is illusory at some level. It doesn't mean you don't act. It doesn't mean that you dismiss the importance of what happens in the physical realm. No, because the experience that is being gained in the physical realm is real. And if that experience is ongoing suffering and slavery, that should be changed. That should be ended. You know, there is a difference between something that is good and something that is bad. It's not just an experience. It's an experience that we have a say in. Okay? What happens here does matter. It does matter. Spirit in the flesh, head in the stars, feet on the earth. Okay? Being awake means being out of ego identification and ego attachment. So, what are these things? What is the state of ego identification? This is the identifying with the role that we are playing in the world of the flesh, in the world of matter. So, these are the people who think, I am my blank, fill in the blank. I am my relationships. I am my social status. I am my job. I am my profession. I am my country. Okay? Well, is that how you identify? You know, if somebody asks you, what are you? Who are you? You know, do you say, I'm my job? I mean, I do the work of public presenting. I do the work of going on the radio and hosting a talk show. Am I that? I mean, for a short bio, I could describe, I do these things. So I could say I'm a radio show host. But do I really think that's what I am? No. I'm consciousness, having an experience to learn and grow. That's what I am. You know? But when we identify with the roles, then we become attached to them. And that makes change very, very difficult for most people. And you know, you got endless ones. You go on and on. We can go on and on for days with these, you know. Are you just your job? You know, are you what you do on a day-to-day basis? Are you even your thoughts? You know, are you the roles that you play? Are you the things, the positions that you take up in our culture, in our operating system? You know? Many people think they are these things. They're very attached to that position. They would have no identity without those positions, in many cases. What's ego attachment about? It's really about one thing, the inability to admit that we are wrong. So we don't want to look at anything new. You know, the ego in the New Age community is often talked about as like, I can't see myself as a distinct individual. That's not what being in ego means. Okay? If I don't see myself as a distinct individual, I wouldn't recognize that if I want a sip of this water, that I have to tilt it to my mouth and not someone else's mouth. Okay? That's what the ego is for, so I can operate in the physical domain. You know, the ego is about, I know that if I want to put a laser pointer right here on this guy in this cage, I have to pick up this device and press this button. The ego makes that possible, it facilitates that, and it's not really anything more than that. It's a tool through which we can operate with the material realm. That's all. Okay? It doesn't mean the ego needs to be eradicated, it's a tool. The problem is when the ego says, I'm setting up and taking over the whole house. That's when the ego becomes a problem, because now we're attached to it and we believe that's us. Okay? So what does the ego do? It keeps us in a mind prison. It keeps us in the dark. It keeps us in ignorance. That's what that force is. It's a force that works through fear to keep us in the dark, to keep us in ignorance. Okay? Not accepting any new information. It does this two ways. Ego attachment keeps people in fear and ignorance by holding them in two modes of thought. The first mode of thought is, I couldn't possibly be wrong about what I believe that I already know. Could not possibly be wrong about that. This is religious thought. It's also scientific dogmatic thought, rigid skepticism. See, it's both of those worldview imbalances, again. Left brain and right brain imbalance. All right? The second way that ego attachment keeps us in ignorance, the second modality of thought it keeps us in is, I don't want to know. So either I already have all the information I need and I know, and I couldn't possibly be wrong about what I say I know, or I don't want to know. Okay? Those are the two ways the ego holds us in that state of mental bondage. Ego ultimately prevents us from admitting that we were wrong about anything and from learning anything new. Now, from the level of consciousness I used to be at to the level of consciousness I'm at today, I must have had to say I was wrong about 100,000 times. Easily. And I'm sure before it's all said and done in this particular lifetime, I'll say it 100,000 more times. Next point of what it means to truly be awake. It involves exercising discernment and judgment. And these are things that the New Age community will tell you, no, that's not about what it means to be awake. Don't judge. Don't try to be discerning. Okay? Highly, highly important. So let's look at these modalities. What is discernment or judgment? It is our inherent ability to distinguish reality from illusion. Or in other words, to know the truth. It's being able to judge the difference between two or more things is what makes us say, well, this one is more in harmony with truth, and that's the path I should take. It's our navigation system. I put images of a scale here. It's how we weigh things in the balance to understand what's better. What is a better choice at this particular time and place? If you don't exercise that kind of discernment, who knows what anybody could possibly get you to believe? Your filters aren't going to be up, okay? You're just going to be in that state like we are from infancy to 6, okay? Just taking everything in and accepting it all, like in a hypnagogic trance. And that's what the mind controllers want. They don't want that filter of judgment and discernment raised. They don't want shields up. They want your shields down, so you never really process the information coming at you to determine whether it's true or not. Telling people not to judge, quote unquote, is like telling them to shut off the processor and the virus protection software in their computer. Turn on your computer, then open up the box, go to the main board, pull out the processor. How much more are you going to be doing with that computer? Not a damn thing. On some operating systems, you turn your virus protection software off for even a couple of days, you're going to have problems, okay? Because that's a filtration mechanism to stop bad things from getting in. Well, that's what your discernment and judgment is, okay? Judgment and discernment are what allow us to effectively process information, filter out inaccuracies, make sense of all that information that's coming in, and then make accurate decisions regarding which course of action will lead to the betterment of our overall experience. That's the role of discernment and judgment. And that's why anybody that's telling you not to do those things is a deceiver, whether deliberately or by rote repetition. Exercising discernment and judgment is how we diagnose problems, how we diagnose what we are currently doing wrong, so that we may arrive at knowledge about how to solve any given problem. That's how you arrive at the solution. You have to exercise discernment and judgment so you know what went wrong. Where did we make the mistake? How can we correct that? Okay? And this is true whether the problem is existing at a societal, a personal level, or at a societal level. The word diagnosis itself means by way of knowledge. It comes from the Greek language. Dia in Greek means through or by way of, by means of. Okay? And then the Greek noun gnosis means knowledge in Greek. So you put them together, through knowledge, by way of knowledge, by means of knowledge. That's how we understand what's wrong, so we know what we need to do to correct the situation. This may be the most important single slide you will ever see in your life in any presentation, right here. Because what this is doing is describing how we as human beings actually create our reality. Not in the New Age, secret sense, but in the real world, feet on the ground, spirit and flesh sense. Okay? The first or baseline foundation is information. Information. Available information. This information constitutes potential knowledge that we can gather, process, eventually understand, and eventually act upon. But at this level, all it is information. Okay? In the trivium methodology, they call this the grammar step. Okay? So it's all the components that you need to assemble to make sense of anything. All right? Now, we could arrive at knowledge or not. Again, underneath knowledge on that box, it says, or lack thereof. So the opposite of assembling that information, not doing that process, not arriving at knowledge, is ignorance, in which case we build a very different reality. On top of that knowledge, we're building something else. So if that's not firm, if that's not a firm base, if it's not based in truth, you're not going to be building a solid structure that is going to be capable of standing. All right? Is our decision-making processes regarding what we have just taken in. These processes take place in the mind. That's why mind control is so important to maintaining the slavery condition that this world is in, because it's an attack on the decision-making processes, okay? The processes that take place in the human mind, they're chosen by each individual, and they are based upon the available information. So this is the processing stage. We process the information. And when we process it, either we arrive at an accurate understanding of it, so now we are either aligning our thoughts to truth or not, okay? Or we don't understand it. We've arrived at confusion regarding what this information means on the first step, all right? Then above that, we're going to build on top of that. The third process, all right, is the behavior or the output, as we've already talked about in the human nature section. The output onto the screen of life then occurs, because each individual's behavior is, by definition, going to be based upon the quality of their decision-making processes in step 2, which were in turn based upon the quality of their available information in step 1. That's why if you want to control the output, you always control it from available information. Hence, hiding knowledge, the occult, okay? That's where the powers that should not be control the world from the level of available information. So, what then occurs? What happens? These are the 3 steps we work with: knowledge, understanding, and wisdom, or lack thereof. Again, that's grammar in the bottom step. In the trivium, this would be grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Or we can use the computer analogy. This is input, this is processing, and this is output. Okay? All of those different ways of looking at it hold true. But then there's something that happens, manifestation. The manifested reality that is the quality of our shared experience in this world. The quality of the condition which manifests in any given society is based upon the aggregate quality of behavior within that society. Aggregate quality of behavior, meaning in the totality. So, if you have the aggregate number of human beings in a society behaving morally, you will have a society that generates a result of order. If you have an aggregate amount of people in society that are behaving immorally, you will have a society that has generated chaos, slavery, tyranny, etc. And we're going to be talking about that process later. The next point of being awake. Being awake means being mentally free of all false religions. So, by definition, we have to define what is a religion then. What do I mean by the term religion? Religion as a word in English comes from the Latin language, from the verb religare, okay? And that means, the word religare in Latin means to tie back, to hold back, or to thwart from forward progress, to bind by tying up. And that's one connotation of the word religare in Latin. There is an alternative definition as well. It means to reunite with or tie back to something that has been separated. You're going and you're then taking it back in and putting it back together. That's a positive connotation of what true religion is about. First, I'm talking about false religion here. Okay? So these are the things that tie us back or hold us back from where we say we want to go. They hold us back from truth. They hold us back from forward progress in consciousness. All right? So a religion, a false religion, qualify it as such, is a system of control that is based in unchallenged dogmatic belief which holds back the progress of human consciousness. That's what a false religion is. And again, it's all about the brain, the mind in the cage, the head cage, okay? Not being able to make any progress because we're not changing our thoughts. And again, if thoughts, the processing of the information doesn't change, we can't change the output through behavior, and therefore we can't change the manifested result. So if people are attached to a religion, nothing can change, because their behavior ultimately cannot change, and therefore the manifested reality cannot change. So I'm going to piss everybody off now by attacking all religions on the planet. Every single one, even the ones you didn't think were religions. Okay? All of the cultural religions, of course, constitute religion. Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, Shintoism. You name the religion, if it's an ism, that's what I'm talking about up here in the top right-hand corner. The cultural religions. Okay? Now, I also arranged this slide with these on the right and these on the left for a reason. These are the religions that work through the right brain hemisphere. These are the religions that work through the left brain hemisphere. Okay? So we have the cultural religions, as I am going to call them. And then this is the net right here that catches anything that gets sifted, okay, that this big net here doesn't catch, right? Then we have a finer mesh net down here to catch people called the New Age movement. Okay? So they're all right brain modes of imbalance, and they're all control systems. And if you haven't figured out that this one is a control system, you might want to check out my seminar called New Age Bullshit. And that's available in the back in actually, I think, 3 different formats. But I have a 2-disc set of the seminar I just did in Asheville, North Carolina, which is my favorite version of it. Just to mention, I do have lots of DVDs in the back. If people want to check them out during lunch or afterward, feel free to do so. The left brain religions, we have politics or government, the religion of authority, the belief in authority, which we'll be talking a lot about later. And then, of course, scientism, which I've already briefly touched on. Okay, they work through the left brain. And most people, even a lot of people here today in this room possibly, are attached to one of these religions or another. I won't ask by show of hands, okay? But more likely than not, we have some people here who are even attached to some of these religions. And they're all ultimately ruled by one overarching religion, which is the God of this world, and that is the monetary system. This is the religion that the least amount of people on the earth are out of the mental identification with. The least amount of people, therefore, it is the most powerful religion. Money is the most powerful religion operating on the planet. There is no more universally unchallenged, dogmatic belief that is operating in the human species than the belief in magical pieces of paper called money or credits on a computer screen. Okay? That is the overarching universal piece of mental bondage software operating in humanity. If you believe that money is real, you're under mind control. Okay? If you believe it has intrinsic value, you're under mind control. Okay? And you'll just think about its operation with the other religions. Every one of them. It's intimately and intricately inseparable from. Okay? They put this up as the pedestal. If you really think about what's behind this, it's that. What's behind this? It's that. What's behind this? It's that. What's behind this? Oh, it's certainly that. Okay, just go to a New Age Expo and you'll find that out real fast. Okay? They're all illusory. There is nothing real there on the screen. In these two, and even in this one, to a certain extent, okay, there are some seeds of truth. I'm not going to tell you throw out all real science. Okay, we can know a lot about the laws of nature through real science, but if you think what we laughingly call science in the world today is real science, you're kidding yourself. This is done through government-approved grant monies. That if the people here, or who's controlling here, don't want something to be discovered by science because it's going to cost them a whole lot of this doesn't discover it. That's called scientism. And I worked in that community as well, and I'm telling you that's how it works. I heard a conversation, as a quick anecdote, I supported computer systems in a hematology oncology department of the University of Pennsylvania, okay? And I heard a researcher telling one of the heads of the department in the oncology division, hemonc, blood cancer studies, okay, in the School of Medicine, This could be a real breakthrough. There might even be a cure in this. And the person whipped their head around and said, don't you ever let me hear you use that word in here again, or you will be out of here on your ass. And the word was cure. Because the person said, this gets cured, we're out of business, that's all of the grant money that's been coming into this institution for the last 30 years, and all these jobs will disappear overnight. He said, don't ever let me hear you use that word ever again, or you will be out of here looking for a job. And thought I didn't hear it because I was sitting on the other side of the cubicle working on a laptop. That's what science is, folks, in the world today. And if you don't accept that, if you don't believe that, if you don't know that that's what's going on, I don't even want to use the word belief. If you don't know that's going on, you're very naive. Okay? This is all controlled by money, obviously, you know, the collection plate money and all the money that's coming in through donations to religions. And this is ultimately controlled by money. But what I want to say is there are seeds of truth in these movements as well. I'm not going to tell you no religion doesn't have any seeds of truth if you get deep enough into the absolute esoteric core of the tradition. There are seeds of truth there. They're just covered up by the exoteric aspects of the religion, which are all there as mechanisms of control. The same could be said of the New Age movement. There are certain seeds of truth, but then they get exploited, they get blown out of proportion, you know, deceptions, subtle deceptions creep into it. So that's where the filter, the discernment, the judgment mechanism is so important. So that's being out of false religions means you don't believe in or identify with any of those systems of control, of controlled belief. How do these work? I'm going to look at two particular ones, the left and right brain aspects, which I'm simply going to call government and religion. Okay? And again, the left brain side, you could look at government and scientism, and the right brain side you could look at as religion and the New Age movement. So how do these dynamics work to control people's mind? Government works through the left brain and binds the right brain out of the way. So it works through just being in control, and it takes the right brain of intuition, creativity, and compassion out of the picture. It is based upon the erroneous and dogmatic belief that there is such a thing as, quote, authority that is vested in certain human beings, which gives them special, quote, unquote, rights which other people do not possess. When left brain imbalance is chronic, the person eventually develops psychopathic tendencies if left unchecked, leading some people to the belief that they have a right to rule over other people through violence. And this is the condition that we are in today. The right brain religions, the cultural religions and the New Age movement religion, works through the right brain and it binds the left brain out of the way. So it works on belief and just feeling, and it binds out the logical part of the brain. And this is the part that, you know, the tagline I use for all religion is, hey, if we just give up our free will and our personal responsibility, some deity, government, guru, extraterrestrial race, or mystical force will save us from our own ignorance. Don't you know that's how it works? Right brain imbalance eventually creates blind acceptance and collectivist groupthink, leading to a condition in which willing followers, order followers, will readily submit to authority. So that's what right brain imbalance does. That's why religion is such an important mind-controlled dialectic. Now, you put both of these dialectics together. Dialectics just means providing a choice to get you to the same place. That's all it is. It's a construct of the mind that says, give people a false choice. Okay? Well, you know, do you want to believe in materialistic, Darwinistic scientism, or do you want to believe in, you know, whatever is the religious flavor of the day? Okay? Because they're both just a choice that gets you to the same place. Control. Okay? It doesn't ever lead to freedom. That's not one of the choices in the dialectic. What happens when we have both of these things operating? When you have both of these things operating, and there's plenty of people out there that believe in both government and religion, you have a whole mind in chains. Now, when you put together a whole bunch of these, a whole bunch of minds in chains, and that leads to an aggregate society with a whole bunch of minds in chains and mental bondage, what kind of a society do you get? You get one that looks like this. You get a whole world in chains, which again is where we are at. And again, I hope people are at least conscious enough here to know this is where we are. If you don't know that this is where we are, really go back and start with my work from the very, very beginning. But that's where the earth is at right now, in a state of total bondage, total slavery. It's just been very effectively masked and put under the guise of true freedom. I like to say we're living on a free-range animal farm. It's just a free-range farm that we're on. And being awake means understanding that, and we'll get to that. Being awake means knowing that there is no such thing as knowledge which is negative or bad, and that only willful ignorance of reality is what creates negative consequences in our world. Knowledge is never bad. Knowledge is never negative. To have knowledge is to have empowerment. That's why the dark occultists want to constantly try to hide knowledge, or to get people to not pay attention to knowledge which is important by dissuading them. Don't look into that. Here, have this distraction instead. You don't want to look into that. That's bad. Or that's unnecessary. There's nothing to that. They don't even need, their mind control techniques are so effective in today's world, they don't even need to hide the knowledge anymore. The knowledge is already out there. It's exploded onto the earth already. But most people are just completely ignoring it because they're so wrapped up in distractions. I tell people we're living in post-apocalyptic times because the apocalypse only means the great revealing, from apo in Greek, which means away from or off of, and kalyptine, a verb in Greek, which means to cover or to conceal. So to go away from concealing, from concealment or hiding, is what apocalypse actually means in English. To take away the veil, to take away the cover, and to reveal something for what it truly is. To know the truth is the apocalypse. And that's already done. The knowledge is out there. The problem is we've rejected it as an entire people, as an entire species. And once the apocalypse has happened, then there is either transformation and upliftment or ascension, or there is judgment. And not the kind of filtering in the mind. I'm talking about negative judgment by creation, by nature. Because the truth is there, it's been revealed for you to see as it is. Did you accept it? Did you change as a result for the better, or didn't you? Then you have to lie down in that bed that you made. So being awake means knowing there's no such thing as knowledge which is bad. All knowledge is empowering, and then it's how it's used. Is it going to be used for control? Is it going to be used for spiritual uplift? But ignoring the negative is always going to get you the same thing. It's always going to get you bondage. Okay? You can never ignore reality and prosper. It is an impossibility. It is a law of nature. If you ignore reality, there are negative consequences for that ignorance. You can ignore reality. You have the free will to ignore reality. But you do not have the free will to ignore reality without negative consequence. That is a natural law. And this is what people in many communities will tell you we should be doing. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. That's bad. Don't pay attention to that. I don't want to talk about the corruption. I don't want to talk about pedophilia, child sacrifice. I don't want to talk about, slave rings. I don't want to talk about people working for slave wages in slavery conditions. I don't want to talk about that government is slavery. I don't want to talk about that religion is mental bondage and mind control. No, don't learn about any of those things. Just try to follow your bliss, which we'll also talk about. Ignoring that which is negative because it makes you feel uncomfortable can only do one thing: get you more negativity. That's all it can do. And I don't mean just you personally. Yeah, you can run down to the tropics and ignore reality and somehow live an existence that for you is a little pocket of comfort in the individuated sense. But I'm saying the more people that ignore reality on this planet, the more the aggregate population of humanity will go into deeper and deeper bondage. And each individual that's doing that is contributing to that overall dynamic. So this is the position that means that you're completely asleep. Putting your head in the sand, not wanting to look at the negative, not wanting to look at the truth about what is in the here and now, regardless of how ugly that may be. And please note the body posture. This is like the Creator making a really awesome joke, okay? Because if you have your head in the sand, your ass is up in the air, okay? It's a beautiful thing that the body was designed, that the only way you could put your head in the sand is being bent over and ready to get it, okay? So, we do not give power away to something that is harmful simply by putting our attention upon it and becoming aware of its existence. This is a New Age deception, okay? Just becoming aware of something is empowering you. You're recognizing what's really there, so then you could take necessary precautions, or you could start doing what is required energetically to start to change it, okay? Seeing the negative for what it actually is does one thing. It creates an ability in us to steel ourselves against its harmful effects. You know, this is like diagnosing a problem. Well, you now know what the problem is. You know what you're up against. You know, you're not in ignorance anymore. Now you know what to do. Okay? We may even be able to not just see it coming and take precautionary measures, but we may even be able to avert the harmful effects altogether by starting to work to change that energetic dynamic, but only if we have the knowledge about what's wrong. So, refusing to look at critical information is the opposite of being awake. Okay? Refusing to look at critical information just because it may make you feel uncomfortable or scared because you perceive it as quote-unquote negative is willfully choosing to remain in a state of ignorance. And willfully choosing to remain in a state of ignorance is called unconsciousness. Or in other words, you're completely asleep. The next part of this dynamic of waking up to the negative is stepping out of what I call emotional mind control. Okay? Seeing the negative for what it is means you can't be under emotional mind control. Too many people are in this. They think, well, hey, if he gets up there and he makes me feel bad by telling me all these things, somehow that can't be true because it doesn't make me feel good. Well, whoever told you the truth has to make you feel good? New Agers told people that. The New Age movement puts that out there, you know? You want to just resonate with it. Oh, that made me feel really disturbed. I'm not resonating with that. That has nothing to do whether it's true or not. Okay? All that matters is whether something is true, not how it makes you feel. See, that's where the ego comes in. The ego wants to feel good. The ego wants acceptance. The ego wants to be told it's right. The ego wants comfort. It doesn't want to look at something that it's uncomfortable with hearing and say, oh yeah, that's the way it is. You know, that for many people the ego has to be really broken down over time. All right? So this is why mind controllers always want to get up there and dress up the lie. See, what I do, this is how I dress every day. I'm not coming up here in a three-piece suit. I'm coming up in the way that I dress normally. Jeans and a t-shirt, okay? I'm coming up here, I'm going to speak to you in my normal, natural voice. I'm not going to put on some fake air about me that makes you, think of me as somebody I'm not. Okay? But, news broadcasters, they want to put the most physically attractive person up there, the most sweet, pleasing, calm tones in the voice, okay? Because they're getting ready to sell you a bunch of bull. And they want the ego to accept it readily, so it goes past the judgment filter. It goes past the discernment filter. And then it gets nested in the subconscious mind, and then you're acting on it. without even understanding how it got planted there. That's how mind control works. So that newscaster can get up there and tell you all day long that 2 + 2 = 5. And she could say it in the most pleasant, sweet tones. It's still going to be a lie. And then the person who is completely enraged because, hey, there is rat poison in your drinking water, okay, that wants to tell you it just like that, right? That's somebody who's crazy. Look, he's telling us we're being willfully, deliberately poisoned by people who are running the water supply and who direct that process? Yeah. Okay? But you don't want to hear that because that made me feel bad. And then what can I do about that? How could I actively get involved in not having that done anymore? That takes effort. That takes work. That takes action. Well, it doesn't mean that it wasn't the truth. You could feel bad about the truth all you want. It's still true. And that's all that matters. So again, with my presentation style, it doesn't make one damn bit of difference how much you didn't like something that I said. If it was true, it remains true. Believing that we are somehow in the right to willfully ignore a message of truth just because the messenger is somehow distasteful to us is a symptom of total madness. It is a symptom of mind control and insanity and unconsciousness. And this is how people want to weigh truth. They don't want to actually look at the information. They want to look at it, say, do I feel good about that? Do I like that person? Do I like his voice? Do I like his mannerisms? Well then, hey, what he said must be true. I mean, how could there be any more logically fallacious way of thinking than that? And yet this is how many people think, unfortunately. And it's insanity. I don't care how much a lie is wrapped up. I don't care how much truth is disturbing. 2 + 2 = 5 is always going to be a lie. 2 + 2 = 4 is always going to be true. It still equals 4 no matter how it's dressed up or not dressed up. Next point, being awake means knowing the causal factors that have led to the current human condition and therefore knowing the solution to changing the current condition for the better. Causal factors. This is what I started explaining to people that was going to make my information that I was going to be bringing forward radically different than other people's. And on my radio show on day 1, I went on the air and I told people what I'm going to discuss here is causal factors. My show is called What on Earth is Happening, but I don't talk about daily current events. So people would think, well, isn't that an oxymoron? It's called What on Earth is Happening, but you don't talk about current events. No, because I talk about the causal factors that have led to the creation of the condition of what's happening on this planet. The underlying causes that lead to the effects that we experience. That's where power lies. So the laws of cause and effect. Every cause has its effect. Okay? You set a cause into motion, an effect will be generated. Every effect has its cause. Nothing happens just randomly or by accident. If it happens, there was a causal agency that led to that manifested condition. Everything happens according to law. Laws govern the entire universe. Okay? That doesn't mean free will does not exist within the universe. But events are happening due to laws. If we do something, there is a law that is going to determine what the effect is. Okay? If I hold this out and let go of it, it will fall because there is a law operating upon it. Cause and effect are often separated by time and space. This is why humanity has such a very difficult time understanding the relationship between their behavior and the state that is manifesting in their reality. Okay? So we are like this guy in this great image here. He's pushing that one domino over and he's saying, well, that didn't do anything to me. You know, imagine this as like a 10-mile track or something like that, you know? Oh, hey, push that over, nothing happened, right? Obviously, I can do that. I'm not affected. But he's staying right there. You can look at that as that's the earth, you know? And it's going to come back around, and he's going to feel the effect of that. Maybe not right away, but eventually. And unfortunately, this is how cause and effect work, especially with complex systems. See, that bottom line there is particularly true for complex systems like an entire society. The effect is often separated by time. So, the plane of effects, or in other words, the physical world, this is where there is no power to change things from. Okay? You cannot create change from the level of that which has already manifested. All right? That is like trying to, I explain to people, it's like having a psychological condition that causes you to want to hurt yourself by cutting. I don't remember the medical term for this, but there's a condition where people want to cut themselves with like razor blades. Okay? Very, very disturbing, deep underlying psychological issues going on in people that develop this. But think about this. What if we were all a society that had this horrible, mental incapacity that led us to wanting to cut ourselves, right? And then as a solution, the biggest product that was manufactured on that whole planet was bandages. Bandages are the answer. Every commercial, here's the 75,000 different, kinds of bandages that we manufacture and sell on this planet, okay? How insane would that be? It would be complete madness. Because the problem isn't the absence of bandages. The problem isn't having to manufacture more bandages. The problem is understanding the psychological factors that are leading you to want to cut yourself, dealing with those, healing that condition inside, and then there will not be anything that you'll have to bandage. But we don't want to do that as a people. We want to focus on the effects. The plane of effects, or the physical world, is the realm where the manifested realities have already formed due to their underlying causes. The plane of effects constitutes that which has already occurred, or in other words, it's the truth already. It is the way things actually are. As such, no power to effect change lies here in the plane of effects, because that which has already occurred cannot unoccur, because it has become that which is, the truth. Human consciousness, however, as a whole, unfortunately, seems to be trapped or stuck upon the plane of effects, meaning that humanity largely remains ignorant of the underlying causes which they themselves have set into motion and which have led to the self-inflicted suffering in their lives. We are not going down to the root causal factors, in other words, the plane of causality. So, this gentleman here on the slide, he has a bad bellyache. He's sitting there, he's got a really bad bellyache. Well, that didn't just happen. That's an effect. There's an underlying cause. Here's what it was. We look at the plane of causality. Well, 20 minutes earlier, he was eating a whole bunch of GMO, horrible, high sugar, high starch foods. A lot of sweets, a lot of snacks, etc. That, he just loaded in gluttonously. And 20 minutes later, he had the bad bellyache. Well, it's a law. You do this one thing, you're going to get a particular result. You change that behavior, you'll get a different result. The plane of causality is the mental world. It is the realm of mind. This is where causes are set into motion prior to manifesting as formed realities. This plane of causality constitutes the causal factors, or the why, the underlying why, where all power is at, which underlie and precede all manifested things and events. All power to change things lies in this realm, the plane of causality, the mental realm, okay? Human consciousness must, quote, move away from the plane of the effects okay, just thinking about things in just physical terms, to the plane of causality in order for human beings to understand the causal factors of the conditions which they are collectively manifesting in their lives. Only when our consciousness goes to the causal factors will humanity ever be able to co-create their reality on a conscious level, rather than an unconscious one. So I'll give you an example. People constantly say to me, I get emails all the time, Mark, name names. Tell me who some of the higher level Satanists are in the world, who are the mind controllers. Well, who cares? Does it matter? If I told you a list of 50 names, and just let's say, okay, not telling anybody to do this, but just let's say some extremists went out and assassinated those 50 people because they look at them as the people who are causing all the negative things that are going on in the world. Do you really actually believe that would change anything in the world? You actually believe that would do one damn thing? It wouldn't change one thing, because there's 500,000 people that are mentally in the condition where they will readily step right into the position that that person occupied and do the same damn things that they were previously doing. And the machine will roll on as if nothing ever occurred, because nothing changed in the mind. Nothing changed in the mind. And just doing something like that, rearranging the deck furniture on the Titanic, as the old expression goes. You're not actually changing any of the causal factors. You're thinking that somehow you're going to just do something in the physical world and then the problem is going to be solved, when everybody's still thinking the same way. And that thought is what has led to the manifestation of the conditions that you say you don't want. But no, you don't want to actually focus on changing the thought processes. You want to change the physical world events, the physical world things and people. Good luck with that approach. Let me know how it works out for you. That's what I tell the people who email nonsense like that to me. Here's again, whenever I make a graphic, I try to make it as simple as possible to convey the idea as easily as possible. You just look at these two realms, okay, the plane of causality and the plane of effects. You can look at this as the physical world at the bottom level, that at a much higher level of awareness we have the mental world, the why that underlies everything, the plane of causality, where all power to affect change is at. When we do things up here, when we make decisions up here, when we change mental thought processes, it has a trickle-down effect into the realm of the physical, the manifested realities. All right? So here's where consciousness has to go. We have to flip from being focused on this, which is all the problems in the world. I'm not saying don't be aware of those problems. Once you're aware, you have to ask this little question right there. That tiny little, seemingly insignificant three-letter question, why, with a question mark at the end, the most powerful word that could ever be spoken by a human being, okay? And when you understand then the causal factors that are leading to these conditions, there's where power to change lies. And that lies in mind, ladies and gentlemen, and that is why they have to control the mind. The powers that should not be, the powers that want things to stay in the current state of slavery that they're at. That's why they have to control the mind. Okay? The plane of effects, no power to affect change lies in that realm, because that's where, unfortunately, that's where human consciousness seems trapped at. People are focused on the symptoms. I'm not telling you don't be aware of the symptoms. That's how you make a diagnosis. But then, once you're aware of the symptoms, you have to understand, why did those symptoms manifest? What are the causal factors that led to that condition? Then change those causal factors. And the causal factors that have led to the current human condition is thinking that is completely out of alignment with truth and natural law. That is what has led to our current condition. So when people ask the question, why are we going into a prison as a society? Why is the earth being more and more enslaved? Why are we losing freedom? Why is a totalitarian police state rising worldwide? It's not just here, it's everywhere. The causal factor for humanity's continuing loss of freedom is that humanity as a whole, in the aggregate, as a species, remains completely ignorant of natural law. That big realm of knowledge, that macrocosmic realm of occult knowledge that we talked about, we've largely been looking at the smaller realm, the individuated realm, the realm of mind, the realm of self in this first part. This part I'm going to start switching into what are these laws of nature that we have to be aware of, that are occulted, that are hidden from our sight. And that's the ultimate causal factor. Humanity's ignorance of those laws is what's putting us into a prison, societally. And let me tell you something, you'll never hear about this in the New Age movement, because this is the most occulted knowledge on the face of the earth. And it is the solution. This is the solution to the current human condition of slavery, and there isn't another solution. Not because I'm presenting it, not because I say so, because it is the truth that is discoverable by any human being. Period. It is what is there. And until we do discover it as a species in the aggregate sense, expect more of the same. Expect more slavery. Expect more suffering. It will never change unless this causal factor, ignorance of natural law, changes. That's it. Now, let's talk about this point, and this is the last point until our lunch break. Being awake means understanding and living in harmony with natural law, the universal spiritual laws of morality. So, what are these laws? How do they operate? What is natural law? Now, I obviously cannot represent an 8-hour seminar today within this seminar, okay? This is a seminar I gave back in October of 2013 in Connecticut. It was called Natural Law, the Real Law of Attraction and How to Apply It in Your Life. It's probably a seminar I'll be giving probably more times in the future, but I got it filmed really well professionally by Richard Grove and the Tragedy and Hope team. And it hit the internet in December, right around Christmas time. I think it hit the internet on Christmas Eve, actually. And it has really exploded my work into the consciousness of many people, because a lot of other websites picked up this seminar and shared it, and I'm very happy that they did. But if you are not familiar with this seminar, if there is one thing in all of my work that I think you need to become familiar with, it is this seminar. I have them available in the back, but again, all of the videos are for free on my website. There is nothing that I sell on DVD in physical format that I don't make freely available on my site as well. There is nothing for sale on my website, by the way. I don't sell anything on the site. I only sell things at physical presentations to help, with travel costs and help with, doing the things that I need to do during, physically during the trips and things like that. So that's why there's some merchandising in the back. But if people say, what is the one thing that I should go to if I only have a certain limited amount of time to check out regarding your work, it is these 3 videos. The Natural Law Seminar that I gave in Connecticut. It is the most powerful and important information that I've ever put out in one unified format. Again, if you can spend the time and attention on it, I always recommend my podcast From the Very Beginning, which lays down critically important foundational prerequisite knowledge, even to understanding natural law. So that's my big recommendation, but if you only can dedicate a little bit of time to the understanding of my work, the Natural Law Seminar is it. So, what is natural law? In a nutshell, okay, in a condensed form, natural law is the body of universal, non-man-made, binding and immutable laws which act as the governing dynamics for the consequences of human behavior. And I wouldn't even just qualify it as just human behavior, but the behavior of beings anywhere throughout the entire cosmos that have the capacity for holistic intelligence. So once physical evolutionary progression has moved beings up the ladder, so to speak, where they have a mind that is capable of grasping the difference between right and wrong, natural law applies to those beings. People always ask me, well, why doesn't natural law apply to the lion who takes down the gazelle on in the plains of Africa? And I say, because a lion doesn't have a mind that's capable of understanding right from wrong the way your mind is capable of understanding right from wrong. That's why natural law applies to you and not the lion when it kills that gazelle. Okay? If you just indiscriminately go shoot an animal or a human being for no reason other than you want to and you want to take its life, natural law applies to you. Okay? But it doesn't apply to animals because they're living as just purely instinctual creatures. You are not just a purely instinctual creature. You have an instinctual component that is made possible by the R complex of the brain. And then you have the limbic brain, which makes emotions possible in the physiology, and you have the higher thought brain, the human brain, the neocortex, which makes us human and distinctive from the animal kingdom. Okay? And that's why natural law applies to human beings and all other beings with the capacity for holistic intelligence such as we have. That's not saying we are beings that are holistically intelligent. Okay? Because most people are not holistically intelligent. But all human beings, for the most part, have the capacity for holistic intelligence. I should say most human beings. Okay, what does it mean to understand natural law? So, natural law is the body of universal spiritual laws that govern the consequences of the behavior of beings with the capacity to know the difference between right and wrong. Understanding natural law means that you have developed conscience, and conscience is knowledge. People think of conscience as action. It is not action. Conscience is knowledge. Okay? Con in Latin means together or with, and science, knowledge, it comes from the Latin sciere. Sciere means to know or to understand. Okay? So conscience is actually knowledge. What kind of knowledge is conscience? It is the knowledge of the objective difference between morally right behavior and morally wrong behavior. That's what conscience is. So to understand natural law is to have taken the objective difference between right and wrong into oneself and to know what that difference actually is. What does it mean to act in accordance with natural law? Acting in accordance with natural law means that you are actively exercising conscience. It means that you're taking the knowledge that you've taken in and you're doing something with it. You're outputting with it. That's what wisdom is about. You are exercising conscience because you are willfully choosing morally right behavior over morally wrong behavior once that difference has been taken into you and clearly understood in the form of objective knowledge. So once we either understand or don't understand natural law and then either act in accordance with it or not in accordance with it, we get a specific result. So the first result we get is if we live in harmony with natural law. What's the result that we get when we live in harmony with the laws of nature? Well, when human beings live in accordance with natural law, and they are therefore moral beings, they are exercising conscience, they become and remain free. And their society exists in a state of order. That is how order is generated, that is how freedom is generated. They are both generated through choice, through free will. Very, very important concept to understand. Okay, that's the result we get when, in the aggregate, we live in accordance with moral law or natural law. What's the opposite effect? If we refuse to acknowledge that there are laws of morality that we are governed by. When human beings refuse natural law and live in direct opposition to it, they are therefore immoral beings because they are completely dismissive of the laws of morality, and therefore their behavior is not moral. When that is the condition in the aggregate sense as a species, the species becomes and remains enslaved, and their society exists in a state of chaos. And that is why we are in the condition that we are in now. Natural law has been called and has been known in different traditions and cultures as many different things. It has been called the laws of cause and effect in a more scientific type of way, or even you could look at this in the Hermetic philosophy type of way as just cause and effect. So we've already looked at that. Effects invariably follow their causations. And in the term that science has put this in, for every action, there exists an equal and opposing reaction. In the New Age circles, natural law has often been called the law of attraction. Unfortunately, they don't really give you the real law of attraction, which is what my seminar on this topic is about. How does natural law actually work to bring us the experience that we are having, and how can we change the reality, because we're ultimately collectively co-creating it. What some of the points that the New Age movement does get correct regarding the laws of attraction, however, is the energy that we emit or put out there is the energy that we attract. So if we're, most people who do understand conscience and have that knowledge within them are going to gravitate toward other good people and try to build on that. Most people who don't give a damn about conscience are going to be with other people that don't give a damn about conscience or right and wrong. Like attracts like. That is a true law of nature. Energy flows wherever our attention goes. And that doesn't mean that we give energy to the negative by putting our attention upon it. Okay? In other words, what's going to manifest in our world is the things that we're going to focus our attention on most of the time. So if we focus on our attention to understanding natural law, most people will begin to understand natural law, or we will, and then we could expand on that and we can get more and more people to understand it, and then a different result will happen. Energy will rearrange the physical manifested reality that we live in as a result of what we put our attention on. If we put our attention on total trivialities and nonsense, we're going to not understand what's really going on. We're going to be in a state of unconsciousness, and more of the same dynamic that we've been receiving that we say we don't want is going to continue to manifest. The law of attraction has also been stated, which I think is a very good way of putting it, is as one thinks, feels, and acts, so shall they be. And I would apply this in the aggregate sense. See, again, you have to always take it out of the realm of the individual, the individuated unit of consciousness, and apply it to the aggregate realm of consciousness. Too many people in the New Age movement refuse to do that. You are not individually co-creating your reality. We are all individually co-creating our shared reality in the aggregate. That's how the law of attraction works. So as we all think, feel, and act as a whole, so shall our entire society be. The natural law has been called moral law or karmic law, karma simply, in some Eastern traditions. And it states that you simply reap what you sow. What you put into the universe is what the universe is going to reflect back to you like a mirror mechanism. In the Christian tradition, it has been known as the Golden Rule. Stated in the affirmative, in the biblical sense, it has been said, do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. I like to word it in what I call the apophatic sense, which is the negative expression. And we're going to talk about apophatic inquiry a little bit and apophasis. But I like to state the Golden Rule as, do not do to others that which you do not want done to yourself. Then it becomes exceedingly more powerful and much less ambiguous, because everybody knows how they do not want to be treated or negatively or harmed. So if you don't want to be treated like that, don't do those things to other people. I look at that as the more powerful expression of the Golden Rule. But this is what natural law is, very simply, and how it has been known in different traditions. So many people will be familiar with some of these. That's why I wanted to list them. The way that natural law actually functions in our lives, I give people this expression chart. There's an expression of natural law, how it works, and then there's a positive manifestation of those expressions and a negative manifestation of those expressions. Okay? So, there's only two starting materials, starting forms of consciousness that we ever really work with. Either love, which is openness to truth, okay? Love is what I would call openness to truth. It is the force that allows consciousness to expand, to flower, to open up, all right? And then fear is the negative, generative polarity, the thing that we're using to create our reality with, all right? We're either using love or fear. Again, love, don't think of it in the terms of the ways we can look at love, right? The Greeks had three words for love. They had eros, which was romantic love, and that is not what I'm talking about here. It's not the love between a man and a woman, okay, boyfriend and girlfriend. Then there was philos, which is mental or fraternal love. And that's also not what I'm talking about here. That's not the love between family members, brothers and sisters, or just liking something, okay, or even really liking something. I love that thing, you know? No. That's philos, so that's the mental realm. So you have romantic physical love, you have mental love, okay? So eros and then philos, not the kind of love we're talking about here. The third term that the Greeks and the Greek mystery traditions had for love was agape. Agape is what I'm talking about here in the sense of love. It is universal love. It is love for all. It is concern. It is true care, okay? It is opening yourself up to what is. It is opening yourself up to truth. It is expanding your own consciousness so that you can help others to expand theirs. That's what I mean by love, okay? The force that shuts that force down is fear. That's what generates unconsciousness. That's what closes consciousness down to learning and growing, all right? So then, once we either choose love or fear, there's an initiating expression, an initial event, an initial happening begins. And that's going on just underneath the surface after we make a decision whether we're going to open ourselves up to truth or shut ourselves down to truth. And how that manifests is whether either we become knowledgeable or we remain ignorant. Okay? So this is openness to truth, and therefore, if it goes into the initial expression, it becomes knowledge, which is the acceptance of truth. Now you know. Now you've taken truth into yourself and you know. Okay? If we don't do that by remaining in fear and unconsciousness, we are going to go into the state called ignorance, which is the refusal to accept what is, the refusal of truth. Okay? Then, after that initial expression, there's an internal expression. So we are going to become inside of ourselves individually what we've done in these first two steps. Have we opened ourselves up to truth, and have we then become knowledgeable? Well, if we do, we're going to understand our own individual sovereignty. Okay? And the word sovereignty means not a slave. That's what the word sovereign actually means. It comes from Latin, super, S-U-P-E-R, or S-U-V-E-R, which is where we get the first part, sover, okay? And that means above or beyond. And then the word reign in English comes from the Latin word regnum, which means the control or rulership of someone, okay? It comes from the Latin rex regis, which is king. Okay, so a sovereign is king or queen in traditional terms. But in spiritual terms, the word sovereign, then we put those two together. Sover, coming from suver, super, means above or beyond, and then reign, coming from regnum, meaning control or rulership. A sovereign is one who is beyond control or beyond being ruled from the outside from someone else. So therefore it means you're not a slave. Sovereign means not a slave. Sovereignty means you're not under the condition of slavery, and therefore you are a free being. And that's all it ever has meant. It doesn't mean anything else. That's why I said at the beginning of the day, every person here is a sovereign. None of you are legitimately slaves. It doesn't make a difference whether I'm telling you you're a sovereign. I don't care whether you accept it. I don't care whether you know it. It doesn't make a difference. You're already sovereign. Slavery is inherently illegitimate, period. Okay? So every being on this planet is a sovereign being, whether they know or understand that or not. Period, the end. And can never be any other way. Okay? Even though we're held under the condition of slavery, that condition is inherently an illusion and illegitimate. Okay? And it's going to be ended. It's going to be a matter of how much energy and suffering is going to take to get that done. But the point I'm making here is that this is the real thing, and anything that is not that is an illusion. And again, that's where what gets created by the internal negative expression, illusion or confusion, not understanding what you really are. Someone in fear and ignorance doesn't understand their sovereignty. They're in a state of internal anarchy. There's no ruler at home. See, this is a ruler. Sovereignty meaning that I rule myself. I am the internal monarch of me, of my physical vessel called my body. I'm the one who's in charge of it. I'm the one who's ruling it. There's nobody outside of me that rules over me. Okay? So the internal state of monarchy is very important. There needs to be self-control. There needs to be self-ownership. There needs to be self-rulership. All right? When you're in a state of confusion, there's no monarch at home. There's internal anarchy, which is a very bad thing. We need external anarchy, but not internal anarchy. Okay, we need the rulership in the house, inside, not outside of ourselves, not with anybody else, with us inside of ourselves. All right, so then there's an external expression. Once these three things manifest, something happens in the society. Well, if the society opened up their consciousness to truth, they became knowledgeable, they accepted what is, and they know themselves, they know who they truly are, they're all sovereigns, okay? There's no such thing as the legitimacy to outside control over another person, which is called slavery. Then there will be true freedom in a society. That's the state of external anarchy, and I'll be breaking down what anarchy really means and is about later, okay? So, if we're in fear, ignorance, and confusion, all that can ever manifest is a society that is in slavery. I really do need to change this slide. I've said it before. I need to take out the word control and just put slavery there, because even control is a euphemism. Okay? When we're in these conditions, it leads to nothing but slavery, which is the external control of other people by ever less and less, more and more centralized groups of other people. Okay? So, once that external condition manifests, then we have a final result or manifestation in our shared experience, which is either the state of order, which is manifested goodness and all the things we say we want for ourselves, or it's a state of chaos or manifested evil, or all the things we say we don't want for ourselves. That is how natural law functions. Okay? How do we get either of those conditions? Well, we either understand the difference between right and wrong, or we do not. And I'll be going through that in a moment. But one last thing I want to say about this chart, and you can always go back to the chart for reference, but these are unilateral. You cannot cross over into this column from this column. If you start with this, with love, with the expansion of consciousness, you can only get the acceptance of truth or knowledge. You can only get sovereignty, freedom, and order. Okay? If you start with fear, you can only get ignorance, confusion, control, and chaos. You cannot, in other words, if you start with fear, you can't get knowledge. If you're in a state of ignorance, you can't understand your own sovereignty. Okay? If you're trying to work through control of other people, you can't really generate order. You certainly aren't going to generate freedom or order in a society. There's no crossover in the chart. They're unilateral columns. Keep that in mind. So, natural law is ultimately about knowing the difference between right and wrong, which determines what our whole society is going to be like. So the word conscience, again, is knowledge. It comes from the Latin, the prefix con, meaning together, and the Latin verb sciere, where we get the word science from, which means to know or to understand. Conscience literally then means to know together. In other words, common sense. It is the knowledge, the common coming together knowledge that we should all share and have together of the objective difference between right and wrong action, between right action and wrong action. That is what conscience is. It is knowledge. The exercise of conscience is action. So what is the difference between right and wrong? And yes, it can be summed up in as simple of a chart such as this. It is not any more complicated than that. Okay? The problem with the world is you could go on the street, you could ask your family members and friends, please define for me what a right is, and they will not be able to do it. Not effectively, not truthfully, not actually truly get the answer right. There is such a thing as the correct answer to what is the definition of a right. And the problem here on earth is that 99.9% of the people of the earth cannot give that correct answer. But there is a correct answer to that question. What is a right? Okay? Right is that which is both correct and moral. Right is that which is both correct and moral. Okay? So that's why if we say, what's the answer to that question? And you give the right answer, it was the correct answer. If you follow something which is correct, which is in harmony with truth, you are going to arrive at something that is based in morality because it is in alignment with natural law. If you follow that which is wrong, it is both incorrect and immoral. When you give the incorrect answer to a question, you say, that was wrong, that's not the correct answer. But wrong, we also use the same word to mean immoral. That was a wrong behavior to do to your fellow human being. It was in opposition to natural law. The actions that we take that are rights do not result in harm to other beings. By definition, that is what a right is. A right is an action that does not result in harm to another being. That's it. That is what a right is. Consequently, a wrong is an action that results in harm to other beings. Very, very simple, demystified concept of right and wrong. And that's all it is and all it ever has been. And it is that simple, if we get our ego out of the way. Right and wrong are both objective and knowable. Objective, they exist independently of human perception. There is an actual, tangible effect that happens in the natural world when harm results. Therefore, it's not a subjective thing. It's not something that I can make up, that an action is right or wrong. Either I know that an action is right or I know that an action is wrong. It is objective, and all we can do is align our perception to the reality that is already there or not. It is knowable. Right and wrong are not super mystified, overly complicated concepts that human beings can't readily understand and know, very simply. We need to demystify these concepts in the same way we demystified things like the definition of the occult. Okay? Right and wrong are both objective and knowable. They're not based in perception, just like truth is not based in perception. Because right and wrong are based in truth or falsehood and deception. This is what is true. This is what is false. Okay? If you are pursuing that which is correct and based in truth, you are pursuing that which is moral and in harmony with natural law. If you are not pursuing things that are based in truth, you are going to continue to go into opposition with natural law and get a negative result. How do we know what rights are? An exercise for knowing what actions are rights is by knowing what actions are not rights. See, that's where the catch comes in. You couldn't possibly list all your rights. No one could. You'd be here for eternity, listing all the things that you could possibly do that don't cause harm to another person. But we could have a very, very, very short list of the actions that you could do that could cause harm to another person, and I'll tell you something else. I could say one word that sums up all the wrongdoings that anybody could ever do to anybody else, which we'll get to. Rights are most easily understood when they are considered through what is known as apophatic inquiry, the process of apophatic inquiry or apophasis. Okay, a word many people have never heard, but if you look it up, it's a very, very powerful concept. It means, apophasis comes from the Greek verb apopheni. Okay, apopheni in Greek means to say no or to say what something is not. And that's all it means, okay? So what apophasis is a process where you're going to describe what something is not, All right? So when we're looking for what a right is, we can't really define it in the affirmative. Apophatic inquiry is negative inquiry. It's affirmation through the process of negation. You're weeding out what something is not to get to the essence of what it really is. Okay? So a right is something that does not cause harm to other beings. Therefore, to know what a right is, what do we need to know? What actions are those which cause harm to other beings? Then anything that is not those actions is a right. Okay? So, this process helps us to understand what rights actually are by understanding which actions are not rights because they cause harm to others. So, what are the wrongdoings? What are the actions we should not engage in? Well, harmful actions, okay, are anything that harms or defrauds another living being. A living being or their property must have been harmed in order for a violation of natural law or a wrongdoing to have taken place. Any action which does not cause such harm is a right. In other words, if there is no victim, no crime has been committed. There's no such thing as a victimless crime. Okay? Harm has to have been committed, or harm or damage to someone's property. And again, we're going to talk about property and ownership in this section. It's very important to understand. The wrongful actions are a simple list: murder, assault, rape, theft, trespass, and coercion. And again, there are some people who will extend this a little and say willfully lying to another to deprive them of the understanding of truth could also be listed as a natural law transgression or a harmful action. I would agree with that. I'm sticking with the main 6 natural law transgressions that have been talked about traditionally or historically as wrong actions: murder, assault, rape, theft, trespass, and coercion. Okay? Every one of these shares something in common. Every harmful action that a human being is capable of taking is a form of theft. So when I said I could boil it all down to one word that describes all wrongdoing, the word is theft. Every person who is doing something that is harmful to another being is stealing something that is not theirs to take. And we could go through it. Just here's the list of harmful actions. You could think about this even through the lunch break and come back and see if you can find an action that falls into a harmful action that is not one of these things, okay? And in some form or fashion, it is a form of theft. No wrong action is not theft. All wrong actions are forms of theft, okay? Is murder theft? What are you taking when you murder? A life that did not belong to you. You're snuffing out incarnation and physical presence in a physical vehicle called a body that did not belong to you. That experience that being is having, they're in the physical domain, in the physical vehicle, that's their individuated experience called their life, that doesn't belong to you, that belongs to them. So you murder that being, okay, whether it's a human being or an animal being, you murder them, that's a wrongdoing. Assault, that's taking the physical well-being in the flesh, in the body, in the physical vehicle from another person. Well, my physical well-being is my property. It doesn't belong to somebody else. Someone wouldn't just have a right to come up here with a hammer and crush my fingers. Why? Because they're my property and I'm using them and I'm responsible for them and I'm not harming anybody with what I'm doing with them, and therefore that would be an assault. Wouldn't be killing me, but you'd be assaulting my physical body. Okay? Rape. Are you stealing something when you rape someone? Sure you are. Okay? You're stealing their free will to sexually associate with whom they choose to sexually associate. So that's a theft. Theft, the simple theft of physical property. If somebody just tried to steal my laser pointer from me, it's a wrongdoing. This is lawfully, rightfully my property. Why? Because I'm in rightful possession of it. I didn't harm or defraud someone else to acquire this, okay? And I'm using it. And we'll talk about possession, what constitutes possession, ownership in a little bit. But physical taking of objects from other people is also theft. Trespass. Are you stealing something if you trespass in someone's home? Sure you are. You're stealing their security in their own living space, which you don't have a right to take from someone else. Okay? You're making them feel threatened. Coercion, is that theft? That's direct taking of free will from somebody else, saying, you must comply with my will. I'm going to force you under duress, the physical threat of harm to your body. Okay? That's coercion, that's a form of theft. All wrongdoings are forms of theft. No action that is a right is a form of theft. You are not taking anything from someone else that does not belong to you when you are performing a right action. Every instance, 100% of the time that is a wrongdoing, a wrong action, you are stealing when you are doing it in some form or fashion. And let me just take that back one slide. I just wanted to mention, life, rights, and freedom all fall under the category of property. Okay? Someone's life is their own property, their rights are their own property, and their freedom is their property. Okay? And whenever any of these things are taken, life, rights, or freedom, that is a theft, it is a wrongdoing. There is no such thing as the delegation of a wrongdoing. I cannot tell anybody else, you have clearance and now have a right to go and commit a wrongdoing. There is no such thing. No such allowance exists in the universe under natural law. This means that if a specific action is not a right for any single individual anywhere in the universe, then that same action can never be delegated, granted, or licensed to any other individual or group and then magically deemed or called a quote-unquote right. That action would forever remain a wrong under natural law. Okay? So, if I cannot tax another individual's labor and say, you have to give me a certain percentage of what you have earned. Okay, if I can't do that individually, there's no such thing as a right for a group of people to do that to other individuals. Okay? If I cannot tell someone sitting in the audience, you yourself may not ingest a particular compound into your physical vehicle called your body, okay? Then how can anybody else make a, quote, law that says, we are going to prevent you from the ingestion of a physical compound that we deem off limits for human consumption? What that is a claim of ownership on your body. Just think of those two situations right there. Taxation and prohibition. Are they not claims of ownership on another human being, which equates to slavery? If the product of someone else's labor is just that, product, their production, their property that they have created. Producere in Latin means to create or to make. You have made something. Okay? That is your creation. Do I have the right to just take it? No. If it's not a free will decision, it's based in coercion and therefore based in violence. All taxation is based in violence. I don't care whether it's property tax, income tax, excise tax, corporate tax, death tax, you name it, all of them are violence. All. 100%. See, that's the other thing in this presentation. The ego has a hard time with absolutes. You know, one of the most scary things to the ego is that the truth is absolute. The human being doesn't want to deal with absolutes. It loves relativism. Okay? The satanic mindset loves relativism. It likes saying everything is just hazy and fuzzy and shades of gray. It doesn't want to see there are black and whites. There are absolutes. There are certain things you can say that are blanket statements that are 100% true. Okay? And that's one of them. All forms of taxation are violence. Okay? Prohibition. How could an action in the 1920s, it was legal and lawful and not punishable by any, punishment that the state could do to you. Then suddenly laws go into effect. Now the ownership, making, or consumption of alcoholic beverages is now illegal. Well, was it moral before? And then upon the passing of that law it became immoral? Was it a right, and then somehow we magically everywhere in this country lost a natural existing right? And then when Prohibition was repealed through whatever amendment, what was it, the 26th, somehow we magically gained that right back. And it went from being first a moral behavior to an immoral behavior back to a moral behavior again. That makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? Well, that's moral relativism. And all man's law is built upon moral relativism. The idea that right and wrong are a whim, are just a choice that we get to make. It's not an objective truth that needs to be discovered by human beings and then acted in accordance with. No. Man can get to make that up. And you know what that's called? That's called man being God. Determining what right and wrong is because we say it's that way. That's what that's called. Okay? So you can never delegate a wrong, nor can you ever tell somebody they may not actually exercise an action that really is a right. There is no such thing as being able to delegate that to a group of people and then calling that their right to do that or enforce that. Another part of knowing what rights are is understanding that population, when it comes to rights, is completely meaningless and insignificant. It plays no bearing on it. Okay, what is right for an individual would be right for 100 trillion individuals. What is wrong for a single individual would be wrong no matter how many people agree that they can somehow magically turn it into a right. Natural law holds true regardless of a population's belief systems. No matter how many people agree that a wrong can be turned into a right or that a right can be turned into a wrong, such things can never be done in reality. People can only believe in their erroneous mindset that they can claim such illogical reversals and that this will somehow magically make it so. Unfortunately, most human beings erroneously believe that it is somehow morally possible for them to quote-unquote create and quote-unquote delegate quote-unquote rights which do not exist, or to take away rights that actually do exist. And these things can never actually be done. We can only believe that we can do those things. And you know what? Most people believe those things can be done. I tell people the best example or exercise that you could go through mentally to understand what is a right or what is not a right when you're in doubt is to just visualize a scenario of an entire planet where there are only two people living on it. Two individuals living on a planet in isolation. If the behavior in question that you are trying to determine whether it is a right or a wrong, in that instance, okay, is moral for that person to perform upon the other, then it is a universal right. If in that instance that behavior would be violence or coercive or some form of theft, then it doesn't make a difference how many people endorse or engage in it. It's still violence, it's still theft, and it's still wrong. Okay? And it doesn't matter how many people believe otherwise. I could be the only human being in the entire manifested universe that believed that taxation was violence, theft, and wrongdoing. And it would still be the truth. If every single other being in the entire cosmos thought that it was a right, it still wouldn't be a right. It would still be a wrongdoing because it's based in violence, it's based in theft, it's based in coercion, and it's a form of slavery. Just to go back to those two examples, perfect example, taxation. If I'm making a claim on someone else's labor, am I not making a claim on their body? You produce what you produce, you've done with your body. So if I say the production value of what you have brought forth or created as a result of what you've done with your body now belongs to me, by extension, am I not saying your body belongs to me? That is exactly what the claim of taxation is. It's the claim of the ownership on the body of another person. And what is the claim of an ownership on the body of another person called? Slavery. Okay? Prohibition. If I tell a gentleman or a woman in the audience, I've just decided in our situation here where we're only two people on the earth, okay? Me and one other person. I've decided all carrots on this planet are off limits for human consumption. I don't like them. I think they smell. I don't want you eating them. I don't like how they taste, period. Okay? Have I not just made a claim of ownership on your body? Just because I find carrots deplorable or distasteful. Okay? Your body is your property. What goes into it is up to you. I can't tell you what to put in your house or your car because your house and car are your property. Why should I be able to tell you what you can and cannot put into your own body? Which is intimately more your own property than any physical possession. Okay? Telling someone what they may or not ingest is a claim of ownership on the body. A claim of ownership on the body is called slavery. All prohibition, no matter what substance it's for, is a form of slavery. And it's all morally wrong. And that doesn't mean I'm telling you go bang heroin into your arm later on, okay? Because I would think that would be a very unwise decision to make. I've never snorted a line of cocaine in my life. A lot of my friends think I'm weird for that, Wouldn't do it. I find it deplorable. But you know what? I would die for another person's right to put that substance into their body if they so choose, even though I don't find it a good decision. You know why? I know what I own and I know what I don't own, and I don't own other people. So if you want to put rat poison into your own body by drinking the fluoridated water, that's your business. I think it's a bad idea. I think you should get a reverse osmosis system and get that crap out of your water, but hey, it's your body, So I think we need to understand and respect those boundaries, and that's the problem. Most people don't. Most people condone violence indirectly and think that they're moral. They believe they're moral people, and it's because they don't understand property and ownership. All rights are ultimately property rights. This makes the understanding of what we rightfully own and do not own of critical importance. Okay? You have to know what you own and you have to know what you don't own. All right? To own something, what does it mean to own something? To own a thing means that regarding that particular thing, an individual will maintain three things over that piece of property. And that is rightful possession, control of its usage, and responsibility for it. So why do I own this computer? Actually, I don't really own this computer. Barb does. I don't own a Mac laptop. I have a Linux laptop and I have a Windows laptop, but this is actually Barb's. Let me use a different example. This phone. Okay, so I do own this phone. Okay, so why do I own this phone? Well, I acquired it rightfully. I didn't take it. I didn't steal it from somebody. Okay, I didn't harm somebody to acquire this. Do I control the usage of this phone? Well, nobody else controls it. Other people's information isn't in here. My contacts are in here. My calendars are in here. My photos are in here. It's my information. I control what goes on in this phone, what is loaded into it, what is deleted from it. Am I responsible for this phone? Well, if I want to hold on to it, I need to be. That's why we have to be responsible for what our rights are and are not if we want to hold on to them and not lose them. See, that's the problem. We're not being responsible with what we actually do possess, namely rights. And that's why we're losing them. Okay? If I wasn't responsible for this, I could easily lose it. I am responsible for it. So I maintain rightful possession, control its usage, and I'm responsible for it. And this is what needs to be done with the body. We need to be in rightful possession of the body, through having a clear mind, through having clear thoughts that are in harmony with truth. We need to control the usage of the body. This is self-control, self-ownership. And we need to be responsible for what we do with our bodies and our rights. And unfortunately, most people don't understand this. They don't understand there is no such thing as the legitimacy of slavery or coercion. Other people don't own me. I own myself. No one else legitimately owns you. You own yourself and are responsible for yourself. All natural law actually can be reduced to a single spiritual law that I could state in two words. And this is the key to understanding everything that is going on here on the earth. And this is why the people of the earth are in the situation that they are in right now, because they do not understand this single spiritual law. And here is what it is. Don't steal. That's it. There's natural law. There's the 6 o'clock news edition soundbite, ladies and gentlemen. Don't steal. We're on the earth to learn what we own, what we don't own, and what actions we may perform that do not cause harm to others because they are a form of theft. Okay, that's what we are here to learn. And unfortunately, most people aren't getting the lesson. So again, I go back to that question, why is freedom dying? Remember we said the causal factor is that people don't understand natural law. And the reason for that, the main reason our species continues to experiencing a systemic and growing loss of freedom in our lives is because collectively the human species do not deeply understand ownership, what we own and what we do not own, and we continue to commit and condone theft. Commit and condone it. Even if we're not committing it, we're still condoning it. You know? Everybody in the history of humanity who has ever believed in government is condoning theft, and therefore not really living in harmony with the laws of morality. Because if you believe some people are the authorities that get to make up what right and wrongs are, called man's law, okay, which can be in opposition to natural law. If the people in that particular place don't understand natural law, which most of them don't, they can make all kinds of laws that are in opposition to natural law. Oh, we have plenty of them now, you know? And yet, people will say, you got to follow the law. Well, that's saying, well, I condone theft. I condone this person going and taking someone's freedom away because they're doing an action that isn't actually harming somebody else, but it's deplorable to me. I want to have it off limits for consumption. Okay? There is a law that governs freedom, and this is the last part of this section before we go to our break. And I'm pretty much right on time, which is odd, because I'm usually running way behind. There is a law that governs whether freedom manifests in a society or slavery manifests in a society. I call this simply the law of freedom. It sounds like an oxymoron, you know, law and freedom. But there is a law that governs freedom. Freedom, and here it is, this is it, stated right here. Freedom and morality are directly proportional. It is a mathematical law. A mathematical spiritual law. Freedom and morality are directly proportional to each other. The aggregate amount of truth and morality that is present in the lives of the people of any given society as a whole is going to be directly proportional to the amount of freedom and order that is going to be found in that society. And it will be inversely proportional to the presence of chaos, tyranny, and slavery that is present in that society. So then the answer to, again, this is the key to understanding the human condition. If the human condition is chaos, if the human condition is tyranny, if the human condition is slavery, well, why has that manifested? Well, just write that law down. Freedom and morality are directly proportional. So then, if we have a state where we don't have freedom, what condition had to underlie that? What had to be the causal factor? Immorality. Immoral behavior had to lead to a condition of tyranny, slavery, and chaos. So the answer, can we as humanity in the aggregate be a moral people? And again, I'm not trying to say that's our nature. What I'm saying is that's the human condition that can be changed by an act of free will and by knowledge. By really deeply taking the knowledge of right and wrong into our minds and hearts and then exercising conscience, then we can change that condition. It's not that way permanently. We are not an immoral people permanently. But right now, humanity is an immoral species. Cannot be any other way. Cannot be any other way. Because the test for that, the actual observable conditions are the test for that, the proof of it. If you look at society and it's in a state of chaos, it's in a state of degradation, it's in a state of tyranny and slavery and continuing to go down like that, by definition, The people in the aggregate sense. It doesn't mean there can't be good people who do know morality within that society. It can't even mean there can't be a lot of them. But in the aggregate, the vast majority of those people, by definition, must be living in a moral life. By definition, by law, beyond just definition, by law, it must be that way. So if we want to change that condition, by law, the law of freedom, if you want more freedom, you have to understand the objective difference between right and wrong and then apply it in your life. And stop condoning the things that are in opposition to natural law, to the laws of morality. As morality increases, freedom increases. As morality declines, freedom declines. And we have to get out of this air of knowing that we are moral, the false illusion of thinking about what a moral human being constitutes, about what being a moral human being constitutes. That's altogether different than truly knowing the difference between right and wrong and actively choosing the right action over the wrong action in every moment of your life that you can do that. Okay? Those two things are completely different from each other. Believing someone is a moral human being is completely different than them actually being a moral human being. They're worlds of difference. True freedom, ladies and gentlemen, can never, underline it 25 times, can never, not just won't, okay? It is an impossibility under law for true freedom ever to manifest in a society that embraces moral relativism. Okay? And this is, again, this notion of moral relativism is what so many people have bought into. Government is moral relativism. Okay? The New Age movement is touting moral relativism. And what moral relativism is, and then I'll tell you really what it comes from and is a part of, okay? Moral relativism is the idea that there is no objective difference between right and wrong behavior. So humanity itself, human beings, can actually arbitrarily decide or create what right and wrong are for themselves. Okay? So let's just look at marijuana prohibition as just a random thing. Okay? Is there such a thing as whether the ingestion, growth, sharing, selling of the marijuana leaf plant, the cannabis plant, okay, is a right or a wrong? Well, go back to the example. 2 people on the earth, cannabis plant. Could I ingest that? Or would somebody else have a right to stop me from ingesting that? Now, I'm saying, can I ingest it? If I did ingest a compound and then I went nuts on it and tried to attack somebody else, they have every defensive right to stop me from performing that action. Would somebody have a right to stop me from ingesting a compound that they don't find somehow agreeable? Okay, because I may ingest that compound and take a nap. I may ingest that compound and sit and meditate on and contemplate life for a half an hour or an hour or so. I may ingest that compound and go for a swim, okay? The point is that person would not have a right to stop me physically by some form of force from ingesting something into my body. So the ingestion of that compound is a universal right because I own my body, it's my property, and I get to decide what gets put in it or does not get to put in it, okay? So if you make a law that says I am allowed to prevent people from the ingestion of a particular compound, is that in harmony with natural law or is it in opposition to natural law? It's in opposition to natural law. So then could man's law possibly be based in moral objectivism? Absolutely, completely impossible. By embracing that it is okay to pass a law like that, you have embraced moral relativism. And the fact that society isn't in an outcry against that, and believe me, I think there are many other wars that we could wage other than just waging the war against the war on drugs, okay? I think the real war has to be the war in truly getting out of mind control and understanding the difference between right and wrong personally. But The fact that there is no moral outcry about all drug laws, about all tax laws, okay, is proof that people are entrapped in a state of moral relativism in their own minds. And this idea is satanic, okay? And I'm not asking you to believe that. I'm telling you because, again, my background comes from dark occultism. I know what I know largely because I worked with the people who are in control of the world for 10 years of my life. And I'm telling you, moral relativism is one of the main foundational tenets of Satanism. It is one of the foundational tenets of the satanic religion, which is what's ultimately controlling this world. All right? If you embrace moral relativism, the idea that man gets to decide what's right or wrong for himself, you're going into a prison and you're staying there. That is the law of freedom. Get used to it and get over it. Understand that that's just how the universal laws of consciousness work. And as soon as we understand that, we'll start building a world that's going to be increasing in freedom because the people of that society will be increasing in true morality. Moral relativism is guaranteeing the slavery of the human species. It's a very dangerous trend, and it's not just being propagated by the powers that should not be in this world, or the dark occult. It is being propagated by the so-called New Age movement. The claim that the difference between right and wrong, it's dualistic. Mark, you're being so dualistic. No, I'm exercising discernment and judgment over what will move us forward as a species and what will not. Over what will lead to freedom and what cannot lead to freedom. Such thinking, moral relativism, is the very dynamic that is enslaving our species. And until we are out of it, we are not going to be out of the chains that bind us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a break right there. That's the end of our first section. Thank you. Wrapped up about 7 minutes early, so we have a little bit extra time for lunch. Please be back here a little bit before 2. I'm going to attempt to begin the second part of the seminar promptly at 2 p.m. Thank you. And we left off in the previous section talking about moral relativism and how that's really going to keep the dynamic on our planet the way it is. So with that having been said, I'm going to jump into some more of the topics regarding what it really means to be awake. This past section that we just completed here with an explanation of what moral relativism is and what it basically brings into manifestation has been all about natural law. And a huge part of what understanding natural law means is about balancing what I call the two principles or pillars of enlightenment. So being awake means knowing and living both of the pillars or the principles of enlightenment, both the sacred feminine principle of non-aggression and the sacred masculine principle of self-defense. And this is actually a part of what it means to understand natural law as well. To understand these two principles, we have to become very, very, very clear about a specific dichotomy or difference that is very real and exists in the natural world. And when people talk about these two concepts, they often speak about them as if they are equivalents of each other. And I can absolutely assure you they are nothing of the kind. They are not equivalents. They are actually, people use them interchangeably often, and that's a complete logical fallacy and an error. In fact, these dynamics that you're seeing here on the screen are complete diametric opposites to each other and should never be spoken about interchangeably or as if they are the same thing. Force and violence are opposites from each other. Violence is something we should never ever be engaged in. But that does not mean that there aren't times when there is an appropriate usage and a rightful usage of defensive force. And force should always be used in a defensive capacity only, not for aggression. So violence, the key thing to keep in mind when you try to understand what violence actually is, not what people say that it is that this key thing right here. It is the immoral initiation of physical power to do something, to coerce, to compel, or to restrain. It's always immoral, and it's always initiated. Violence means that you started something that you didn't have the right to start. Okay? So let me give two examples here. I'll explain the difference between force and violence, and then I want to give two clear examples that illustrate the dichotomy, the clear difference. Force is the capacity for a human being to do work or cause physical change in the physical domain that we live in. It's energy, it is strength, it is active power applied in the world. It's ultimately action that is in harmony with morality and natural law because it does not violate the rights of other beings. And that's what violence comes from. The word violence comes from to violate. We are violating someone's rights when we employ violence. Okay? Force, we have the right to take it. We possess the right to use force. And this includes acting in a defensive capacity when we are accosted with violence. Violence, however, is always immoral, and therefore one never actually possesses a right to use violence. So you can't say, I had a right to do that violent behavior. There's no such thing as a right to do violent behavior. If you're doing violent behavior, you're violating someone else's rights, which you have no right to do. So, two examples, okay? Let's say there's two children who are in trouble in school because they were engaged in fisticuffs, okay? One child was accosted near the lunchroom in the hallway by another child, and the child who was acting as a bully demanded some of the lunch money of child one, okay? And said, give me this lunch money or I'm going to do such and such to you. Well, that's a threat of violence. And if the other child then said, no, I'm not giving you my lunch money, it's mine, you don't have a right to steal that from me just because you're bigger than me and you're threatening me, with hitting me or whatever. The child number two, okay, has a right to say no, first and foremost. And if child number one then were to turn that toward a violent encounter, meaning he tried to push or shove or hit the other child, child two would have a right to physically defend himself with the use of force in that situation. Now, you'll see the examples where a teacher comes over when, these two kids had been maybe possibly going at each other after an incident like that took place, and they'll say something to the effect of, the child number two might try to explain, here's why I defended myself, and the teacher might say something to the effect of, I don't care who started it. You're both doing something that you shouldn't be doing. You're both being violent. That teacher would be incorrect. Okay, as hard for that is as some people to understand or comprehend. Only one act of violence had taken place, and that is by child number one coercing child number two and then using physical power to continue to try to coerce that child into giving up what was not rightfully the property of child number one. So it's who started it does matter. As a matter of fact, that's really the only thing that matters. So when a child or a teacher or a parent says to a child, it doesn't make a difference who started it, they're completely wrong. All that matters in an encounter that involves physical force is who started it. Because the violent one is the person who immorally initiated that physical power. The person who responded with defensive capacity of force was in the right to respond that way, once that person didn't respond to the word no. Okay, I would say you can tell an attacker or a person who's being violent to you one time, stop, no, I don't agree to this. And then if you use defensive force after that, that is within your rights to do so. And it's another thing, people have been well domesticated to not understand. Well domesticated, okay? So, and it's a big, huge part of the New Age movement, you know, propagating this notion that, you know, there's never a right to defend oneself physically in the physical world. Remember, the theme here today is spirit in the flesh. Not off in some wonderland or fantasy world with our head in the stars, but having your feet firmly anchored on the ground and understanding what does happen here matters. Understanding, yes, we are spiritual beings, but we are having an experience in the physical domain that matters. So this simple chart illustrates this difference very clearly in that when you're using force, okay, in a defensive capacity, that's only when you are responding to a situation where someone had already immorally initiated violence against you. That's when you have that right to use defensive force, and that right always exists. Violence, once again, you never possess the right to take it because it is always starting something that you had no right to begin. That's the key point to keep in mind. Violence is the initiation of physical power in an immoral capacity. Now, here's another example. You say to people, consider the sport of boxing. Is boxing violent? And most people will say, yeah, boxing is very violent. And I'll tell you, no, boxing is not violent at all. There's no violence engaged in the sport of boxing at all, okay? Boxing is a forceful competition between two willing participants. If you look at the action that's involved in boxing, tell me where the coercion of free will comes into the picture. Do both participants agree to be there? Dog fighting is violent. You know, those dogs don't have that choice. They're thrown in there and made to perform that behavior essentially by putting them together in an unnatural way. Okay, that's violence. People doing that to animals when they have no right to do that. Boxing, however, is two people using their own free will capacities to decide we're both going to participate in this. So if rights aren't violated, violence hasn't occurred. And this is the danger of the obfuscation of the definitions of words. Most people cannot tell you the difference between these two things. They think they're equivalent, okay? And hence, when somebody even uses that term, boxing is violent, this further obfuscates the difference in people's minds. So, it would be a very, very difficult thing to decondition people from saying boxing is violent, but to know it in your mind, it is not. It is a willful engagement in a participation of a competition that involves the usage of force by both sides. But since no one's rights are being violated in that competition, it is not violent. Okay? The two pillars of enlightenment are about understanding both the sacred feminine principle of non-aggression and the sacred masculine principle of self-defense. No enlightened or awakened human being, okay, only has a halfway understanding of these. The understanding has to be total. It has to be complete on both sides, on both principles, for someone to consider themselves truly awake. The sacred feminine or non-aggression principle is the first pillar of enlightenment. It states, do not engage in violence. Very simply. Can't get any simpler than that, because violence is always immoral. You never have a right to engage in it. Okay? In other words, do not immorally initiate the non-rightful use of physical power to coerce, constrain, or compel the rightful physical behavior or free will choice of another sentient being. That is the non-aggression principle. Don't attack someone else. Don't stop someone else from engaging in their behavior if their behavior wasn't violent. Okay? Now, that has to be, now, most people who are of a more religious mindset or a New Age mindset grasp this one. They get it. And they usually teach that one to other people as well. So they don't have a problem with that one. But many people have a problem with the second part of this, which is the sacred masculine principle of self-defense. And there's a reason that this is something that is so ingrained in the population, because dominators, controllers, the people who claim that there are authorities, want to claim that they have a 100% monopoly on the usage of physical force, that no one else may engage the usage of physical force in a defensive capacity as a right which they naturally possess, that you have to defer to someone else and beg them to do that for you if you're accosted by violence. The second pillar of enlightenment is the sacred masculine principle, also called the principle of self-defense. This principle states that sentient beings have the inherent right to use force to defend themselves from violence that is conducted upon them by another. Inherently, you possess that right already. Every person here possesses that right. If someone were to start treating you violently, attacking you, using aggression against you, coercing you, trying to put you under duress or threat of violence if you did not comply with their will, you have a right to physically defend yourself. I would say you first have the right to say no to that attack, and then if the attack continues, then you have a right to put it down by whatever amount of force required to do that. So, halfway understanding about either of these principles will not result in freedom. Anybody who is only understanding of one half of this equation is still asleep. They're still unconscious. And I look at two large groups of people that don't understand half the equation. So you have what I call the My Freedom Movement crowd, okay? These are the people that advocate supposedly for freedom, but really it's all about their personal interests, okay? It's about my country, my political party, etc., okay? It's not about freedom for everybody. You know, it's not about freedom from suffering for all beings. It's not about freedom from ignorance. It's about, what are my interests? I support that, and if I am stopped from somehow doing that, then, now, I become an activist. Not because I'm here to do what's right and support natural law rights, because many of them don't even understand that. So they often leave out the non-aggression principle, the sacred feminine principle, because you'll see these people still advocating for imperialism and war and aggression in other places that serve American interests, So they're leaving out compassion toward others in many cases because those others happen not to be just like them. So I don't call them the freedom movement, I call them the My Freedom Movement. They're very different than the freedom movement, which we don't really have one. The opposite side, and that would be, of course, we're talking about left brain imbalance in those individuals, right? Now, you see the right brain imbalance manifested in, of course, the New Age movement. The New Age movement are other halfwayers, okay, that leave out the sacred masculine principle of standing up for your rights, standing up for your inherent right to defend yourself, saying no to violence, and using defensive force if necessary to defend yourself from it. These people want to leave that out of the equation and say, no, it's always about being passive. If you're defending yourself with force, you're no better than the person who engaged in violence. Really? I'm exercising a right, an inherent right, but I'm no better than the person that just immorally initiated coercive violence? How does that make any logical sense? So this halfway understanding needs to go. You have to get both of those principles or you're not all the way there. And it's a very difficult thing because so many people are trapped in different illusory mindsets that deliberately wall them off from the complete understanding. Both of these principles have to be in effect. That's what real enlightenment looks like. It means you're not engaged in violence at all. It means you're not going to conduct it and you're not going to take it either. It's called do no harm, but take no shit. That's what real enlightenment is about. Defensive force is not violence. It is a right. It is a natural, inherent right. So if this thug accosts me on the street with a handgun and I happen to be carrying my own, all I would have to do is ask him one time, stop, you have no right to do what you're doing. And then if he refused to stop and I beat him to the draw, that's my right. I don't have to choose that right. I could allow him to continue to do what he's doing. That's also a right. I think it doesn't make much sense. I think you're not really engaged in any true, and see, I don't think you're really engaged in any true self-love if you would just allow violence to be conducted upon you unchecked and unanswered. I don't think that involves real self-respect. People always give me the argument that, well, you're so attached to things that you would shoot somebody over trying to rob your things? No, I'm not attached to things at all. I'm not attached to material possessions at all. It's not about the material possession. It's about someone just threatened my life, which isn't theirs. It doesn't belong to them. You know? That they would care so much about things that they're going to put my life in the balance by pointing a weapon capable of killing somebody at my face or body, and that action's going to go unchecked. You know, that doesn't make much common sense to me. But would it be a right to just let it go? Yeah, it would be a right, because you're not harming someone you had no right to harm. But would also taking that person out if they refuse to stop be a right? Yes, it would. Because I'm not harming someone that is undeserving of harm. That person has abdicated their rights to remain unharmed once they performed an action like that. Therefore, I have a right to respond defensively with whatever amount of force would be required to put that action down. Okay, and I know that is a right. I'm not asking you to believe my position. I'm telling you that's the way it actually is in reality. I know that truth. Okay? People who are awake know that is a truth, because they have integrated the sacred masculine in with the sacred feminine principle of non-aggression. They need to be wed. They need to be wed in sacred union. That is the sacred union of alchemy right there. It's not about blending metals. It's not about, even blending, mystical forces or anything like that. Alchemy is about the marriage between those two sacred principles and bringing them into perfect union and balance with each other, such that you are not aggressing against others and you are not willing to accept aggression upon yourself. That's what real self-love and self-respect is about. So, does violent behavior suddenly become a quote-unquote right when government does it? Does that somehow make it a right? Can people delegate violence to a group of individuals and then somehow magically it turns into a right when it was a wrong a second ago? And when government wages theft through taxation, coercion through taxation, that doesn't somehow equal violence? If they try to shut down free speech and assembly, this happened in the state of Pennsylvania, where I'm from, right there. Okay? People gathered to protest the G20 conference coming into Pittsburgh, and the city of Pittsburgh with the police, the whole city council in collusion with the police of that state, and every one of them went along with it like good Nazis, shut down free speech in the whole city, saying, we are suspending the right to assemble. No one can be on the street and protest. No one can be on the street and speak. And they used LRAD cannons, which is long-range acoustical device, which means sound so strong it's capable of breaking the human eardrum and deafening a person, on people who dared to stand up and speak their mind about the types of absolute slavery that they're being sold into by these multinational corporations and deals. And they would dare to have told people, you can't be on the street and gather and speak, taking away your first inherent right of free speech and communication with others. But that's not violence, because somehow they have the right to do that. A group of people can get together and give people a magical right that doesn't exist for anybody else. Being awake means knowing ultimately that the whole entire concept of quote-unquote authority is inherently illegitimate because it is based in coercion and violence, and that, quote, government is nothing but a euphemism for slavery. It always has been, it is now, and it will always be slavery, regardless of what anybody thinks about it. Once again, that's not my opinion. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm telling you that's an eternal truth. It's not true because I say that it is. It's true because it's an eternal truth and it is capable of being discovered. But the problem is we're so mind-controlled, most people won't accept that. How does man's law differ from natural law? People will say, well, if there's nobody in charge, how would things work? Well, things are going to work the same way they've always been working, according to the laws of nature. We align ourselves to morality, we will have an orderly experience that is based in freedom. We refuse to align our behavior to the objective laws of morality operating in nature, and you're going to have chaos and enslavement. The end. Natural law is always based in principles and truth. First things, principles. Okay? We set our entire lives based upon those first and most important truths, and things will be orderly. We don't do that, and we base them in rigid and dogmatic belief systems, which may or may not happen to be in harmony with truth. More likely than not, they're not in any kind of harmony with truth, and you're going to have chaos. Natural law is harmonized with by people, okay? It's not complied with because you fear the retribution or punishment. It's harmonized with because you have arrived at an understanding of how it works. Are you complied to obey the laws of gravity? Has anybody forced you to obey gravity lately? We just, on passing through Chicago, we went up to the top of the Willis Tower. It was a great experience. They have a clear glass ledge that you stand on now. You could see 103 stories down like you're standing in the middle of the air. It was awesome. But if someone were to go up to the roof of that building and decide to step off, does it matter what they believe regarding gravity? They could believe in it, they could not believe in it, they're going to end up as a splat on the ground. Like a grape someone just stepped on. Okay, gravity doesn't care about whether you understand it or not. It's not complying you or forcing you to understand it. It's just there. Well, that's how natural law works. It's harmonized with because of our knowledge and understanding of it. So it would probably be a really bad idea to go up to the top of the Willis Tower and step off the ledge of the roof, because you'd have a pretty bad day in a few seconds later, okay? But you don't not do that because anybody's threatening you. You don't do that behavior because you know what the consequence will be if you perform it, because you understand how a law of nature operates. Well, that's how natural law should work. That's how our understanding of natural law should work. We understand what behaviors lead to the betterment of our condition and order and freedom and peace and harmony, and then we understand what behaviors cannot lead to those conditions that we say we want. All right? Natural law is universal. It exists everywhere and applies the same way everywhere in the entire universe, regardless of location or time. Okay? Just like gravity does. It's a universal law. The laws of morality work the same way. They are applicable everywhere in the universe with beings that have the capacity for holistic intelligence. Man's law, however, differs with location based upon the whim of whoever are the legislators in that location. Again, in Pennsylvania, okay, for the rifles that I may possess, I am allowed to have high-capacity magazines according to man's law. So I could have a 30-round magazine for my semi-automatic rifle. I could have a 40-round magazine for my semi-automatic rifle. I could have a drum for my semi-automatic rifle that holds 75 or 100 rounds in it. Okay? But if I were to take any one of those physical possessions 2 miles east of my current location where my house is, I could be thrown in a cage just for the possession of those items, not for ever using them, doing anything with them at all, for possessing them. So that makes a whole lot of sense. It's moral in one location, it's immoral in another location according to man's law. Of course it's not. Possessing an item is either something that is moral or not moral. And I would say possession of any item except another person's life is essentially moral as long as it was yours and you lawfully acquired it. Okay? If you try to possess something that you don't lawfully own, that's called theft, and of course that's immoral. So the whim of legislators is what determines man's law, and that is called, as we talked about before the break, moral relativism. Moral relativism is the idea that there's no such thing as objective right and wrong. We get to make it up based on our preferences, our likes, our whims, and it could be, law can be different in any given location. I give people the example, you go into certain countries in the Middle East, and you could be jailed for listening to a particular kind of music that is outlawed by the government that is essentially bases its laws in Islamic religion. Think about that. Listening to a particular style of music could have your body caged. And people think there's something to be so revered about man's law and put up on some kind of a lofty pedestal, when that's the kind of differences in range that can result in this legislator over here likes things like this legislator over here likes things like this, and that's the kind of differences that we can encounter that have nothing to do whether anybody was harmed or not. And we think that we're somehow a moral people. Natural law is eternal and it is immutable. It cannot be changed by any single thing that any physical being is capable of doing in the universe. It is there, it is eternal, it works the same way at all times and places. Cannot be changed. That's what immutable means. Man's law, however, as we've already talked about, changes with time based upon the whims of legislators as well. So what does this ultimately mean for man's law in light of the knowledge of natural law, in light of the knowledge of the laws of morality that govern the consequences of human behavior? Well, if it will apply some simple if-then logical statements to it, okay? If a particular man-made law happens to be in harmony with the laws of nature and morality, then just think about it logically. That means that it's redundant. It's like writing down on a piece of paper, the sun, as observed from the earth, rises on the eastern horizon and sets on the western horizon. Well, that's true. You writing it down had no effect on its truth or not. Okay? This is what man's law does if it's in harmony with truth. It's just a redundancy. You're stating what is. You're just writing down, stating the truth about what is. So that's not changing it. That's not doing anything to change it. Okay? But think about the opposite. Okay? If it is saying that you must do something or must not do something, okay, and that's out of harmony with natural law, you must turn over the product of your labor. That's violence. That's not in harmony with natural law, yet that's stated in man's law, okay? And you must not put this particular substance into your body even though you're not harming anybody by doing it, and therefore it is a right, okay? You can never actually reverse the condition of morality or immorality that is inherent in those actions. The action still remains either inherently moral or inherently immoral. So if it's in harmony with natural law already, it's stating a truth that is already inherent, it's stating a truth that is pre-existent, and it is therefore self-evident. Therefore, that particular law would be irrelevant and unnecessary, just like writing down on a piece of paper, the sky refracts blue-colored light to the human eye when it is a cloudless day. Well, that's a self-evident truth. Okay? No, writing that down doesn't change the fact that that's what is. Same thing when it comes to man's law. If a particular man-made law is in opposition to natural law, as we've briefly talked about, then it follows logically that it is both false, meaning that it is incorrect, okay, and it is immoral, meaning it is actually doing something that is harmful or supporting something that is harmful, or in other words, wrong. Therefore, that law can never actually be legitimately binding upon anyone. Not legitimately. People think that it is, but it's not legitimate. See, what somebody believes versus what actually exists in nature are two different things. All right, so we've looked at the example, man's law is in harmony with natural law, it's a redundancy, and therefore it is irrelevant. If man's law is out of harmony with natural law, it's always false, it's always immoral, and it can never legitimately be binding upon anyone, and so forth, it's also irrelevant and unnecessary. There is always equality under the laws of nature. It doesn't discriminate. It doesn't change based upon whether you understood it or not either. I give the example. Parents take a toddler, in their terrible twos on a picnic, maybe at a national park, and the toddler wanders away from the picnic table and goes and wanders near a ledge that's maybe 100 feet tall. Well, gravity doesn't care whether that youngster doesn't understand law and how it works. If she steps over the edge, she's going down. It doesn't say, oh my God, look at this cute little girl in her sundress on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. I have to suspend the law of nature because we can't let that wonderful little girl fall. It's an impersonal force. Natural law isn't somebody standing there with a clipboard saying, let me take all these factors into account and then decide what to do. It's a computer program that's running in nature. It gives you unwavering results based on the input. You program the right code into it, it gives you the result you want. You program the bad code into it, it gives you the opposite of what you want, unwaveringly. And that's just how it works, and there's nothing personal to it. It's not a personal force. That's what people have to understand about the laws of nature. They don't care about you. They don't care about you. They're just there and they work the way that they work. And it's up to you to understand them so that you can align your behavior for efficiency, working in accordance with them, working in harmony with them. That's it. So natural law is the same for everybody. It doesn't apply to specific groups differently. Every single individual everywhere in creation has the same rights. No one has any more or less rights than anybody else, because the same behaviors is what we're talking about. If one person over here did this behavior, it's a wrong. If a person over there does that behavior, it's also a wrong. If it's a right for one person, it's a right for all people. There's perfect equality under natural law. Also, since rights are not created by humanity, and since they are the birthright of humanity, that's another place that the word right comes from. It comes from birthright. We have our rights not because anyone granted them to us, but because they are a birthright by the very nature of the fact that we exist in the cosmos. And that birthright was granted to us by the creator of the universe, not by any three-dimensional being in the universe. Since they are the birthright of humanity, gifted to us by the creator of the universe, no human being or group of human beings is actually capable of, quote, granting rights to anyone else, nor is any human being capable of, quote, revoking rights that do exist from anybody else. Yes, they can do those actions, but what I'm talking about is the legitimacy of those actions. Is it real? Okay? Yeah, my free speech rights were shut down in Philadelphia at one point. Passing information to people on a piece of paper, I was told I cannot engage in that behavior. Okay? I'll continue to engage in that behavior. I don't care what law is passed to say I can't do it. Okay? That person may have performed that behavior. I was violently accosted by people who believed erroneously, completely falsely, that they had such a right, but in nature, they did not possess that right and can never possess that right. I'll go even farther than that, and I'll tell you, I did not choose to engage in this behavior because had I done that, the consequences would not have allowed me to keep teaching what I'm teaching and reach more minds, to wake more minds up. But if I decided I did want to put that physical behavior down by whatever amount of force required to do it, including deadly force, it would have been my right to do so. And if you don't know that, you're asleep. You're not awake if you don't know that. Somebody would dare tell you you have no right to speak and then violently put their hands on you to prevent you from speaking? You wouldn't take that from anybody if they weren't in such a so-called position of quote-unquote authority. It's called mind control and bullshit is what it's called. Okay? That's what that's called. Government is mind control. Government is mind control. It actually means mind control. The word means mind control. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Not my opinion, not my interpretation. The word government means mind control. From the Latin governare, meaning to control, and the second part of the word does come from the Latin noun mens mentis, meaning mind. Okay? It means to control the mind, because to believe in it, your mind has to be controlled. You have to be under mind control to believe in the concept that anyone else is an authority over any other living being. Okay? And people want to debate that last part, that mens mentis isn't the root of ment, because ment in English means the state of or the condition of. Well, just go back to the slide that we did on how our reality is built. Okay? Available information controls your processing of the data in the mind, which leads to the behavior, and therefore creates the condition. So the people who brought the English language and amalgamated it together were using older words that represented conceptual ideas. The state of or the condition of anything has to first exist in mind before it gets manifested in physical reality. That's why they use the Latin noun mens mentis, meaning mind, to mean in English the state of or the condition of. So, you know, I don't even want to talk about the validity of that etymology, because it is absolutely valid. That's what it means, it's what it has always meant, and it's the condition that government will always be, the control of other people's mind, to give up their sovereignty, not understanding their sovereignty as individuals, so that they can be controlled. It works through a concept known as jurisdiction. And when you start to break down words, you start to really understand what you're being told through the usage of those words. This is how these satanic systems work. It's all about spells, okay? It's all about word magic and word games. Jurisdiction comes from the Latin jus juris in Latin, which means law. The first part, juris, okay? And then diction. Diction is speech in English. The word diction is an English word, okay? And diction comes from the Latin dictere. The Latin verb dictere means to speak, to say. So we put them together to say the law. Jurisdiction literally means to say the law. I'll say what the law is, and then it will magically be that way. You know? That's why they call themselves authorities. Author. What does an author do? They write things. See? So in your mind, you're thinking they make things right. They make the rights. See? That's how mind control works, through words. And people never see it because they never stop to even break down the word or consider where it came from. Whenever you're hearing or seeing the word authority, you're seeing the word author, which in your mind you equate with writing something. W-R-I-T-I-N-G, writing. But phonetically, that is the same as writing. R-I-G-H-T-I-N-G, writing something, making it right. And the mind doesn't separate those concepts at a subconscious level. Okay? Hence is why they call themselves authorities, writers. And that is what they do. They write down the law. They call themselves legislators. I write down what the law is, and then it magically becomes so, on my whim or preference. And you know what that's called? I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It's called claiming to be God, is what that's called. Authority is nothing more than an illusion that only exists in people who are mentally ill. If you believe in authority, there's disease within the human psyche, period. I don't care who's offended by that. Get as offended about it as you want. Authority exists only in a diseased mind, because the concept is based entirely in violence and built upon the erroneous and dogmatic belief system that some people are masters who have the moral right to issue arbitrarily chosen commands that they call their laws, and other people are the slaves of that ruling class who have some sort of a moral obligation to obey the master class. And we call this authority. You know what I call it? I call it what it really is, slavery. It's called slavery. It always has been slavery, it is slavery now, and it always will be slavery. Let's stop euphemizing things. Let's call bullshit for what it is, okay? There's no inherent legitimacy to the concept of slavery, and never has been, and never will be. And we need to understand that's what that is. Authority is slavery, but we're just euphemizing it and calling it something different. Authority is the belief in the legitimacy of authority is the belief in the legitimacy of slavery. If you believe in authority, you have legitimized the concept of slavery. All believers in authority, all, blanket statement, ego hates blanket statements. All believers in authority are believers in slavery and supporters of it. 100%. Always have been throughout the entire time that the universe has existed, and always will be for as long as the universe exists. Blanket statement. Authority is nothing more than the idea that man can become God and through jurisdiction dictate the law. That's man wanting to be the creator of the universe and decide for himself what right and wrong actually are, instead of discovering those laws of nature that the creator has put into effect. It's the same old story, folks. It goes back for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. There's nothing new. There's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing new here. It's the same story of slavery that's been going on since this species has existed on this planet. It was just called different things throughout time. You know, we had the old world order. It used to be called kingship. Kingship, the sovereign on the throne. Yeah, we still have kings and queens in certain countries. The unimaginable, unmitigated gall. Somebody calling themselves a king over other people. They're my subjects. I mean, you have to be joking. This concept that authority is vested in one. That person's the representative of God on the planet. You know? Has anything changed? Or have we just said, we've taken this old world quote order, you know, I put order in quotations because it can't result in order. It's actually the ancient slavery chaos system. Both of these things. And nothing has changed. Okay? The so-called old world order, nothing of the kind. The old world chaos. Now we have the new world chaos. They call it the New World Order. Well, I put new in quotes here and order in quotes because there's nothing new about it and there's nothing orderly about it. It's the old world chaos, the old world slavery. It just has a different name. We've wrapped it up in a more attractive package. Oh, I see, we have diffused the authority. Now, it's not just vested in one person because people would realize the inherent bullshit in that. It's now vested in a few people that call themselves government. We've taken the same magic, the thing that doesn't actually exist, this magical thing that is based in violence and coercion, and we've just diffused it, you know? We've diffused it to now several people have that magic, okay? I mean, it can't get any more nonsensical, illogical, ridiculous, and immoral. And yet people still believe in it. This is their religion. It's their religion. It's their slavery, is what it is, okay? Because it doesn't make a difference. Authority vested in one, authority vested in few, it's the same thing. Slavery. And Being awake means knowing that definitively, deeply. There's only one true divide that exists in humanity. All the other things that supposedly separate us are divide and conquer strategies. Race, ostensible religion, background, social status, amount of money people make, how people dress, how people talk, what people look like. Divide and conquer. All divide and conquer strategies. Age, sex. It's all just ways of dividing people so that they're easier to conquer and rule. But there is one legitimate difference, and it has to do with the level of consciousness that people are at. And again, consciousness meaning the demystified concept of consciousness that I talked about in the first section, the ability to recognize patterns and meaning with respect to what's taking place within you and around you in your environment. That's it. So how much are you aware of the pattern? How much of the truth are you actually taking in and processing accurately and understanding? That's what I'm talking about by a different level of consciousness. There's only one true division in humanity that separates us into two distinct types of individuals. And that the criterion for that divide, for that difference, is whether or not an individual believes in authority and therefore believes that there is legitimacy to slavery or not. That's it. That's the only real difference between human beings. And this is what it looks like, the one true divide. The statist or the anarchist. And I searched for some memes on social networking to find, a good image that represents the general concept of the statist and the anarchist. You could find 1 million of them for statists. You'll just look at any police brutality image, and there's billions of them online. But I took this kind of funny cartoon meme that says statism is the brilliant idea that we give a small group of people the right to kidnap, imprison, harass, steal from, and kill people so that we can be protected from the people who kidnap, harass, steal from, and kill people. It makes so much logical sense, don't you think? I love the statist argument that we need to be protected from ourselves because human nature is fundamentally bad. So we're going to put the concept of authority into the hands of people whose nature is fundamentally bad to protect us from ourselves because we're fundamentally bad. Wonderful, flawless logic, as you can readily see. Flawless logic. Flawless logic. And it goes back to that worldview schism. That schism about how do you view human nature as well. The human nature schism. Are we inherently good and wonderful beings or inherently flawed and evil demonic beings? When the truth of the matter is, we're neither. Those two conditions are just that, conditions. They're not our nature. Our nature is that we are programmable such that we can become either of those extremes if we're programmed well or badly. So when I was looking for an image to represent anarchy, and anarchists, I didn't see any good ones because they give you these utterly ridiculous concepts of anarchists are people that are all about creating chaos and damage in society. Okay? You look up anarchy on Google Images, anarchist on Google Images, you'll get the so-called black bloc, these children that are nothing but communists in disguise, okay? Who think that communism is anarchy. All right, because they've read the absolutely polluted writings of Karl Marx and Frederick Engels, etc. Okay, and advocate, let's take everything, give all resources into the hands of the state. We'll magically be free then. And then they think anybody who disagrees with them is a dyed-in-the-wool, crony capitalist that believes money is the solution to everything. And human greed should see no bounds. That's why people have a hard time with my work. I don't believe in any of it. I'm out of the mind control. Out. 100% out. All of those systems do nothing but lead to control and slavery. Okay? And that's what other people need to get out. Out is the answer. Out is the solution. Get to the outside of that so you can see it from the outside for what it is. Something that destroys human innovation, creativity, freedom, love, etc. That's all those systems do. That's all they ever have done. So when I was looking for an image to represent a real anarchist, I didn't want to be too egotistical and just put my face up there, or some of my other friends who are also real anarchists. I saw this meme on Facebook and I said, yeah, that's it. Christ, the ultimate spiritual warrior, the ultimate anarchist. And again, please don't fill up my inbox saying, don't you know all about astrotheology? I could write books on astrotheology. I probably may even do that in the future, okay? I get it's allegorical. I get there is doubts to the historicity of the actual historical figure, and I don't care, because it's the message that matters. Who is Christ warring against? He was warring against the established religious institutions of his time, the Pharisees and Sadducees. Okay? When he put out works that went against their so-called law, okay, there was a big uprising against his word. Then the banks of the day became involved, because when he went to the temples and they were charging ridiculous interest rates on temple coins, preventing people who actually wanted to go to the temple and worship, they couldn't. So then he freaked out in the temple and turned all the bankers against him. And then who ultimately did the crucifixion? The state, the Roman Empire, which was the police and military of his day. And people in the actual religion who say they're into the scriptures can't even read them and see the institutions that this being was warring against was religion, money, and government. They can't even see that when it's right out in the open in their face. And these are the things they put up on a pedestal. It's a joke, and they're fake-ass Christians. Okay? It's called looking at the exoteric, the outside, and never getting into the deep, fundamental, core, spiritual, and moral truths that lie at the center. Because they're too concerned about all the trappings, you know? So the ultimate anarchist is right there. And what I'm here today to tell you is that there is no such thing as an awake being that has ever been a statist. Never one. Every truly awake being that has ever existed in the cosmos is an anarchist. And can never not be one who is an anarchist. One who believes that there is no such thing as the legitimacy of ruling and owning other people. Because that's what an anarchist is. Someone who believes there is no legitimacy to the external rulership or ownership of other people, or in other words, that there is no legitimacy to slavery. That's what anarchy really is. And I'm going to explain that right now. Okay, a statist is an individual who erroneously believes that there is such a thing as authority vested in certain human beings, magically giving them the right to rule over other people. Without euphemism, you know, if we stop euphemizing things and we're honest with ourselves for a moment, a statist is a person who believes in the legitimacy of slavery. By definition, that's what a statist is. Conversely, an anarchist is one who knows that there could never be legitimacy to authority or government, because those terms are simply euphemisms for violence and slavery, which are always immoral and always in opposition to natural law, the laws of morality. So once again, every single blanket statement, statist, every person in the history of the world who has ever advocated for the legitimacy of the state has always been asleep and always will be asleep. Only anarchists, true anarchists, are consciously awake. There is no such thing as a person who's awake and believes in the legitimacy of government or authority. Cannot be done. You cannot have it both ways. What anarchy really means. Because you do a word association game on the street with people and they couldn't tell you what the word really means. See, this is how mind control works, folks. Like I said, the obfuscation of the definitions of words by endless repetition. Again, here's my pen/laser pointer. Okay? I kept telling a child from the moment they're born, this is a spoon, this is a spoon, this is a spoon, this is a spoon, and kept repeating that over and over and over and over every day of the child's life. Putting a pen in front of them and saying, that's called a spoon, that's called a spoon. The child would eventually believe that that object is a spoon. They would use the word spoon to represent the object that is actually a pen. Okay? So here's what's been done. Controllers don't want you to know what anarchy really means. So they're going to keep repeating, anarchy means chaos, anarchy is chaos, anarchy is chaos, anarchy is chaos, over and over and over again. And that mind control technique of repetition works beautifully. I use it all the time. Okay? But for the right reason. You got to keep repeating yourself for people to get something. They don't even start to consider it until it's been repeated about 7 or 8 times. It's in one ear and out the other unless it's said over and over again. Anarchy as a word comes from the Greek language. In ancient Greek, a or an, the prefix tacked onto the beginning of a word root, means without or the absence of something that you tack it onto. And then the second part of the word comes from the Greek noun archon. Archon means a master or a ruler. And there's a specific connotation to an archon. An archon is not one who has mastered themselves. It's not like, oh, that person who understands the truth and is in true self-government, they are a master. No, that's not the connotation of the word archon in ancient Greek. Archon meant, we're driving up to the plantation now, there's the master of the house who owns all the slaves on this plantation. That is what archon means in ancient Greek. Okay? So it is the master over slaves, one who owns other people. All right? A ruler over subjects. That's the connotation of the word archon. Now we put them together. An archon, anarchon. Okay, which is where the word anarchy comes from. And it means the absence of rulers, as in the absence of slave owners. Well, if there's no slave owners, then that means there's no slaves. There's no masters and there's no slaves. And that's all the word anarchy has ever meant. No rulers, no masters. The word anarchy does not and never has meant without rules. When people equate, if there's anarchy, there will not be rules, it's a complete logical fallacy. That's not what the word itself means. There's always got to be rules. You are never going to take the rules out of effect. You want to know why? You're not the maker of them. You didn't put them into effect. The creator of the universe did that, and you're not that force. You are not God. Okay? So you're not going to take natural law out of effect. It's always in effect. It's always the supreme force operating in the universe, which is why I represented it as the tarot card of the king, which is called justice in the tarot deck. Justice, the law, natural law on its throne. The truth that will never be destroyed and never be unseated from its position of true authority. That's the only authority. That's it. Anarchy does not mean without rules. It literally means without rulers, without masters. Anarchy means the absence of slavery, or in other words, true freedom. If you told people the root of anarchy is without rulers, without masters, no rulers, no masters, and you said, please, in one word, tell me what that phrase, no rulers, no masters, means to you, 99.9% of people are going to say it means freedom. And yet, you do this word association game with people in your family, your friends, on the street, and they'll tell you it means chaos. Which again, is the opposite side of that chart about natural law expressions. Okay? How could you start at freedom and arrive in chaos when freedom is order by definition? It brings about order. It's the only thing that can bring about order, because it's based in the awakening of consciousness or love. That's the only way you can have freedom. It's based in morality. Anarchy means that true anarchy is understanding that it's not man's law that we need to respect and put up on a pedestal and try to live our lives according to. It's the laws of the creator of the universe that we need to do that with, which is natural law, moral law, the true difference between right and wrong behavior. Being awake means recognizing the critical importance of both free will and personal responsibility. Two things many people don't want to even acknowledge or look at. And this means having a deep understanding of what moral culpability is. Because when we're talking about responsibility, what we really mean is who's responsible for that having been manifested in the world. And this is another thing a lot of New Agers want to leave out and not talk about. You know, they want to wash right over this or say, oh no, we don't need to talk about who's at fault. It's nobody's fault. Nobody's at fault. Nobody's to blame. Well, there are people to blame. There are people at fault through erroneous, bad thinking, bad decision making, bad judgment. There are people who are to blame for our condition. And I would say everybody who continues to support and condone those bad modalities of thinking are to blame. That's why I say I'm not involved in that process. I'm out of those modes of thought. I don't lend my behavior to those modes of behavior. So I'm not causing those things, me individually, personally. And there are many other people who are in that condition that through no fault of their own is the world keep going into a state of ever spiraling decay, into immorality and slavery. The problem is most people are at fault for that condition because they will not change their thinking. They will not abandon their religions, their false religions. Moral culpability is the determination of who is ultimately at fault or deserving of blame, or in other words, who is responsible for the commission of actions which have resulted in harm or loss to other individuals. The word culpable literally means at fault or deserving of blame, from the Latin noun culpa, which means fault or blame. A dangerous New Age movement deception is that blame is invalid as a concept, and it should never exist. We should get rid of the whole concept of blame. Okay? When people buy into this notion, it quickly descends into the idea that no one is ever truly responsible for anything that manifests in this world. That's what they're really saying when they say, don't judge, don't blame. Nobody's at fault. Things just happen. It just magically got that way. No, things don't just happen. According to law, every effect is preceded by its cause. Things are caused to happen. They don't just magically occur. Okay? The condition we're in now did not just magically occur. God didn't just throw us on the earth and say, well, I'm going to enslave you now. No, we did that to ourselves. Or it possibly had a lot to do with being done to us, which I'm not going to get to in this presentation, but we are continuing that condition, let's put it that way. Okay? So, we have to understand, don't get trapped in the blame game. Don't keep blaming everybody else and pointing fingers outside. But don't think that blame is a total illusion either and doesn't exist. Because that's the idea that moral culpability doesn't exist. And then, hey, why don't we just allow everything because nobody's really responsible for what they're doing, right? You could see how a seemingly innocuous New Age so-called teaching can lead to a very imbalanced condition if it's left unchecked, which in many cases, with right-brained individuals, it is left unchecked. They're not applying that judgment and discernment filter. So, I'm going to show you a little meme I put up on Facebook one time and got hate mail as a result. Because people don't like this question. I say, here's a great party starter. Break this out at your next party, this question. Okay? They'll love you for it. You'll be invited back, you know. Who is more morally culpable, the order giver or the order follower? Now, before we answer the question, let's emphatically recognize the question, because people often don't hear the question. They hear what they want to hear being asked, but they don't hear the actual question being asked. Okay? People, both of them are responsible. I didn't ask if either party was responsible. Of course, both of these parties share in moral culpability when harm results. I didn't ask the question, do either one of these people or both of them have moral culpability when harm results for what they have, done, put into effect? I said, who is more morally culpable? Meaning that there is an imbalance in culpability here. One party is more culpable than the other party regarding a harmful action that takes place. Is it the order giver who has more moral culpability or responsibility when they order an action to be done and then harm results? Or does the order follower have more moral culpability when they perform the action that they were ordered to perform and then harm results? Okay? Well, how you answer this question is very simple. You just do a mental exercise. Okay? And you envision the harm that has been done. Okay, so here's what the harm that has been done in this instance looks like. Okay? And I think the problem in this country is that's not our children. That's the reason we continue to allow these behaviors, because it's not bombs raining down upon our children. And there's that not really understanding the true self mentality, that schism. Okay, seeing everything in a state of separation. Well, that's somebody else. That's their problem. Okay? Now, when that happens to a 6-year-old girl in the countries we're bombing the hell out of because we want their resources, okay, who is more morally culpable for that death? Here's the question that needs to be asked. Well, the politicians who ordered the attack say, my actions didn't cause that. And then the soldiers who are actually responsible for the death through their behaviors say, my actions didn't cause that. You envision that scenario right there. Both people are saying, I'm not the one whose actions manifested that condition. And then the question that you need to ask yourself is, who is lying and who is telling the truth? You could start throwing things at me any time now. I'm telling you, I got so much hate mail when I put this slide on Facebook one time. I couldn't believe, I think people would have tried to murder me if they were in my presence. Okay? That's how much people don't want to deal with that truth. There will be a question and answer session after I'm complete. Okay? So, read the question, not what you want to hear. Read the actual statement. My action didn't cause that. Okay, well, you could say speech is an action and they spoke to that person, told them, but I would say it's decidedly different than pressing a trigger or flying a plane and dropping a bomb from it. Decidedly different. A little bit of speech from my mouth to someone else's ears is an altogether different action than actually blowing somebody up. But I could just be the weird one, I don't know. Maybe I'm weird for thinking there's a big difference between those two modes of behavior. I would suggest that the people over here, as deplorable as we all may think that they are, and I certainly believe they're all deplorable, are telling the truth, unfortunately. And these people, if they were to say, my actions didn't cause that, that's a lie. Okay? And that's how you know who's more morally culpable. The painful truth is that the order follower always, again, blanket statement. The ego hates blanket statements. Okay? Always, in every instance, bears more moral culpability than the order giver. Notice I am not saying the order giver does not bear any moral culpability. Please do not put those words in my mouth. Of course the order giver bears much moral culpability as well. Not as much as the order follower, though. Okay? The reason the order follower bears more culpability is because the order follower is the one who actually performed the action. And in taking such action, actually brought about the resultant harm into physical manifestation in the world. Without their behavior, the event could not have manifested. Without their behavior, the harmful event could not have manifested. The politician could talk all they want, all day long, giving orders to as many people as are in their presence to go out and do this harmful behavior. It would never actually be accomplished without the order follower. Okay? That's how you know that they bear more moral culpability than the order giver themselves. And if somebody can't understand that, I can't help you. I'm sorry. If you don't agree with that from that explanation, there's nothing I can do. I'm not telling you that this is my opinion. I'm telling you that's an eternal, immutable truth about how something in the universe operates. It's not my opinion. That is something I had to continuously ask myself until I discovered what was real there. And that's the truth. That's why I call this slide the painful truth, because most people don't want to accept that. The ego wants to look for an out. It wants to say, no, it can't be, it can't be, it can't be. That's what the ego wants to do. Always run, always go in circles, always say, but, no. That's true. We have to accept what is true. And the problem is, it brings so much pain that most people shut down. They don't want to hear it. Order following is the problem on this planet. It is the pathway to every single form of evil and chaos in the world. Because order followers always usher in evil and chaos. You think the dark occultists that I once worked with are going to actually dirty and soil their hands? They're going to say words to people that they consider their mind-controlled dogs, and then have them go out and perform all kinds of atrocities and laugh at them while they're doing it. And I'm telling you, that's exactly what they do. They call these people their dogs. Satanists call police and military personnel our dogs, our pets. That's why they give them dog tags in the Marines. It's a mockery. It's occult symbolism mockery. They're saying, we're your owners, like we own a dog. And here's your dog tag for your loyalty. Thank you, dog. I'm telling you, I saw Satanists at rituals laughing hilariously at off-duty police officers that were part of their grotto, that's what they call covens in Satanism, laughing uncontrollably at police, off-duty police that they had assigned to watch the ritual house for them on a high satanic holiday. Literally pissing in their pants, laughing at them, calling them our dogs, our pets. And you know what? It's true. They're correct. It's true. I would love to be able to pick up for these individuals and say, oh, they're nobody's pets. They're on their leash. On their leash. And they take pride in that, as if it's something to take pride of. Pride in. I'm loyal like a dog is loyal no matter what my master does. I don't exercise any judgment or discernment. I don't actually think about whether the behavior I'm doing is right or wrong. I just do it when I'm ordered. There's absolutely nothing that is of anything that should be looked up to when it comes to that kind of a dynamic. That should never be put up on a pedestal. That should be frowned upon. Order following is the pathway to every form of evil and chaos in our world. It should never be seen as a virtue. Ever. by anyone who considers themselves a moral or awake human being. Order followers have ultimately been personally, morally culpable for every form of slavery and every single totalitarian regime that has ever existed upon the face of this planet. Every single one. And we think we're somehow exempt or different because it's us. Can't happen here. Can't happen here. Newsflash, it already happened here. Not future tense, past tense. Order followers, by definition, following orders means doing what you are told without judging for yourself whether or not that action that you are being ordered to carry out is right or wrong. That is the definition. By definition. Is that not what following someone else's order means? Can anybody debate that that's what the definition of following an order means? That is the actual action that you're going to do. You're saying, the order has been issued. I am an order follower. What I do is carry out the order. Well, is an order follower a philosopher? Do they sit and consider and weigh and debate? No. These people say, it wasn't me that gave the order. As if that somehow lets them off the hook for what they're about to do. Take it up with the politicians. No, I'm not going to take it up with the politicians. I'm going to take it up with you. You're the one doing the thing. Doing the action. Why would I take it up with anybody else? Are they over there? Did a politician in Philadelphia City Hall come over and throw me in handcuffs for communicating ideas on a piece of paper with my fellow human beings? No. Some punk little boy did. Okay? Who followed their orders, thinking that he's God and can take away my rights. You know, that's who did that. The politician didn't do it. They had something to do with it, but they didn't actually perform that behavior. Okay? That's the definition of what an order follower is. And it's called taking up your part in evil. That's what it really is. I don't care whether the order is moral. I'm telling you, if someone else gave you an order to do something that's moral and you followed it without thinking about whether it was right or wrong, you just still engaged in evil. Even if you didn't cause one iota of harm because you advocated your personal responsibility to judge the difference between right and wrong for yourself and said, I'm going to give that over to somebody else. And that's evil. That's where all evil begins. Those who are following orders, by definition, cannot be exercising conscience. Because by the very definition of what is the exercise of conscience, exercising conscience means that one is willfully choosing for themselves right action over wrong action once they have distinguished between those two separate modes of behavior. That's what exercising conscience means by definition. So you can't have it both ways. You can't be exercising conscience and following the orders of somebody else. The exercise of conscience is a process that you yourself engage in after you yourself have weighed the difference between right and wrong within your own mind. By definition. The people who do this are no different than these troops from Nazi Germany. Zero difference. Were the people of Nazi Germany immoral people in the aggregate? No, they couldn't have been. Impossible. Just like it's impossible for us to be a moral people in the aggregate with what is taking place in our society now. We're going down the same path. History repeats itself, not unwaveringly, not unalteringly. But people always leave out the second part of that, of those words of wisdom. History repeats itself when we refuse to learn its lessons. That's when history repeats. It doesn't just follow endless cycles that you can never change or get out of. When we made mistakes in the past, or people before us made mistakes in the past, and the people today in the present refuse to look at what went wrong. They don't want to look at how the Nazi society was created. They don't want to look at how any totalitarian regime was created because, oh, that's disturbing. Why should I spend my time studying that? Because when you ignore history, you're doomed to repeat. The lesson that you refused, you're going to repeat it over and over and over and over and over again. That's when history repeats, when ignorance is present, ignorance of the lessons that it has to teach us. That is the result of following orders. That always has been the result of following orders, and if we don't get people to stop following their orders now, get used to that image because you're going to see it in your lifetime, in person, not on a screen. Now, I'm not saying that to fearmonger, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you because that is a historical pattern that repeats unwaveringly when we start putting order followers up on a pedestal. And don't really deeply understand and integrate the lessons of morality in our own lives. And then teach that to everyone around us, especially our children. Order followers and people who support them always try to run. See, this is what the ego does. It always seeks for justification, justifying. I need somehow way to justify this when there is no justification. Okay? It doesn't exist. But people want to look for one. That's what the ego does. Okay? The word justification. Let's break it down from its etymological roots. Again, I keep doing this because I'm trying to impress upon people the importance of the origins of words. Get yourself a Latin dictionary, a Latin reader, a Greek dictionary, a Greek reader, ancient Greek, and ancient Latin, and study where words came from. We don't even understand what we're saying half the time because we don't understand where these words that we're using on a day-to-day basis came from. Justification comes from the Latin noun jus, meaning law. We already saw that one before, right or law. And the Latin verb facere, which means to make or to create. It's where we get the word fake from. It's where we get the word fashion from. It's where we get the word fasci from, which underlies the word fascism. Okay? It means to fake or to make something in the image and likeness of, to create something, but again, it's to fashion it, to make it look like something. That's why fashion is about dressing something up so it looks good, even though maybe underneath the surface it doesn't look that good. Okay? Well, when we're trying to fashion right or fashion the law, to try to create a right or create what the law is, that's offering a justification, literally to create the law or to create what is right. We're looking to make a wrong into a right. I was following orders is never a valid excuse or justification for immoral criminal behavior. And this lame attempt to abdicate personal responsibility should never be accepted as a valid excuse for such behavior. There is no justification when it comes to violence. You are responsible if you conduct violence. Passing the buck on to somebody else isn't going to work. It didn't work for these people, and nor should it have at Nuremberg, saying I was just following my orders. Well, that didn't fly, nor should it have, and nor should it fly for these people. Because engagement in violence is engagement in violence, and you had no right. Period. It's about personal responsibility to gauge right from wrong. An individual's personal responsibility to choose right action over wrong action for themselves always belongs to them. That is always their own possession. This goes back to ownership. I don't care whether you don't like that you're in control of that, you are in ownership and control of that, and can never not be. That can never be. I could never, can in nature, never hand somebody else my personal responsibility and say, could you please be responsible for judging right and wrong for me? I could claim with my words, with my mouth, that I could do that, But in nature, it could never be done. I'm still responsible for my own behavior. So is everyone else. One can only claim that they are abdicating personal responsibility for such choice to someone else. It can never actually be done in reality. More simply put, an individual is always personally responsible for their own actions. Okay? Now, the only caveats I would give to that, okay, and say it's not a 100% blanket statement, it's largely a blanket statement, is you could look at people with certain genetic conditions, palsies that have a deteriorated brain condition. Okay, they're unwell, they're sick, unwell physically individuals. Okay, that I can understand. That person's not ultimately responsible for every behavior they're going to take. Also, the one other instance I would say is people under hard electronic forms of mind control, which do exist. Trauma-based mind control, which also exists as well. Okay? There is an ability through different techniques to actually remove free will to a very, very large extent from an individual if they are tortured enough. Okay? So there are people who this has been done to, and they literally become like a mind-controlled robot. That technique does exist. It has existed for thousands of years. What I'm saying is that is the infinitesimally tiny minority in the world, the amount of people who have actually undergone trauma-based mind control or direct electronic stimulus and control of the brain, of the central nervous system and the brain. Okay? Those are examples that I would say fall outside of that person is actually then not responsible for what they're doing. They're being deliberately, willfully, physically controlled by their handler. Okay? But it's the vast minority. Okay? An individual who is not under those particular conditions is always responsible for their own actions. Most people erroneously believe that they can hand over their, and this is the second part of personal responsibility. See, one involves what you're going to do, okay, when in regard to other people, especially if you're asked or ordered, quote, to do it. Then there's this other part. What if somebody accosts me with violence? Well, is it my responsibility to deal with that? And I'm going to tell you, yes, it is. It's not anybody else's responsibility to deal with that. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that means if you see violence being conducted upon somebody and you have the ability to do something, don't respond. That would be total passivity. Responsibility is your ability to respond. If you were in the capacity to be able to respond and help somebody, I feel you have an obligation to do that. You're not just going to sit there and let somebody be violently accosted unchallenged. And of course, you'd have to exercise common sense. Like, if that person has a semi-automatic rifle and you don't, you might not want to just go right into their path of fire either. Which is why I highly support and believe firmly in the right to arm oneself. Okay? And I am a gun owner, and anybody who is truly enlightened, I think, does not have any avulsion or revulsion to gun ownership. That doesn't mean I say everybody should go out and buy a gun. If you're comfortable with it, I think you should own one. But I definitely think everybody who considers themselves enlightened should support personal, individual gun ownership that is unfettered by the state. Okay? Because everybody has the ability to defend themselves under natural law right. So that's a big part of it. But here's the thing. Most people have been convinced by the state that they don't have the right to personally defend themselves. Okay? And they think they could just hand over their natural law right to defend themselves to another individual, another group, another entity, namely the state. And that somehow they're the monopoly on force. Okay? I would say they've become largely the monopoly on violence, not force. But in making such a false claim that somehow they're responsible for defending or protecting me, okay? What that person's trying to do is they're trying to abdicate a responsibility which always belongs to them. No one else has the responsibility to defend me. That's my ownership. That's my responsibility. And I have that ability. Okay? I'm not saying I'm any kind of a big or bad individual. But I'm telling you, what puts me in a position to truly have that responsibility has nothing to do with my physical prowess or even whatever personal defense weapons I own. It's the knowledge that I carry here. And the first way that you defend yourself is you live under the shield of protection of natural law. When you do that, the universe is going to open doors for you before you even know they exist. It's going to offer protection. It's going to put you in the right place at the right time. It's going to keep you from the wrong place at the wrong time. So when you walk that path, you're being defended by the universe, first and foremost. And then my AK does the rest. So you can never give away that personal responsibility. Can't be given away. The people who are order followers are ultimately stuck in a condition known as self-loathing. Self-loathing is the underlying psychological condition that causes people to attempt to abdicate their own personal responsibility, to exercise conscience, and to fall into patterns of order following and justification. In other words, nobody can go into a pattern of order following and trying to offer justifications for following orders and doing what is immoral because someone else told them to do it, unless they're in a deep underlying condition of hating themselves. Order followers hate themselves, and it cannot be any other way. You cannot have true self-love and be an order follower simultaneously. Sorry to burst anybody's bubble. That's the way that it is, okay? Nobody who truly loves themselves would follow anybody else's orders. Let me just say that emphatically once again. No one who truly loves themselves would ever follow anybody else's orders. That means you're telling them, I'm your slave, I'm your dog, walk all over me, tell me whatever you want to do. I don't care whether it's right or wrong, I'll do it. There's no self-love in that. There's no self-respect in that. There's no virtue in that at all, at all, at all. Following orders, just as it is not possible for an order follower to truly be exercising conscience, it is also not possible for an order follower to truly love themselves, by definition, because they have abdicated their personal responsibility to someone else who doesn't care about the karmic consequence or debt that's being brought down upon them for following their immoral order. They don't care. People have to look, especially police and military, they got to look at who's really calling the shots. Because if you look at who's really calling the shots, I'll tell you who it is. It's people in dark black robes that are murdering children and raping children before they murder them. That's who it is. That's who controls the police. That's who controls the military. My friend Jay Parker, who you should all check him out. He's been interviewed on my radio show 3 times. He has his own radio show now. The things he's been through, unbelievable. They'd make you cringe. They'd keep you up at night. The things he's told me. One of his best friends, being at the age of I think he was 13 or maybe even younger at the time. No, he was probably younger. I think he was 7 years old or 8 years old, something like that. He was anally raped so viciously by the Satanists in the cult that my friend Jay grew up in, that they actually perforated his rectum, and he bled out over time. Okay? Jay went with an adult that he reported this vicious, inhuman crime to the police in his local community, who essentially told him, better luck in the next life, kid. We know about the cult that's operating in this location. They are the government. They own the government. They are all the banks here. They are all the businesses in this community. They are all the important people in this community. That's their religion. We follow their orders. In the past, some police who did want to do something moral had tried to take them out, and this coven in this location in Delaware started executing police and going to their homes and having them executed. And then asked, you want to be next? And so they said, no, we're done. And just continued to follow the orders of this sick satanic cult. And I'm telling you, this is going on in so many more communities than you could possibly even understand. That it's omnipresent. It's omnipresent. Okay? And this is who these people who are self-loathing order followers are taking their orders from. And again, if you don't understand that, you're not awake. You only believe you're awake. You believe you have some understanding of what's going on this planet. I'm telling you, you don't know near the bottom of it. Not even close. Now, this condition of self-loathing is what puts people into a prison. That's what's putting them in a self-imposed cage, taking this attitude that, hey, since I hate myself because of all the suffering I've endured, okay, I'm going to go out and just cause suffering to other people. Well, that's the surest fire way into a cage that you've locked yourself into and thrown away the key. Right there. I call that being the golem. They're the perfect mind-controlled robot slave of the person who's completely manipulating them emotionally and mentally. A golem, it's an ancient Semitic term of a being who was animated by having breath blown into it, but it was created by sorcery, as a robot, as a flesh robot. A golem is like a flesh robot, okay? That doesn't really have a true animus or soul. Okay? It is something that is just imbued with something that is like a soul that operates, to basically pull the strings of the animated puppet or robot. And that's what an order follower is, a golem. And it's by their own choice. It doesn't have to be that way, They love it. They love it. They can't get enough of it. Because how they look at it is, if I did anything else, my God, I would have to think for myself then. I would have to study. I would have to read. Reading? Are you crazy? Reading? I would have to learn the difference between right and wrong. Not for me. No thanks. I'll have none of that, thank you. Let me go back to following my orders. As a golem who is just, laughed at by their owners. There's no self-respect there at all. And I'm telling you, the only thing that can ever reverse that condition and bring somebody out of that state of self-loathing is true self-respect. True self-respect. Not just doing this because, oh, hey, that pays the bills, that puts food on the table, that keeps my wife with me. That's not what self-respect is about. That's not what responsibility is about. I don't care how many children you have or whether they would go hungry if you quit your job. I'm telling you, if you're doing a job where your job is to follow orders, quit your job and it doesn't make a difference what happens to your family. That's the sacrifice you may have to make to do the right thing. Okay? That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling people to do that. That's what it means to be in real personal responsibility. Responsibility isn't keeping your home. Responsibility isn't keeping the food on the table in your home. I don't care how many kids you have. Responsibility is about knowing the difference between right and wrong. And not saying, like a Nazi said, the party is going to pay for the food on my table. Well, did that make the Nazi any less evil in the actions they were carrying out? See, it's justification. And it doesn't work under natural law. Natural law doesn't say, like gravity doesn't say, was that the child in her Sunday dress who went off the edge of the cliff? Oh my God, then the law of gravity must be suspended. We can't have that. No, natural law doesn't say that. It doesn't care. It says, what was the action that was taken? There's the result, period. It's a computer program. You're not a computer program, you have free will. The universe, the way the universe is constructed, the whole universe is operating under boundary conditions of law. That makes us even more unique than the entire universe, because we're gifted with free will to choose what actions we will perform. The entire construct of the universe doesn't even have that gift. It's bound by law unwaveringly. And what the universe is going to, it's not going to say, hey, did that Nazi, did that cop who's shutting down free speech in America, did they have kids to support? How many? Are they paying alimony? It doesn't care about those things. Those are human-derived things. okay? The human justification searches for reasons for continuing evil. Natural law doesn't care why you did something, only whether it was done or not. That's it. And this is what the ego does not want to hear. I get it, folks. I get how much people don't want to hear what I'm saying. I get it. Believe me, I'm under no illusions that this is in any way a popular message. No illusions. One thing, I may be a lot of things that people will call me. One thing I am not is a naive human being. Okay? The things I've seen have driven any naivete out of me a long time ago. So respect, I'm sorry, let me go back a slide. Respect comes from the Latin again. I've broken down probably 80 words in Latin and Greek already. It comes from the Latin prefix re, which means again, and then the Latin spectare, which means to look at or to consider. Okay? So when we're developing true self-respect, it means we have to look at ourselves in the mirror again and again and again, to look at ourselves again. And how many people, that's the most horrific thing. Hell would be that for some people on this planet. That would be hell. Okay? Personally, I can do that not because I am in any kind of love with my own reflection, but I can look at myself at what I'm made of all day long because I know I'm standing within righteousness. I know the difference between right and wrong, and I attempt to live that in every moment of my life. I'm not saying that makes me perfect. I'm not saying that makes me better than anybody else. I'm saying I'm comfortable with me. I could take a look in the mirror and say, who is that looking back at me? And is that a good person? And I can honestly say, without justification, I'm living a moral life because I know the difference between right and wrong. Okay? Most people, that's hell for them. They never want to do one moment of introspection upon themselves and their own psyche and their own behaviors. Okay, so that's what real self-respect means, taking a deep, inner, hardcore look at oneself over and over again. Only self-respect can heal self-loathing and therefore help to put an order follower on the path to conscience. Okay, another part of the schism when it comes to not understanding free will. Okay, this section is about personal responsibility and free will. The schism that makes people stay in a state where they don't understand that free will exists and how important it is to changing the human condition is the origins schism, about where we come from as human beings. And there's two hotly contested, deeply entrenched, imbalanced paradigms about where human beings have come from. The first is Darwinian scientism, which postulates the notion that we simply came from matter that is evolving over eons of time, but that ultimately matter is supreme above everything, and so survival is the ultimate point of everything. Okay, that's the whole primary foundation and purpose for everything, is the survival and continuance of physical material, genetic material in this case. Okay, so spirit is essentially non-existent or it is insignificant. Okay, we don't even need to consider that. Forget morality, because hey, there's no underlying intelligence in consciousness or nature. That's not directed by mind. Okay, there's no creator. All right, nature is essentially a dead and mechanized clockwork with absolutely no purpose, except to continue to survive, of course. And genes are ultimately these little bits of matter that we call genes that code for certain traits and characteristics in a human being, are ultimately responsible for everything that we do, and they control a human being's behavior like pieces of a computer program code control a computer program. That's the Darwinian paradigm in a nutshell. Okay? And what it's essentially saying is we're at the mercy of genes. Now, what's the conflicting paradigm to this that, these two dialectics war against each other constantly? Well, creationism. That spirit is ultimately supreme, matter is inferior, it should be looked down upon. The creator and the creation are two separate things. Okay? Nature is something that is actually separate from us, and we shouldn't see ourselves as an integral or holistic part of it. Okay, a part of that holistic system. And God controls every single event within the creation, as we were talking about before with determinism. So no change can be created unless God wills it to be so. So in this instance, we're at the mercy of God's will. What do both of these entrenched paradigms share in common in that they both completely dismiss and leave at the door? Free will. They both look at us as puppets on strings. Darwinism says, since matter is supreme and controls everything in the universe, well, we're controlled by matter. We're controlled by our genes. And if you were dealt a bad hand with genes, tough. Tough luck. It's the way things are. And creationism says, well, God did everything. Man's will, doesn't trump God's will in any instance. And, we just are at the mercy of God's will, period. We don't really have free will. Both of these paradigms look at human beings as puppets on strings with no free will of our own. What they share in common is a complete dismissal of human free will. And once again, like I say, I piss everybody off. I'm not going to leave anybody out. Don't worry about it. Because most people fall into one of these camps or another. And that's the imbalance. One is a left brain form of imbalance, one is a right brain form of imbalance. And that's why the world is in the condition that we're in. People have bought into either one of these erroneous notions, and therefore they end up dismissing human free will to change things. Because what is going to change things doesn't lie in the epigenetic domain, and it's not just God's will that's going to change things. We have to align ourselves with the will of creation, yes. What's going to do that is epigenetic evolution of humanity, which is evolution in consciousness, evolution in mind, not physical evolution of matter that just wants to propagate itself like some kind of a virus for no purpose other than to continue to exist. Consciousness is ever seeking to learn and to grow and improve upon itself and to become more complexified and more moral, to understand wider patterns that are inherent in the universe, like the difference between right and wrong. The other dangerous belief, that is so propagated out there, especially by the New Age communities, is this notion that evil is necessary. Because, good exists, so evil has to exist. Nonsense. This is a false notion of inherent dualism. Yeah, there is inherent dualism. Love and fear. Freedom and slavery, knowledge and ignorance. They're real dualisms that exist. They're not illusions, But to say for good to exist, evil has to exist, that's ridiculous, That's going to such an extremity. For good things to exist, there has to be things that are in such a complete state of disarray and imbalance, living totally out of harmony with nature. I don't think that's true. As a matter of fact, I know it's not true. Evil is not necessary because evil is born out of free will choice. Evil doesn't exist because some program is running to make people behave a certain way. People are behaving a certain way because they're basing their behaviors on decisions that they've made based on information that they've taken in that is bad. You take in bad information, the processing is bad, so is the output. And the output is behavior. Evil is a choice based upon the information that we are working with that is corrupted. You program corrupt code into a computer, the computer is going to output bad output onto the screen or the internet, period. Same thing for a human being. So this dangerous and deceptive notion that evil is necessary that's being propagated by a lot of the New Age communities is nothing more than a cowardly justification for them sitting back, doing nothing in the face of all the evil that's going on in our world and just allowing it to run amok. Because there's no New Ager that would ever get up on a stage and give a speech like this. They would never come out and tell you about the kind of evils that are going on in the world, out in the open, unapologetically, whether you like it or not. Because they want to sweet talk you. See, that's what a New Ager wants to do. That's how you know we are completely and diametrically opposed to each other, me and the New Age community. And I laugh at people who say I'm propagating New Age thought because I talk about the interconnectedness of everybody, and that we're all in the same situation together. People equate that with, this New Age notion of oneness and non-duality. Again, I started with the very concept. Head in the stars, feet on the ground, spirit in the flesh. balance. There's nothing balanced in evil being necessary. That's not a balanced thought, okay? It's a bunch of bullshit is what it really is, okay? Because it dismisses free will once again. We're not puppets on strings. We have a choice in the behaviors that we take. But those behaviors are going to be influenced by the information that we have taken in. A New Ager would get up here and tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to get up here and tell you what you don't want to hear, regardless of what you think about it. Because if it's true, it can do no harm in your life. You get up and start propagating things that just sound good and warm and fuzzy to people, make them feel all great, but ultimately you're giving them bad information or information that could easily lead to a form of extreme thought that is imbalanced and untrue, okay? You're going to be doing harm as a result. I'd rather get up here, tell you the truth that'll make you cry, than rather dress up a bunch of pretty New Age bullshit nonsense and make you feel really good, and then, you know, ultimately it does a lot of damage 5-10 years down the line in your life because you're operating according to things that weren't really truly based in principles and truth. So we can't just let evil run amok. We have a responsibility to change this world. I heard a New Ager, and I'm going to say his name. His name was John Lear, okay? He's into the whole paranormal and alien communities. And he told people, we're not here to change the world. We're here to allow the world to change us and be changed by the world. But we're not here to actually put actual, real, physical, lasting change into the world. And I heard that statement on an internet radio show, and I was so blown away, it almost knocked me over. I couldn't believe that somebody actually bought into this notion that we're not here to make real change happen in the world for the better, to a point where he actually said we're only here to be changed by the world. This is New Age bullshit at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. And people who are believing in that nonsense are completely asleep and don't know at all what it means to be awoken. Because to be awoken means you're doing the work here to change this world right here in the now, where you're at now. From where you're at now. And having to do with that, we can move to the ultimate abdication of personal responsibility, waiting for a Savior to come and rescue us from ourselves. And the Savior doesn't have to be a religious figure, you know. Hey, I praised Jesus as the ultimate anarchist and the ultimate change agent in slides ago. Now I'm going to tell you, you're waiting on that as an external force. You'll be waiting forever, and you'll be allowing evil to just take this place, okay? It's not about waiting for anything outside of ourselves. The Christ consciousness and energy lives within all of us if we awaken it and then act upon it. Christ was an activist. Just read the stories and the allegorical stories in the biblical texts. He was out there taking action. He was speaking to the lowest consciousness people of the community, trying to uplift their consciousness with his higher consciousness. That's doing the work, you know? Now, we don't want to talk to our family members, you know, let alone the next door neighbor or the people who are, you know, following orders in the military and the police. This idea, and you know, it doesn't have to be a religious figure. It could be Buddha, it could be Shiva, or any of the other traditional saviors, or you could have a Quetzalcoatl up there, okay? Or it could be the Zadans or the Andromedans, you know, the Galactic Federation of Light. All of these so-called saviors, they're just tripping over themselves to get here to rescue us from our own ignorance. Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen, you know, let me know how that's working out for you a decade down the line, and then 2 decades and 3 decades, because you'll still be waiting. Okay? The work is ours to do for ourselves, or we haven't learned the lesson. We haven't learned anything. It's about taking action in this domain because what happens here matters. Yes. Being awake does not mean that you never experience so-called negative emotions such as anger, sadness, worry, frustration, etc. Okay? The negative emotions are there for a reason, folks. They're not to be purged. This is not the goal of awakening or enlightenment, is to purge all negative emotion and never experience it. If you believe that, you're still asleep. All right? Being enlightened does not mean that someone has purged all negative emotions and exists in a state of permanent tranquility. Sorry about the typo on my slide, I'll fix it later. As a matter of fact, that is probably a surefire sign that you are still asleep, if that's what you believe, that all the negative emotions are there to be purged. Negative emotions are not something that is there to be purged, or they wouldn't be there. Okay? They're there to be felt and experienced and worked with and worked through. They help work you through the situations that we are in. Particularly anger. This is one the New Age movement doesn't want you to have. They don't want anger to be there. You know, the state doesn't want anger to be there either. Okay, because they're trying to keep you tranquil. That's why the state gives you religions. Okay? The entrenched powers that be, the powers that shouldn't be, are the ones who have constructed the religions of passivity. They're the ones who put these religions forward as mind control techniques to prevent people from taking action, to change things and to end the condition of slavery that we are in. So they gave us these religions that just propagate passivity so that we will continue to accept our chains. When righteous and channeled, anger can be a gift. Only when it is both righteous and channeled effectively. So I'm talking about righteous indignation here, okay? The Hulk energy, I like to call it. All right? The Hulk only hulked up when people wouldn't leave him alone and respect his boundaries, respect him as an individual. They kept trying to come at him and come at him and come at him. Wouldn't leave him alone. The first natural law right is the right to be left alone. If you so wish it, you have the right to be left alone by other people. And as the old saying goes, there's only two kinds of people. The kind of people that want to be left alone and the people who won't leave them alone. The people who won't leave them alone are the statists. It's the government and the supporters of it. You know? The other people just want to be left alone and live their lives in peace. So, the New Age movement and religion is all about eradication of that Hulk energy because they're trying to tell you all anger is negative. No, it is not. The kind of anger that's negative is when it's completely unrighteous. It's just you're getting upset over what you want, okay? And you're not getting upset over a valid, legitimate reason like, oh, I don't know, human freedom is being taken away, you know? Which, you know, no, oh, I'm sorry, the home football team lost the game today. That's something to get real angry about, you know? Forget about human freedom, though. No, don't worry about that. While non-righteous anger and unchanneled anger, okay, are counterproductive to both individual development and collective efforts to bring about positive change, righteous indignation, when it is channeled productively, can be a major motivation to create positive change in the world. Okay, so this meme over here with Howard Beale from the movie Network, which is a phenomenal movie about the manipulation in mainstream media and how it is basically used as a tool for mind control, which was put out, this allegorical film was put out in the mid-1970s. Is still like a perennial favorite among people who look into topics such as this. He had that tagline in the movie, "I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take this anymore." You know, that's righteous indignation because it was about what was happening to the human condition and our rights. So righteous indignation is positive channeled anger, which is there to be felt as an emotional compass to guide us to the way that we need to go, the right action that we need to be taking to create change in the world. Again, as the saying goes, if you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. You know, the most enlightened among us feel rage at times. It's there to be experienced. It's not something to just purge and say, I want to feel good all the time. That's not what enlightenment is. And that's one of my other points coming up. If you're not feeling like this, Now, at the time we're living in, more likely than not, it means you're not truly awake. Because if you don't recognize that's what's really going on all around us, if you even have partially the picture, okay? And the reason that you would feel this condition of frustration that person is displaying there is because you know the people around you are all still experiencing self-inflicted suffering because they don't know the truth, that they are still in ignorance of truth about natural law. Okay? And how that ignorance is leading to the human condition of slavery and perpetuating more and more self-inflicted suffering. Okay? If the condition, knowing how few people really know the causal factors, if that doesn't make you feel frustrated, something's wrong with you. Okay? There's something not quite working right in your emotional makeup if you don't feel that from time to time. I'm not saying dwell in that condition. Believe me, I'd be completely immobilized if I were to dwell in that condition. But I'd also be a liar if I told you I don't feel that way sometimes. Okay? So, being awake does not mean pursuing perpetual bliss in a world that is currently filled with suffering and slavery. Awakening, enlightenment, is not about you being happy all the time. You hear so much in the New Age movement, follow your bliss. I was just told this on a radio interview, Mark, you're way too serious. Why don't you just follow your bliss? Because the whole world is in a state of complete ignorance and self-imposed suffering and essentially completely immoral and is bringing slavery down upon themselves. So I should just want to go out and be blissful all the time. Not to try to educate my fellow human beings. No. Follow your bliss. Okay? I mean, it's so childish. And I'm not putting down the overall happiness and the pursuit of happiness. I'm not saying people don't have a right to be happy. Please don't take my words, misconstrue them to an extreme, and say, he said, if I'm ever happy, I'm an evil person. That's not what I'm saying. Okay? There is certainly a role for happiness in this life, and everybody is entitled to happiness, okay? But making that the sole pursuit or main objective of your life, that's called hedonism. And that's not why we're here, to pursue one pleasure after another. While the inequities and iniquities of our world are running rampant, that's not a sign of enlightenment or awakening. It's exactly the opposite. That's a sign that you're just pursuing self-pleasure. You're stuck in the lower self-identification. And all you want to do is hop from one fix to the next fix. There's nothing enlightened in that. If hearing painful truth regarding the human condition is something that you'd rather not do because it, quote, brings you down, brings you out of your bliss state of mind, New Agers will tell you, hey, don't hit me with all that negativity. You're just being negative. Mind control, pedophilia, slavery, that's so negative, man. You're bringing me down, man. No, you're off in the clouds not doing your work here on the ground, my friend. That's the truth of the matter. Okay? It's not about being blissed out. You might as well go smoke up some drug and just sit there all day. If that's what you want. Because you're doing the same thing with an emotion. You think an emotion isn't doing that? People who just want to sit and actually not take any real world action? All that's being done in a state like that, perpetually following bliss, you're pumping in native chemicals into the brain that are called endogenous morphines or endorphins. Endogenous morphines. It's literally putting yourself into a drugged out condition. That's what pursuing a lot of these New Age modalities can do that are all about inaction. It's not about sitting in one place and meditating all day. It's about actually, I'm not putting down meditation either, folks. Don't take my words to those extremes either. Meditation's a very important practice to bringing consciousness into a place of balance and should be used as a mechanism to keep it there as well. Okay, I'm telling you there's valid applications for meditation, absolutely. And so much could be garnered spiritually from learning about it and practicing it. I'm telling you, that's not all there is to the story, to what's going on here. It's about understanding the self better through a methodology like that to then get on the battlefield. Get in the war. This is a war that's going on here. It's a spiritual war. That what hangs in the balance is the freedom and evolution of humanity or humanity's enslavement and destruction. And if you don't think that's significant or important, I don't know what to tell you. Then what is? So, when the New Ager tells you, man, you're bringing me down, or I'm trying to hold my space here, pass the opium pipe, why don't you? Well, you might as well. It's the same thing. It's wanting to just be blissed out all the time. And if you believe that that's what it's about, not looking at the ugly truth because you want to maintain your space of bliss, well, I would say you've probably bought into a whole lot of New Age bullshit about what the awakening process is, and the true awakening process has nothing to do with that. Being awake means knowing what true forgiveness is. And this could be another difficult one for some people because we've also been lied to about what real forgiveness means. So let me talk about what real forgiveness is not. And first thing, let me state, I'm absolutely all for true forgiveness. Okay? From the heart forgiveness. I am for that. I think that is one of the things that we have to understand to truly learn and grow and advance our consciousness here. But that means we have to know what forgiveness really is. Not this notion that we've bought into about what it's about that it has nothing whatsoever to do with. So this notion, forgive people even if they're not sorry for what they've done, is not forgiveness. If you've bought into that notion that that's what forgiveness is, you don't know what forgiveness really is. Okay? True forgiveness does not mean continuing to excuse the willful commission of wrongdoing an infinite number of times. That is naivete at best and cooperation with evil at worst. Okay? That's saying that person I'm going to allow to remain in perpetual no moral culpability. Perpetual letting go of whatever moral culpability or responsibility that they have for their own behavior. And there's nothing enlightened in saying that another person can do that by just continuing to do the same wrong action over and over again, and you just say, oh, it's okay, let it go, I'll let it go. It's not about letting things go. Letting too many evil things go is what has gotten us into the situation we're in. Because we don't want to get up in people's face and say, you're wrong about what you're doing there and it needs to stop. And if you don't willfully recognize your wrongdoing and stop it, I'm going to make it stop. Too many people won't go into that masculine dynamic. By saying, I'm going to bring you this information, and you have a right to pay attention to it and then change your behavior if what you have been doing is violent, okay? But that doesn't mean if you don't change your behavior after I've already given you that information that I think you should just be allowed to continue to do that behavior that is violent and evil unchecked. That's completely naive. That's asking for more. Okay, that's the abuse victim in a victim abusive relationship. Okay, that is being victimized and doesn't care enough about themselves to say, I'm not going to take this anymore. And they continue to allow the abuse to happen. Now they are complicit at that point. That doesn't mean that they deserve what was happening to them, but they have become complicit in that abuse victim cycle when they refuse to say no. And that's where the powers that should not be want us. They want us in this state where we think forgiveness is something that it is not, and we'll never say no. True forgiveness is not about turning the other cheek in the traditional sense that people consider turning the other cheek. In biblical scripture, turning the other cheek was about continuing to give family members and friends and people that you care about more chances to understand the truth about what's really going on that they couldn't see before by continuing to go back to them and speaking the truth to them over and over again, even if they spit on you or slapped the gift that you were trying to hand them out of your hand upon the first many attempts. And you continue to do that. Okay? I will continue to talk to people who have slapped the wisdom I'm trying to hand to them out of my hand, okay, in the reach of friendship to them. I'll continue to go back and do that until they say, don't ever speak to me again. Then I'll respect that and I'll say, I'll never talk to you again, okay? Most family members won't do that. I've told them, you want me to stop talking about this with you? This is my moral obligation to do it. This is what I'm going to talk about every time we see each other, unless you tell me you never want to talk to me again. Because it's my free will to talk to you about what I feel you need to understand, and it's your free will to say, no, I never want to hear any information from you. But I said, you're going to have to tell me you never want to speak to me again. And I'll go away and I will never come back. I'll respect people's boundaries like that. Sure, they have a right to be left alone. But as long as I'm in their presence and they haven't told me I want you away from me for good, I'm speaking the truth in their presence, period. And is that force? Yes, it is force, but it is not violence. Violence is remaining willfully ignorant in the presence of truth, and then the resultant actions continue to do harm to others as a result. That's violence. So going back to this notion of turning the other cheek, if we do it in the sense that most people think of it, that's what it gets you. It helps to even out the scars. When somebody who's being brutal with you, is doing their work, and you just say, hey, let me have another, you're going to get another. Okay? That's how a psychopath operates. The psychopath doesn't care about you. A psychopath is essentially an animal running on pure instinct. It's not really a human being. Human being has emotional capacity to empathize with other people. Unfortunately, we're living here with more than one intellectual species. I almost said intelligent, and I caught myself. We're living here with more than one intellectual species on this planet, and the psychopath is one of them. Okay? Purely instinctual creature with intellect. Okay? And a whole lot of will to carry out their desires that doesn't have the capacity to feel emotion. And what a psychopath will do is it'll keep giving you scars all day long. And the next day, and the day after that too. Until you say no and make them stop. True forgiveness does not mean continuing to excuse the willful commission of wrongdoings an infinite number of times. That's not what it is. That's setting yourself up for George Orwell's condition of the boot stamping on the human face for eternity, which we're already well down the path of, because we want to think we never have a right to say no and respond with defensive force. I'm not telling you I want it to be done that way, folks. Let me overemphasize that. I think forceful revolutions are ultimately failure. Because until we can get it done in consciousness, it's not going to stick. That's why the last American Revolution was ultimately a failure. Are we not right back where we were? You know it. What didn't change? The consciousness of the people didn't change. And guess what? If we have to do it again that way, then let it be done. I'll be ready for that eventuality too. I don't have all my eggs in that basket, probably not even half of them, but I have some in that basket. I have enough maybe to survive it, maybe not. But if it comes to that, I'll be there. I don't want it to come to that. I want to get this done in the realm of mind, in the causal realm, where it will stay. It will stay applied, and we won't have to do this in another 100 or 200 years. That's why they call it a revolution. You just go round the wheel of karma all over again. That's why it's called a revolution. We need a revolution in mind. Let's talk about what real forgiveness actually is. It's different than letting go. People want to equate these things of letting go, okay? Letting go is a one-way process. That means, somebody, for example, I'll go back to my friend Jay Parker, abused by his own family members in a satanic cult when he was young, okay? The family members are never going to apologize for what they did. They're psychopathic. They're satanic psychopaths, okay? What he has done regarding that dynamic isn't forgive his family members. He has let go. And is not saying it's necessary for me to get vengeance or revenge, okay? I can let go of a need for vengeance or revenge. That's not what forgiveness, about getting back at somebody, all right? Letting go means I can just do that. I can let it go. It doesn't mean I've forgiven you. Forgiveness is a two-way street. It involves the person who committed the wrong using those three powerful words, saying, I was wrong. Then you can forgive them by saying, I acknowledge that you are sorry for what you have done, and I am taking your word beforehand, before you do anything else, hence forgiveness. I'm taking what you are giving me in advance, your word that you will not continue to do that same behavior again. And therefore we're okay. I am not going to try to exact any vengeance or penalty or anything from you. Okay? We're even as long as you don't do the same thing again. So true forgiveness is always a two-way street involving both the wrongdoer and those who were wronged. It is not a one-way process where the person who is wronged just says, I forgive you, and it's done. That's not forgiveness. That is the process of mentally letting go, which is also very important and should be practiced in the condition where you know the person's not sorry and is not going to change. That's release from attachment, okay, to you wanting them to change or be sorry for what they have done that they are not sorry for. That's an important thing too, is that kind of release from attachment, because that'll eat you up inside, okay? So if you let that go and you say, I'm no longer going to be angry about what happened, I accept it, violence was done, I can't undo the past, and I'm letting it go. That's not forgiveness. Forgiveness is when somebody says, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Will you let this go? Let us be even, I won't do it again. That's real forgiveness. A sincere apology starts with the words, I was wrong, on the part of the wrongdoer. And what they're doing by that is they're telling the truth, admitting what they had done was wrong, and then they're telling you they're going to cease in their engagement in their previously violent behavior. That's where true forgiveness begins. That's where true reconciliation must begin. It's a two-way street, okay? Being awake means knowing the difference between what cannot be changed versus what should be changed. Okay, now, a New Ager once told me, Mark, now listen to this statement, see if you could pick up the inherent contradiction in it. Before I started doing this series of lectures, somebody said to me, you should never say you should to anybody. Think about that for a minute. You should never say you should to anybody else. This New Age, the person who had bought into this New Age nonsense had actually just broken the very thing that they told me never to engage in. Okay? Of course you should say you should not do something that is wrong to somebody else. The entire problem with the world is that too many people have sat back, watched violence and evil take place in their presence, and not said to the person that was engaging in it, you should not do that. That's why we're where we're at. We need to know the difference between what cannot be changed and what should be changed. Okay? And I illustrate this concept with the original version, the original unadulterated version of Reinhold Niebuhr's Prayer of Serenity. This is given in a lot of the 12-step programs for alcoholism and other addictions, okay? But in those 12-step programs, it's completely watered down. It's changed. It's not Niebuhr's Prayer of Serenity. It's a variant of it. It's more like a plagiarism of it, if you will. Okay? They've tried to take most of his words, but they've changed enough of it that it completely changes the deep core meaning of this very, very powerful invocation. Okay? And here's how it went in the original before it was modified. God, give me grace to accept with serenity the things that cannot be changed, the courage to change the things which should be changed, and the wisdom to distinguish the one from the other. Now, do you hear the difference in that versus, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things which I can change, and the wisdom to know the difference, which is how they're teaching this, the variant that they're using in the 12-step programs. First of all, there's no word I in this prayer, okay? It's saying, give me grace. Let me accept grace from creation to accept with serenity, with surrender, the things that cannot be changed. And what are the things that cannot be changed? The laws of nature, natural law, moral law. That's what has to be accepted with grace and serenity. Those are the things that cannot be changed by anything we are capable of doing. Those laws work that way 100% of the time, flawlessly and unwaveringly. The next part of the prayer says, grant me the courage to change the things which should be changed. That's saying, give me the courage to take action when I recognize injustice is taking place around me. And I'm going to try to change the things that should be changed. It's not about you on the microcosmic scale saying, can I change these things in my life? Can I not change these things in my life? It's not about you. This is something that goes back. This isn't about self-identification. This is about agape, wider care, universal care, about what's taking place in the world. That's what this prayer is about. Okay? To change the things which I know are wrong and should be changed. And the wisdom to distinguish what is that which cannot be changed in nature versus what should be changed in our experience here on earth. What is governed by free will? Okay? Therefore, if we change the behaviors that we're taking through our free will, the manifested result can be different. That's what we should change. What cannot be changed, the laws of morality, they have to be accepted, they have to be harmonized with. Our behavior has to be harmonized with them. That's all we can do, is discover them and then live in harmony with them. So it's shortened often to accept what you can't change and change what you can't accept. And I can get behind that. That's a nice, simple, abbreviated version of that. It says it. While slavery, and this is all about distinguishing that one state from the other state. Is slavery the current human condition? Yes, it is. We have to recognize that. Okay? But the human condition that we are existing in right now can be changed. I'm not telling you it's going to be easy, because that would be blowing smoke up your rear end. Okay? If I was a New Ager, I'd tell you, hey, let's just all meditate in this room today and we'll change the world. It's not going to be that easy, folks. As a matter of fact, it's going to be a whole lot damn harder than all that. It's going to involve a lot of work and struggle and self-sacrifice and courage and persistence. Persistence, constancy, willpower, effort. That's what it's going to take. That's what the great work to change the human condition is going to take. All that and then more. The laws of nature, however, cannot be changed. They are eternally set in stone, so to speak. They are what is there. It is going to be, it has been that way, it is this way now, and it is going to be this way. See, people get these things confused. They think we can change the law, but the human condition is eternal. It's exactly the other way around. The human condition can be changed, but true law cannot be changed. It's exactly the other way around from where most people have it in their mind. Oh, we can change that law, quote unquote, meaning man's law, you know. But the human condition, you want to change that human beings exist in a state of slavery. Oh, that's always been that way. It is that way now, it's always going to be that way. No. That's a choice. That's that way because of the behaviors that are in effect. And then natural law is bringing us the consequences of those behaviors. Well, when thinking that underlies behavior changes, the behavior will change, and then the consequences will change, and you'll get a different result. That can be changed. The laws of nature, however, cannot be changed. Humanity, the reason the human condition stays the way that it is because humanity has not yet willed the human condition to change because we continue to ignore the laws of nature which govern the consequences of the human condition. Think about it for a moment. We ignore the laws of nature which govern the condition, and we want the condition to change? You know? Unbelievable. That's like saying, yeah, do me a favor, listen, can you reverse time for a moment so the glass I just dropped on the floor can unbreak and come up to the table? Well, it doesn't work that way. The laws of nature don't work that way. Sorry about that. Can I take my garden hose and keep spraying wet laundry and expect it to become dry so that I can put my clothes on? No, because you're adding the same polarity that wets them. The laws of nature don't work that way. Can you keep all the institutions in the world that have controlled people's mind and therefore led their behavior into immorality and thus led the people into slavery and keep those institutions in place, keep government in place, keep money in place, keep religion in place? We're going to magically have freedom. Yeah, that works about as well as stepping off the building and expecting not to get hurt. It works just as well as lighting your house on fire and expect everything in the house to just remain perfectly intact. You know? It's madness. People want to be God in this respect. They want to be the arbiters of law and truth. They want to say, see, I ask people, do you want to suffer? And nobody says they want to suffer, and I believe them. I believe at their heart, even at a subconscious level, nobody truly really wants to suffer. Nobody hates themselves so much that they say, listen, I really want to suffer. I love it. Okay? Here's what they're really admitting. And then you say, well, are you willing to do the things that are required to change the condition that has led to suffering, and therefore the suffering won't be present? No, I'm not willing to do that. You know, please. But, you know, I don't believe that just means that the person just eternally hates themselves, or that they want to suffer. I think what they really want is they want to have their cake and eat it too. I want to be able to eat this slice of cake, but I still want it to be on the plate after I'm finished eating it. Well, it doesn't work that way. Sorry to burst your bubble. Okay? I want the eternally full bottle of water. I can drink the bottle down and then I put it down and it's magically full again. Well, the laws of nature don't work that way. So if you're not willing to do the things that are required to change the condition, why would you expect the condition to change magically on its own? The laws of nature do not work that way, period. That's it. So you cannot have all the things that are currently in place and say, I want freedom. Well, it doesn't work that way. Sorry, but that's not how it works. These institutions which are blocking access to true freedom need to be destroyed. When you're willing to do that and let go of those erroneous belief systems that are keeping you in a cage, then you'll be free. Until then, expect to live in the cage and enjoy your surroundings and circumstances. You know, that's it. That's all the universe is saying to us, because the laws of nature do not care about you. They are giving you what you are giving you. That's the will of creation. The will of creation is, what do you will for yourself? And creation's always going to say yes. Well, here's the laws. Here's how they work. You will this condition? That's what's required. That's a requirement under the law. You want to do that? You can have that. No, I don't want to do that. Can't have that then. That's it. And it doesn't care. You want to build a house? You're going to need building materials. You can't build a house from thought. You want to get that done? You got to assemble the building materials. That's how a physical law works. Well, you want freedom? There's building materials involved. And there's things that if there's a structure already built here and you want to build a different structure, well, you can't build this, and two things can't exist simultaneously in the same space. Well, you got structures that have built slavery here on the earth. You can't have them still built and still operational and have freedom at the same time. Laws of nature don't work like that, folks. Get over it. You know? But that's what people want to think. I could be the arbiter of truth and law. And what that really is at a low level of wanting to be God. So I call this our appointment with destiny. This is a new take on the old saying, what you resist persists, which is a bunch of New Age mumbo-jumbo. No, if you resist tyranny, you'll probably put it down if you have enough resistance against tyranny. If you resist natural law, you'll definitely have slavery. Okay? What you resist doesn't persist. Here's how this really works. This is the original teaching that was taught in the mystery tradition schools and was bastardized and watered down over thousands of years to come to us in the New Age variant of what you resist persists. The conditions that have manifested as a result of what you have been wrongly resisting is that which will continue to persist. So has humanity been wrongly resisting natural law, morality, the moral law of the universe? Yes. What has it received as a result of that? A little thing called slavery has been perpetuated because of that. Okay? Will that continue to exist? If you continue to resist moral law, yes it will. That's how the law of resistance works. It's not what you resist persists. It's what you haven't gotten. You're still resisting it. So now the condition that you've been receiving as a result of what you haven't understood and you've been resistant to understanding, you're going to get more of that. You're going to keep getting that. You're going to get it in ever greater abundance and frequency too. Which is why we're at the tipping point, at the point where things are ready to really, really rapidly go downhill. Again, I don't say any of that because I'm fear-mongering. Nature is only going to take so much before a tipping point goes off. And then it's on. We mess with nature enough, then it's going to say, all right, boys and girls, it's on. And, good luck when it gets to that point. But we're already a long way into that because we're standing in front of a freight train saying, watch me stop this 200-mile-an-hour train with my own hand. Watch. You'll see. Yeah. Good luck. So, you want to stand against nature? It's going to be a splat. Don't be that guy. Good advice. Being awake means caring enough to take action to create positive change. Being awake is about action, okay? It's about having enough knowledge to know what action is going to lead to a better outcome, not just taking action indiscriminately or randomly. It's certainly not about remaining passive in the face of all the evil that's taking place in this world and just accepting everything as it is. Another New Age deception. When you accept everything just as it is, everything will stay just as it is. So, by show of hands, how many people are perfectly comfortable with the human condition just the way that it is? And don't be embarrassed if you like life just the way that it is, and you think everything is just, just peachy keen, and it's just so great here on earth, and there's no injustice, there's no iniquities, there's no inequities, there's that shouldn't be to the extreme that they are at, and everything should just continue unabated along the course that it's going on. Hey, that's your free will, choice to feel that way. But for anybody that thinks that this place has a lot of learning and growing and evolving to do, okay, and it could be a whole lot better than how it is. Just accepting things how they are now are going to get you more of those things, and probably not just that. It's probably going to degrade ever steadily into worse conditions and worse states if we just accept the way things are. This means that we're not using will again. See, that's the ordering force is free will. The state you're going to get if you just let everything happen is entropy. Science will tell you that, right? Entropy is just the progressive force in the universe, how things tend. They want to be at their most undifferentiated state. Chaos, in other words. You do nothing, you get chaos. You employ will, that will is the syntropic force that counters the entropic force. It's the ordering principle, will. You don't use will, nothing gets changed. You want to stay passive, nothing gets changed. Expect more of the same if passivity is what you want to do. Action will lead to change. Willpower will lead to change. Courage will lead to change. The New Agers want to tell you, don't react to anything, just observe. So many people think that's being awake. I'm just going to be an observer of everything. I'll never react to anything. And people actually believe they're awake. They've bought into this and they believe that's enlightenment. Keep calm. Don't act. Don't change anything. Just stay calm. It's all about being as calm as possible. You know, the most calm people are some of the most asleep people, because they're not recognizing the importance of taking action to change anything here. Because again, they bought into this notion that spirit is all that matters, and spirit is just by its nature totally calm and passive and it doesn't do anything, you know, and therefore we shouldn't change anything here. You know, we're not here to change the world. It's more New Age bullshit. This is not a waiting game, folks. You know, here's a great meme I just found on Facebook. Waiting for corruption to end itself should be any day now. Yeah, how's that working out? Yep, it's not going to happen that way. It's going to happen by an collective acts of great willpower and personal responsibility and personal sacrifice. To step out of what you want in your own life, to learn the truth and then convey it to other people. Like I said when I started, this isn't what I want to be doing with my time. I want to learn to garden in my yard, you know, because I suck at it. Okay? I want to learn to paint because I think I have a lot of creative talent that I could probably bring out in painting. And I've started doing a couple of pieces that I think I'm fairly proud of, but I think could be I could get way better. And I don't pursue that creative ability because the world is in a state of total chaos and disarray, and I have a moral obligation to communicate the truth about what I know about morality and how it works to other people. So I'm not here by my own, you could say I'm here by my own free will choice, because I could just say, screw it, I'm not going to do it. But, you know, I'm not going to do that because I'm not that kind of a person. I recognize the moral obligation, and so I will fulfill it. Because there's certainly nobody else putting out anything like this, or if there are, there's very few. I shouldn't say nobody, that's unfair to some people who are doing this work. It's very few. It's paltry. It's paltry. Okay? That's the word I would use to describe who's really telling the truth about the human condition, what's going on in this world, and how to change it. It's paltry. We need so many more people involved in this work that it's almost incalculable. This isn't a spectator sport. I am not here for you to pay attention to me. I am here for you to pay attention and integrate this knowledge into yourself. Okay? I'm just a conveyor of that knowledge. That's it. Taking it from one place to another place. Now you gotta be conveyors of that. I'm not here to have followers. I don't want you to follow me. I'm not your leader. I'm not your guru. I can't be any of those things for anybody. I can barely do those things for me. I don't want to do those things for me sometimes, to be quite honest. Okay? But I do. And I'm here to tell you, you have to be your own leader. You have to be responsible for yourself. You have to set your own goals. You have to learn the truth yourself. And then you need to communicate that truth to other people. A real master creates other masters, not followers. They set other people, they say, here's the path to mastery. You want to be a master? Go down that path. That's all a master does. After he's been down it, I can tell you what's at the other end. I went down it. You want to be a master? Go down that path, you'll be a master. Then you'll be ready to teach other people. Period. And I'm not saying knowing what it takes to know the truth and be awakened makes me a super better individual than anybody else. I struggle with doing the right thing just like other people will. Okay? Every day. The whole point is, I'm trying constantly. That's what it's about. Continued persistence. Trying all the time to better yourself. All right? So don't look at this as, hey, what's that person going to teach today? You know, it's about, what do I know right now that I can communicate to somebody that doesn't know this? You know it well enough to communicate it. Well, then do it. That's what doing the great work is about. This section about care is all about this lost principle of true care, agape, as I talked about it being known in the ancient Greek mystery traditions. This lost principle, the dynamic of care, what we care about on a day-to-day basis acts as the driving force of our thoughts and our actions. Okay? Care is the ultimate generator. It's the generative principle, it has been called. It generates the quality of our experience. What we care enough about to act on is what generates the quality of our experience here. For this reason, care has been called by many traditions the generative principle. The word generative is derived from the Latin verb genere, which again means to create. Care is what we actually use. The heart energy is what we use to create our shared collective experience, which again is why in this slide with all of the chakras being lit up in the individual, the central one is the heart or anahata chakra. Okay? The heart is the true generator. The generative principle is about what we care about. And again, this isn't about, I care about you in a fraternal love sense or even a romantic sense. Okay? This is about wider care, cosmic care about what's happening, what's going on, what's manifesting, and caring enough about wanting to change it because you know it's not right as is taking place right now. And people are suffering as a result. What we care enough about to put our will behind and act upon is what gets created in our world. The world is the way that it is, unfortunately, because most people do not care enough, even if they say they want things to be different, to change the world through their actions. That's the sad truth about the human condition. And until the heart is expanded and we care enough to get on the battlefield and take right action in the world and teach the difference between right and wrong, not only to ourselves and to others around us, our children, future generations, okay? Those who come after us, don't expect any real positive lasting change. It doesn't just magically manifest on its own. It takes the ordering principle of willpower driven by true care. That's what it's going to take to get this work done. A couple more. Being awake means knowing that enlightenment is not only about changing yourself regardless of what is happening to others. Instead, it is about actively being involved in the awakening process of others. And that involvement in the awakening process of others is what is known as the true great work. Okay? That means you've awoken yourself to the truth. Now you're going to help other people come online to what is. Okay? You're going to help them awaken in the same way that you awoke. The goal of awakening is not to feel good all the time, as we've already talked about in the past section. Anybody telling you that enlightenment is just all about feeling good, pursuing what feels good to you, following your bliss, it's New Age mumbo-jumbo. It's New Age deception. With awakening comes responsibility above all else to truth. That's my master. I only have one master. Okay? And if there was never a truer statement than God is truth. And that is my master. I bend the knee to no other force in nature. Thank you. I have 15 minutes. I was just thanking Ray for the point in time. That's perfect. I should end right on schedule. This is about responsibility to truth. That's the force that we have to serve. See, service to others is fine. It's a matter of fact, it's a very high level of consciousness. Certainly higher than serving the self and just feeling good all the time. But there's a modality of awakening and consciousness beyond serving others. It's called serving truth. Service to truth is the highest form of consciousness. Truth can never be destroyed, but humanity can be destroyed when we refuse to act in service to truth as her defenders. Another big New Age nonsense deception is truth doesn't need to be defended. Of course truth needs to be defended. The lie The deceivers, the liars, the deceivers, they're speaking the lie 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 and a quarter days a year, nonstop. If we don't defend truth, truth doesn't have a voice for itself. We have to be its mediums for expression in the world. We have to be its voice. It is possible for us to co-create a positive outcome, even in the late stage that we are in right now. Even how far into bondage and slavery we are in. A positive outcome is possible for us to co-create. But this can only be accomplished if we care enough to learn the truth ourselves and then develop the courage to continuously speak that truth to other people so that they may also learn it. It is an exercise in willpower and persistence and courage. Seek the truth, then speak the truth. That is the formula for the great work. Seek the truth, then speak the truth. You take it in, then you have to let it flow back out. And that's what the heart energy is all about. Caring enough to use your time and attention to communicate with other people. What is the true great work? The true great work, it is our shared responsibility at this time to help awaken others by continuously speaking the truth unapologetically, even if we feel burdened by this task, and even if it makes all of those involved feel uncomfortable. Courage and persistence are required to perform this great work. We're going to have to drag people into uncharted territory, away from everything that they've known but has kept them enslaved. We're in a state of comfortable slavery. Would you rather be in comfortable slavery or dangerous uncharted territory where you're free? Well, I'll take the unknown and freedom every single second of the day over safe, comfortable, known slavery. You know? People say, well, wouldn't you want to be safe? Not at the expense of my freedom. I'll take cannibals lurking around every corner at the expense of my freedom, rather than the expense of my freedom. Okay? Give me the world filled with cannibals where I'm not owned by somebody else, or even claimed to be owned by anybody else. Those cannibals wouldn't claim they own me, they just claim they want to eat me. That's better than somebody claiming that they own me. It's at least a lot more honest, I'd say. So, I'd take a world where danger lurks around every corner and be free than take perfectly safe and, known slavery that doesn't involve unknown elements or the possibility of chaos. The true great work is the arduous task of influencing others to awaken to the truth. It is to help others, those people, to realize that in supporting and condoning the legitimacy of authority and government, or in other words, man's law, based in moral relativism, that what they have actually been supporting and condoning is the legitimacy of slavery, and that they have been immoral for having taken that position. Now that's no small order, that's a tall order. Because what you are in no uncertain terms asking someone to do is to abandon their false religious beliefs. Because that's what the belief in authority is, false religion. In short, what the true great work comes down to is to help people to abandon their false religions, the erroneous and dogmatic beliefs which hold back the progress of consciousness by impeding the reception of natural law, of truth and natural law. So what is the goal of the true great work? Is there a goal? Is it just a continuous process that never ends? I would say no, it's not. I would say that's what evolution is all about. That's what consciousness is all about. There will be other challenges. Right here and now on the earth, there is a goal to the true great work. There is a goal to it. There is an end that we are trying to arrive at. That's another thing. People want to tell you, oh, there's never an end to arrive at. Yeah, there are ends to arrive at. That doesn't mean life ends at that point, or learning ends at that point, or our personal journey and growth and development ends at that point. What does the true great work here on earth end with? It ends when we end slavery. The goal of it is to end slavery on this planet. And that is what the true spiritual warriors came to this planet to accomplish. That is the mission. To end slavery on the earth. And you know what derailed the mission? Religion. And the New Age movement. And the pursuit of endless hedonism. And the pursuit of money. And the belief in authority. And pursuing fake science. And all the other religions, the things that hold us back from where we say we want to go. We got derailed from that mission. We chose the mission, you know. Volunteers for Earth, please. Well, we all stepped forward, didn't we? Or maybe everybody else took a step back. You know, either way, we're here in the now, right here on Earth, and there is work to be done. And that is the goal of that work. I am not going to lie to you and say it's going to be easy or that we will even actually accomplish it. But I'll tell you what, as long as I draw breath, that is the end that I will work toward. That is the goal that I will keep in my sights, whether it is accomplished within my lifetime or is never accomplished within my lifetime. Being awake, this is the last point, and then we'll go to question and answer session. Being awake does not equate to perfection. I'm right on time. Amazing. Rather, it is about doing your very best in the most difficult of circumstances. Okay? No one is perfect. If you are expecting perfection, you're in the wrong universe, folks. Because perfection does not exist here. I am far from perfect. Everybody else is far from perfect. We can aspire to that. We can set it as, you know, something to look to and aspire to, but to expect to achieve perfection is a pipe dream. And it's only going to set people up for disappointment. And that's another aspect of what religion is there to do. Impossible standards only ensure that people don't bother trying. So what a lot of false religion has done is set up the saviors in these religions, or set up the archetypes in these religions as they led perfect lives. They never made any mistakes. They never did anything wrong in their life. I mean, seriously? People buy into this notion that beings have led 100% perfect lives in the flesh on the earth? Well, I don't think there's any greater example of a bullshit story than that. There's nobody on this planet who is perfect. There never has been and there never will be. Okay? We are here to learn and to grow in consciousness, in truth, in morality. That doesn't mean you're going to be perfect. You know, you have to try in all moments to do the best that you can. But when you set up these big figures on pedestals saying, this person was perfect, this being was perfect, and that's what we have to try to be like. You know what everybody says? Oh, I'm out of here. You know, I don't even want to hear another word, because how's that even going to be possible? They intuitively and rightfully, subconsciously recognize that's not even possible in the kind of world we're living in. You know, that's what religion was there to do. Put people in that right brain mode, putting this archetypal concept up on a pedestal as the symbol of perfection, and you have to try to aspire to be to that level of perfection. No wonder it turns so many people off, and people don't even want to try to discover what real morality is about. What it's ultimately about is looking right there and improving what you see each and every day, a little bit at a time. Doesn't have to be done all at once. It's a stepwise progression, a stepwise process. You can't expect to awaken all at once. I don't expect everybody within the sound of my voice today to suddenly awaken to any or all of the truths that they've seen here today. Okay? It took me 8.5 years to undo the programming that I received when I was involved with the dark occult. I would say that process is probably still undergoing in small ways, in subtle ways. Okay? It's a stepwise progression requiring time, requiring patience, requiring courage, requiring persistence. and constant effort. Constant effort. But remember one thing, the more awake you are, the more awake the world is, because we are a part of the world. As you awaken to greater degrees, the aggregate quality of the consciousness of the people on this planet awakens to greater degrees, because we are part of that aggregate consciousness. So never think that you can't make an effect as an individual. I'll tell you what, I've made significant impact on this planet as an individual, and my words will resound into the cosmos long after I am gone in this physical shell. And I will make my mark upon this world. Pun intended. We are not insignificant or powerless as individuals. We have more power than we can even imagine. Never, ever, ever give up. Truth, love, and freedom are worth fighting for. Way beyond that, folks. They're not just worth fighting for. They're worth everything. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind attention. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you everyone for staying. And let's begin our question and answer session for today. So who has a question for me? Yes.
In one of your slides, you showed the tarot card for strength or courage. Do you have a training on all the other cards that are out there?
The question was, I showed a tarot card in my slide. I believe it was the Justice card. It was the natural law, the card I used for the natural law seminar. That is the Justice card. That's card number 11 in the deck. That card represents natural law. It represents the laws of nature, the laws of the universe that are always on the throne. And his question ultimately was, do I have training in the tarot and the symbology of the tarot? Do I understand a lot of the other cards? And the answer is yes, and I have extensively, well, I wouldn't use the word extensively, I've in a probably moderately extensive way gotten into some of the symbolism of the major arcana. I haven't done the minor arcana. If you listen to my podcast, it's probably around, I just want to throw it out there and take a guess, it might be around the 60s somewhere, but I could be wrong about that. But
it's 44.
Okay, all right, there we go. Somebody who knows my podcast better than me. Thank you. All right, so it's in the 40s somewhere where I went through the tarot major arcana. And I broke it down in conjunction with the Kabbalistic tradition, because one cannot really study the tarot and not study Kabbalah. They are traditions which are sisters, brother and sister to each other. They have to be studied in conjunction. If you understand the minor and major arcana cards and how even the major arcana has two sections to it, the two trees, if you will, the two branches. There is the macrocosmic energies and the microcosmic energies. So the first 11 cards of the tarot deck, there's 22 cards in the major arcana. And again, this is a highly symbolic thing because you have 11 and 11. 11 is a big spiritual number, and it's been called the light worker's call, the light worker's number, etc. It's a call out of awakening, and I believe that is what the tarot is as well. The tarot has been known as the book of truth, the goddess's book, etc. It's the book of natural law. The ancient Egyptian mystery traditions referred to it as Ma'at's book. Okay, Ma'at was the force of justice in the cosmos, the force of natural law. Ma'at's teachings taught through what was called the negative confessions, saying about all the negative things that you could do to somebody and then saying, did you do any of those things or did you not engage any of those things? So again, it's this apophatic inquiry method into natural law. Tarot is all about conveyance of natural law, as is true Kabbalah. Now, what we have to also recognize is in any of these traditions, there can be a dark and a light side to it as well. So people have done fortune telling for just profit and benefit to themselves, even at the expense of somebody they may have played, with tarot. The Kabbalistic tradition has a negative side. There's a Clipotic Kabbalah as well. A dark side exists to all different traditions. There's Freemasonry, which is true and positive, and I call it light Masonry or light Freemasonry, and then there's dark Masonry. Okay? So whenever we're talking about any tradition, it's just knowledge about what is going on in consciousness and in the laws of nature and how that knowledge could be used, whether it is going to be used to uplift people or whether it's going to be used to control them because you have the knowledge of how it works and other people don't. To go back to your question about the symbolism, if we break down the major arcana of the tarot into two halves, 11 cards each, that splits into the microcosmic laws of nature, or the microcosmic aspects of the self, and then the macrocosmic aspects or energies that we're working with in the natural world, in nature. Okay? So card 0 is the beginning of the major arcana. That's the Fool, or if truth be told, that is the soul card. It's not, the Fool is kind of like a code word for it. It's because you'd have to be a fool to incarnate on this planet, but it's the soul coming into incarnation in the flesh, okay? It's really the soul card, all right? But he's making a leap of faith. He's taking his chance to do his mission here. And the next 10 cards, you set them up in the 10 positions of the Sephirot on the tree of life in the Kabbalistic tradition, and you have all the forces of the self. All the indwelling forces of the individuated consciousness, with the Fool representing the Da'at position, D-A-A-T-H, okay? D-A-A-T-H means knowledge in Hebrew, okay? So this is knowledge of the self, right? Now if you do the same thing with the second set of 11 major arcana cards, and you take the end card, and set that aside, and then you have cards 11 through 20, with card 21 being the world or the universe, okay? So you have the soul and then the universe, right? You put that at the Da'at position, and that represents knowledge of the macrocosmic domain, and cards 11 through 20 are all the forces of nature, with 11 being the king on his throne, the justice card, representing the force that governs all of nature, natural law, which is why it is the title card of my natural law seminar. So the short answer to your question is yes, I'm very versed on tarot symbolism. I could probably give courses in it. I have not done anything to that extent yet, but I'd like to do something strictly involving the tarot in the future. Definitely. And if you want to check out a gentleman who probably even knows more about tarot than me, and his breakdown of the symbology is phenomenal, it's Michael Tessarion. He is recently putting out a work where he breaks down each individual card of the major arcana of the tarot deck, probably in even more detail than I ever have yet.
What was the last name?
Tessarion, T-S-A-R-I-O-N. I consider him a personal mentor. Yes?
What is the deck that you prefer using in tarot? Because there's various decks.
The question was, oh thanks, we have an additional microphone. The question though was, what is the deck that I prefer using when studying tarot? And again, this is a highly personal thing. There is no correct answer. I think any deck, as long as it has 78 cards specifically, works. You want, the 22 major arcana cards and then the rest of the deck totaling 78 total cards, I'm sorry. There's different symbolism and interpretations of the symbolism portrayed in different decks, depending on who designed the deck and the tradition that they were preferring to teach, of symbolism they were teaching through the deck. You have, the weight deck. You have things like the universal weight deck is a more richly colored version of that deck. You have Crowley's deck. The Thoth deck is an excellent deck. You have the other decks designed by Israel Regardie, like the Golden Dawn deck. And then there's older, decks from different traditions. You have Egyptian-style decks, Italian-style decks. I wouldn't say there's any one particular one right deck to choose. It's a personal choice. It's the symbolism that really resonates with you, because if the maker of the deck knew their stuff to make the deck enough, they're going to put the necessary symbolism in any deck that is created. I know an individual who's made a personal tarot deck, and it's phenomenal. with his own personal unique style and symbolism, and had an artist draw up the art on all the cards. I plan on, if I get to this in my lifetime, making my own tarot deck. I want a painter I want to commission a painter at some point to paint all 78 cards at some point, but certainly at least the 22 cards of the major arcana. Then maybe we could do some digital work with the minor arcana. I don't know if I would do individual personal images on each deck instead of just, put the suits on each deck and have the numbers or whatever. But my point, going back to what deck I like, again, I may make my own deck personally in the future at some point if the opportunity avails itself with the proper artist. But I personally really like the Golden Dawn Magical deck, not the traditional Golden Dawn deck, which is also very nice. But I like working with what is called the Golden Dawn Magical deck. And it's, again, different than the Golden Dawn deck itself. It's a lot harder to find than the traditional Golden Dawn deck. But there's just something about it that, for me, I like the artwork. I resonate with the particular symbolism that the maker of the deck, who I believe was Israel Regardie. I could be wrong about that, or Regardie may have been working with someone else on that deck as well. But that's my favorite tarot deck. I also really do like Aleister Crowley's Thoth tarot deck, but I would say it probably is second in place to the Golden Dawn Magical deck for me personally. Just my personal choice. Yes?
How you doing, Mark?
Good.
I just want to thank you for everything. My wife and I just recently started listening to you. We're on podcast 20.
Cool.
This is amazing information. So
thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. My question is, touching on you talked about Christ and everything. Mm-hmm. I know you could do courses on it probably, but do you have any recommendations on when you can steer me to get more of the esoteric meaning behind the Bible?
Yes.
As the Old and New Testament?
Yes, actually I have a lot of material on that, okay? The best way for me, instead of just sending you some individual links or a couple of documents here and there, is for you to get in touch with me by my email and request. You can even go on my page on my website, on the contact page, and hit the link to request the ARC drive. I make a terabyte drive. Well, yes, go ahead.
Can I give it to you now?
Yeah. Oh yeah, if you have a hard drive, you can give it to me now. I like people to really mail it to me too, because then you're in control of the shipping. I used to let people just give it to me and then ship it back. As a matter of fact, I would prefer that you ship it to me, because then all the shipping and insurance would be in your hands. And if anything were to go wrong, it's actually your property. I'd rather not have to deal with any insurance claim with it. That's usually what I do, is I ask people to send me a hard drive. I'll fill it up with all the information that you could possibly ever probably want to look into or study. It's 1,800 documentary videos, 20,000 MP3 files, and about 7,000 digital books. You won't finish it in your lifetime. Period, okay? It's got every topic you could possibly ask for information about pertaining to what's going on in the world, and also different occult traditions and bodies of study. So it will keep you busy for a long, long, long time. And there is tons of stuff on astrotheology on that drive. Once I get you the whole thing, then I could give you some tips about where to go in it, or I could put a note on that particular drive. Here's some of the better things on astrotheology. But I'd prefer to give that all to you in one spot. This way it's all there and you could go through it at your leisure. I call this the ARK, A-R-K, the Amazing Repository of Knowledge.
How large do you suggest the hard drive?
It has to be at least 1 terabyte. It could be a larger drive, but it is 1 terabyte of data. I will fill the drive. So I think it has a couple of gigabytes left over after the data is copied to it, but it's 1 terabyte full. I'm working on a 2 terabyte edition of it, because there's probably 30 terabytes of information in my house that I've digitally archived. People are asking me for somewhat different information or topics here and there, and I say, no, that's not on the ARC, that's in my personal collection still. So I put on what I thought was most significant, but I could definitely expand upon it. I don't know if that'll help people more, make it more difficult to wade through, but I was planning a 2 terabyte version, especially since hard drive prices are coming down. I was thinking maybe I'll throw on a couple of good allegorical Hollywood films on it as well. And I don't ask for anything for this. It's just freely available. I just copy the data for you to the drive. That's all it is. You send the drive to me, I copy the data to the drive, I send the drive back to you. That's it. You just have a return shipping label sent to me in the box with the drive, and then it goes back to you once the data is copied to it. So hit that link on my site, email me, tell me you're interested in the Ark, make a note that you want specific info on astrotheology. I'll put a note with it or on the drive, like some of the good stuff to look through about astrotheology, and you could request the Ark drive right from my contacts page. Okay?
Thank you, Mark.
You got it. Yes, ma'am.
First of all, thank you, Mark, for coming and doing this and for the 150 plus shows that we had the opportunity to listen to.
Thank you.
Because you're so much more knowledgeable about this, I just wanted to ask for all of us that are trying to kind of put out the word and trying to do good, is there anything that you do for protection? I mean, you know more about what we're trying to be protected from.
Yes.
Not necessarily on a physical level.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
I speak the truth continuously.
Okay.
That's the greatest protection anyone can ever receive from the universe. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't make a difference if anybody tried to take me out right now. I'm protected in the best way that any form of consciousness could possibly be protected. Be bold, speak the truth, and the universe will come to your assistance and defense. That's the best advice I could give anybody regarding any protection about any possible form of harassment or attack from any entity, human or otherwise. Okay? Stand in the power of truth. It is the shield.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Hey, Mark.
I'll get to you next, sir. Yes.
Thanks again for the awesome presentation. I had a quick question
Sure.
for you. I don't know if you're familiar with this particular theory, the theory of the holographic universe.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just wondering if that's more of the BS that the dark occultists are perhaps putting out there to keep us passive and keep us in a cul-de-sac, to make us feel like we're just in our own video game.
Right.
As a player, and we can't really affect.
I think it can take on that aspect if it's taken too far into an extreme, but do I think that the universe is self-similar across all scales, and also essentially the very large is reflected in the very small reflected in the very large? Yes, I do believe that those are principles of natural law operating all around us in our environment and within ourselves. So I do think that this is a holographic construct of sorts, okay? But that, see, again, if you take that into a form of extreme right brain imbalance, it means, well, it's just all a simulation, so nothing in the simulation makes a difference. It doesn't matter what happens. That's not true. It does matter what happens here, because this is the construct for our learning, our growth, our spiritual evolutionary development. So it's not just about being passive and saying, oh, the whole universe is an illusion, who cares what happens? That's why I basically made that one of the points of awakening. Yes, you can understand that everything is one at a fundamental unified level, but that doesn't mean that experiences are happening on in the individuated physical realm, okay, where we come to have experiences and to grow and learn, aren't of significance. It absolutely means that the experience is the important part here. And even if we understand, yes, this physical matter, it's just a construct for that experience in consciousness, that does not mean that the experience is not of absolute significance and we should take seriously what happens here. That's the danger of falling into a right brain imbalanced state. So I like the holographic reality concept, but it has to remain in balance with feet on the ground spirituality. So I hope that answers your question. Yes, sir.
Couple of things on your point on order taking.
Yes.
Brought to mind who's suffering PST, these order givers,
Sure.
these soldiers.
Yep.
And are you familiar with the testimony of a woman who called herself Savali that was on the internet?
I've heard of this, but I'm not really intimately familiar with it. What was she about?
Well, she was an Illuminati child.
It is the person I'm thinking about, yes.
Sold slave.
Yep.
Operated in San Diego County.
Yeah, I haven't gone into her work too much. I've heard about it. People have started to recommend her to me. I've received a recommendation in the past. I've looked into it a tiny bit. Seemed like she may have been involved in the dark occult somehow. I didn't really look into a whole lot of the material that she had put out. I probably should do that at some point.
Well, that was around 2006 or 2007. I don't think they can find her or locate her.
Oh, really? Interesting.
But MichaelTessarion.com.
Oh, yeah.
Another mentor for me too.
Phenomenal
Really
work.
opened me up.
Absolutely. People should definitely check out his work, no, without any question. Yes, sir.
Sir, again, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
We're very appreciative of that. I'm sure you get so tired of hearing about this, but I'm still personally trying to clear it up, and I come all this ways to seek your wisdom. It's about Moloch, specifically.
Yes.
I mean, the whole. Now I've seen. I looked up on YouTube. What is your interpretation of the owl symbol? And I see you take it more of a takeaway, not from the Canaanite god, with the horns, and that's how it's supposed to trend over. But it was actually just the actual essence of being hidden is more important. These are the people who are on the wood line looking down at the house in the field. So one of my questions to that is I think a lot of people might be losing the relevance of just how frequently that symbol does appear.
Oh, sure.
So I do see it as being very important to them. And one last thing before we go, is a lot of people really missing out on what's going on with the youth right now. I think more than ever, as you say, the Satanists, I don't know if theistic Satanism or Gnostic Luciferian we're talking about. Well, whatever it is, I think they're trying to take away our youth at one of its highest times.
Sure.
I've always been involved in what we call the rave movement. Raves are as old as festivals.
Yes.
However, the main business has come on now, the largest music festival in the world for 4 years running, and this year will actually make maybe the largest festival in music history. 350,000 people will be in appearance. I've been to this music festival sometime before, and there was Moloch, where you have the giant owl mythology everywhere. So
Sure.
I'm wondering if you could help me clarify, is that a Canaanite god? Are these Luciferians? Or is this some kind of Minerva, Artemis type of reference? They know something I don't know.
It goes.
Why is there in a festival where happiness is the theme?
Right. It goes back to the Babylonian tradition. Ishtar was often depicted as an owl goddess in the Babylonian tradition. There have been owl symbolisms representing knowledge, okay? And again, occultism, knowledge, an owl can see in the dark. It has superior night vision. So that which is difficult to see at night, okay, has been represented by the owl, okay? It is cloaked, seemingly cloaked in darkness. It's hard to see. You have to unveil it to take a look at what lies underneath you. You need to dig deeper and look deeper. So that's general occult symbolism, and they've depicted this with an owl to represent one who is capable of seeing in the dark because of its superior night vision. Now, the dark occultists love the predatory owl symbolism, like with Molech, and I would say Molech is a dual god. It was seen as both an owl and a bull. And that symbolism merged, okay? And you could see like like some owls have what literally looks like horns, okay? And that merges, that symbolism merges at some point. I would probably say where that started to merge is in the Carthaginian traditions, Phoenicia Canaanite traditions. And it went dark when it came into that region of the world, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, not to say that there wasn't dark occultism in the older traditions like the Babylonian and Sumerian traditions, etc. There were sorcerers there as well, okay, that were manipulating consciousness and manipulating people through symbolism. But I would say where it went into the realm of having innocence offered to it as sacrifice was in the rituals that the Carthaginians practices that were known as Molochs. The rituals were called Molochs, okay? And they were sacrificing infants, the purest. They felt that the purest energy had to be given to this dark variation of the sun god. And people don't often look at Molech or, this sacrificial god that they were offering these rites to as a light god or a god of the sun. See, they were doing this because they believed that the earth and the sun had to receive some sort of a blood sacrifice for their harvest to be favorable. So they did this often in springtime. The springtime, the first part of the spring, This is known as the season of sacrifice in the occult world. It's from the spring equinox to the halfway point of spring, because that's the planting season. As soon as the winter is over, spring equinox comes in, you want to get your plants in the ground, okay? By the midpoint of spring, if you're not already planted, you're not going to have a big harvest. So that's when they would offer blood. They felt that, well, since all of the energy that we take in through food, it goes into the blood. The blood is the carrier of energy through the body. Okay, that's how we process energy, right? That the life force, the vitality of a person was inside the blood. This is why blood is so important in sacrifice rituals. So even in the biblical text, it says the blood, the life force is in the blood. Okay, or it was translated in many cases as the blood is the life. It is the carrier of the life force. So they believe that that had to be released in the purest form possible, which is child's blood. So that the sun, because the sun god and the earth god that was providing that life force to us through the light and the energy of the sun interacting with the earth to then bring nutrients into our body and into our blood to provide vitality, okay, had to be somehow, a portion of it had to be given back to that creator God. And of course, this is a dark occult worldview. It's not anything that is obviously based in logic or reason. It is dark religion. It is what, occultists would simply refer to as the old religion. The old religion is sun worship. Literal sun worship, the worship of the actual star in the sky that allows us to have life through its light and energy. And they look at that as their God, but see, it's also a symbol of knowledge. So this ties it all back to the owl as well. Because if knowledge is light, and those who can see and have the light are the knowledgeable, well then that could be, they could wield that as a weapon to people who they keep in the dark. So the solar symbolism, okay, and the owl symbolism is twofold, okay? So you have people who considered knowledge, the light, the sun, or the owl, the one who can see in the dark, see things as they really are, even if the conditions that they're operating in is darkness, okay? If they use it for the right reasons, those could be positive, uplifting symbols. So I'm not telling you every piece of solar symbolism is dark or negative. Some people use solar symbolism and it's a very positive, there you go. Solar symbolism, the eye, being able to see in a world of darkness, okay? I wouldn't use that if I think it's a negative symbol. I think the all-seeing eye is a very powerful, positive symbol, okay? But symbols can have dual meanings depending on who's using them, okay? So, and again, these dark occult traditions that were based in literal sun worship and blood sacrifice, they also use the symbol of the sun as the black sun. Those who have the light can use it in a dark capacity to hold consciousness down by keeping people in darkness or in ignorance while they hoard all the light and then use it as a power advantage over their fellow human beings. And they also took the symbol of the owl and perverted that as well to use it as a symbol of the dark occult, or those who had the light and had the ability to see, but they were using it for predatory purposes. Again, why they like that symbol of a predatory bird of prey, who can fly above its prey at a higher level, seeing the whole field, and its prey can't see it, but it can see in the dark because of its superior night vision. So that's where all that symbolism becomes tied together, and I would say it's definitely not just one thing. Anywhere you see an owl doesn't mean there's dark occultists at work. It could very much be the opposite, and it could be people of a much higher level of consciousness that look at knowledge as something that needs to be taken in and shared, okay? I have a beautiful painting of an owl in my basement, that is right next to where I work every day, So I have owl symbolism around me there as well. Again, I think symbolism always has to be looked at from a perspective of who's it being used by and for what purpose is it being used. That's what's going to determine its intent, just like the usage of any other tool. Yes, sir.
Well, my question is based on a premise, and you're more than welcome to disagree with the premise, but from the presentation, it seems like you do. So, if awareness or the ability to consciously observe stimuli indicates a personal moral responsibility, does conscious interference or just distraction, disturbance, to the quality of our awareness induce harming death, drunkenness, cognitive dissonance, excessive stress, tension, distraction.
I would say if you live in that modality constantly and try to make your life about nothing but that, you're adding to the ignorance that's all around us in the world. So I'm not telling people that they should go out and become drug addicts by taking drugs. I'm saying it's your right to put a substance into your body, but again, I'm always advocating for balance, self-control. Can I go out and have a couple of beers, not get totally trash wasted, and then do stupid stuff all over the town? Yeah, I can do that. Somebody who can't who doesn't know their limits or who wants to go overboard with everything should probably abstain from that activity, not only not to make a fool out of themselves, but not to hurt other people. But that doesn't mean it's not your right to ingest it. It wouldn't be your right to ingest it and go do stupid and harmful things. That's where you have to separate the actual act of ingestion of any compound in any amount versus the acts that will follow. So I'm always advocating for personal responsibility. So if I want to, for example, chew on a few psilocybin mushrooms and have a visionary experience, you probably won't see me trying to drive in that instance. It would probably not be a good idea. You're not going to exercise such good judgment. So, but hey, even if I did and I didn't hurt anybody, there's no harm done, but I took a chance there. If I then took that chance and did harm, I think I got to be held to account for it. But I don't think you do that preemptively. That's why I think, hey, even if somebody wants to drink and drive, drinking and driving is legal in some states still. You can actually drink with open containers of alcohol in a moving car. With you operating the car, you can be drinking a beer in certain states, which shows you the moral relativism of all of man's law, by the way. That's completely illegal in some places and will get you locked up, and in other places it's okay. But if you get pulled over for erratic driving and your blood alcohol level is a certain amount, which it almost is definitely going to be with how low they'll set it, you'll definitely have some action taken against you. But I think that when an action manifests, you should be held accountable for it if it manifested wrong. And that's to go with following the ingestion of any compound or no compound. Whatever you do, you're responsible for, period. It's like, so that's why you have to know your limits. You have to know about your consciousness. That's what knowing the self entails. Yes?
Just as a,
yeah.
Also, just on a finer level, excessive TV watching, self-induced sleep deprivation, it's excessive stress and worry.
Sure, that too, yeah. One of the things I should have put in here, I just briefly touched on it in the section about what we take into ourselves, how it determines behavior, okay, is food. An awake person's going to care enough about their body that they're going to put clean water, clean food, as pure food energy into their body as possible. So that awakening also means that taking care of the physical self because they understand the importance of the physical vehicle for advancing spiritual life on the earth. So definitely very important, good points as well. Yep. Yeah. Yes.
So
I'll go to you next, sir, in the back. Yes.
I consider myself a warrior for truth my whole life. It's just the way I've always been. So nothing absolves me of the responsibility of that.
Sure.
But I'd like your opinion about the 26,000-year equinox precession.
Yes.
And the whole idea of that we're coming out of the dark period and moving into the light, and the light is shining into all the dark corners. We see all sorts of institutions right now crumbling that are on the dark side. What is your opinion of that?
Well, I don't know if I necessarily agree that the institutions that are dark in our world are crumbling. I think that some people are coming online to recognizing them for what they are. When it comes to cycles, my take is not completely in alignment with, but quite similar to certain takes on cycles that are seen in the Hermetic philosophy. And that is that, yes, there are cycles of consciousness, okay? And, you could go back into the Vedic traditions and study, things like the yugas, which were great ages where they said that, there would be certain golden ages and bronze, silver and bronze, and then an iron age. The iron age they called the Kali Yuga, the Yuga of destruction and dissolution and chaos, etc. And I think that could also represent breaking down what is negative and needs to be done away with as well. Kali should not just be looked at as something that is dark or negative. It also wipes away that which needs to be wiped away. Okay, so when it comes to cycles, do they exist? I believe that they do exist. Are we bound to the tendency of the cycle? No. Okay? I look at them as tides. Everything flows according to laws of rhythm and compensation. Okay? So, if you want to row a rowboat out to sea, can you do it when the tide is coming in very strong? Yes, you can do it. Will it take a whole lot more effort to get it done at that time rather than wait for when the tide is going out and it would take much less effort? You still can do it, but you're going to exert a whole lot more energy if you don't want the default condition of the boat remaining on the shore. Okay? So, in this time period, the cycle of consciousness that we are in, we're in a period of consciousness is attempting to be shut down by dark forces. Okay? I see it the exact other way, that there are forces that are trying to work to prevent the elevation of consciousness. Okay? And they're all gathering and they're working together in a unified front to suppress something from coming up. So that is the tendency in this cycle, the suppression of consciousness, or it is what I would call entropy of consciousness. The entropic force is working against us awakening and being conscious of patterns and meaning with respect to those patterns. And that's why we see the majority of the world is still asleep. The majority of the people of the world, if we are being honest with ourselves, are still asleep, completely and utterly ignorant of what is going on all around them, unfortunately. That having been said, this cycle that we are in does not have to go that way. If enough will is applied, just like if enough will, you couldn't row that boat out to sea on your own in the high tide coming in. If you got 3 people seated in the boat and they all had oars and used all of their strength, you could get it out there. It can be done, but there are going to be requirements for doing that under those conditions. The conditions, if we don't want further tyranny and total slavery to manifest, the tendency is toward those right now. If we want to reverse those conditions, more of us have to come forward and put the truth out there to other people in a much bigger and more forceful way. Again, I did not say violent way. I said in a forceful way, meaning the truth has to be spoken unwaveringly, unapologetically, no matter who it offends, because you cannot unhear something. The most rigid, skeptical, heart-hardened individual is incapable of unhearing any word that comes out of my mouth. Okay? They can ignore it. My family members are ignoring everything I've pretty much ever said on any of these topics. But you know what? They've heard it, and they can't unhear it. So, then that becomes, like everything else is, a free will choice. It doesn't mean we are ensured with a positive outcome that just because we're speaking the truth, there's going to be an awakening process and an ascension process. It can happen if enough of us work on that and enough people, their egos break down, dissolve, and they say, okay, I was wrong. The magic words that are going to change the world are, I was wrong. Okay? And then they change their thinking. As a result, their behavior changes, and then the conditions change. However, the syntropic force that orders things against the natural tendency to break down and go into chaotic states and darker states, that is willpower. Okay? Right now, where we're at, I don't think we have those numbers. We need so many more people, to the extent that I understand it and beyond, teaching this material, and we just don't have those numbers. I'm not trying to paint a hopeless situation. I'm just trying to be honest about where I see the dynamic going. Okay? So if enough people came forward and taught this, and other people were told how it actually is, and then they still refused it, the negative consequence of the cycle is going to manifest. If enough people summoned their will, came forward, expressed this knowledge to other people in whatever medium was possible within their capabilities, okay, it might be possible to reverse the dynamic. Might be.
So what about the whole fractal time, like you're saying about the cycles or whatever?
Yes.
That we're heading into what seems to be, people are believing is, whether you call it the second coming. And my personal belief is that, how nobody expected Jesus to be who he was, and they couldn't accept him
Right.
as followers.
Sure.
My personal belief is that we are all God, and that's how it's going to come back, and that it's going to be hard for people to accept, but that this whole idea of a cleansing, where the people that are enlightened and awake are here to manifest the new earth and take care of the earth, and the ones that are not awake are whatever they're going to happen to them, but we're supposedly right in that right now. Do you believe that?
No, I don't think there's going to be a great separation of humanity. I think we're all in this together, and we're going to share in the co-created shared experience. So I don't think the universe says, hey, class, there were a couple of people who got A's in this class and then the rest failed, so we're going to take them out and they're going to have this consequence, and then, it's the creation judges the aggregate consciousness. And then people will say that's not fair, and maybe it's not. But unless you have a way off this planet and to go somewhere else where these circumstances aren't manifesting, I think we're in this together, and I think we're quarantined here together by higher forces until we do understand natural law. Natural law, the other highly advanced civilizations in the cosmos are not going to allow the human infection to propagate through the rest of the local sector of the galaxy. Let's put it that way. Okay? This is a quarantined planet. We're living in a prison planet, definitely. That's my worldview. That does not mean I think that that's an eternal situation. And nor do I think the universe is a prison. That's the dark occult worldview. They think the universe is a prison, so they're going to rule it rather than serve within, the will of the Creator. Because they look at everything as just, because they can't do whatever they want unchallenged, they look at that as that's a prison. That's their worldview, actually. And so, because they can't escape the consequences of natural law, they do the next best thing. They get other people to perform their actions for them, so they take the brunt of the karmic consequences, and then they want to use these life extension technologies so that they can, become, quote, God here, or live as long as possible, stretch out their life so that they don't have to go even into other realms and experience negative karmic debt or consequences as well. It's a total ideology and worldview of complete folly. But nonetheless, that's their religion. Because of their worldview about how they see the universe. You see, they want to be God. That's what all it really comes down to. They want behavior with no consequences, no matter how immoral the behavior is. And, if you really think about it, that's what they propagate on a lower level to human beings. Most people also want behavior with no consequences, regardless of whether the behavior is immoral or not. Not to the extent that the dark occultists propagate that ideology. But to go back to cycles, I don't think there's any assured outcome. I think free will governs the whole situation, and that can turn on a dime. I think that's the good news here. Okay? When we talk about the fractal nature of time, you have to understand that only means a tendency to express. And then there's a choice point where the tendency can go the way it was heading, or we can use the ordering or syntropic principle of free will to counteract that entropic tendency, if it was a dark tendency, to then get to make a jump or a quantum leap, as they have called it, to a positive outcome. That's all governed by free will choice. And that's good news, because that means it's up to us whether we go down that path. In other words, if the tides coming in real hard, and it's going to be real hard to row that boat out there. But if we get a few friends together and we apply some willpower and persistence, we will get that boat out there. That's my take on cycles of time. Oh, I said to the gentleman in the back, yes. I'll go to you next, sir.
Yeah, Mark, first of all, I made the connections with the majority of what you said today, and but there's a couple of questions I have. One of them is when you showed that slide, and everybody's, I'm sure in this room is going to go right there. When you showed the slide of the leaders and the soldiers,
Yes.
shouldn't there have been a third picture of the people who pay for that?
Sure, because through taxation, we're all making that possible, which is why I say, do whatever you can not to pay any taxes. I will not work for any corporation or entity that does withholding. Every single amount of money, I don't pay for that, personally. I don't pay for that, okay? I work for whatever monies are exchanged for me, and anybody I work for are direct, and there is no middleman, and there never will be till the day I die. And somebody can come and shoot me for that or put me in a cage for that, but you're not going to get 1 cent from me personally. I will not do a job where any of my money is being used to rape and torture children. Not going to happen in this life. Not in this life. So, and people will say, well, you interact with that in some capacity. When you buy something, there's a sales tax. That's not within my power to escape that, okay? That would mean you can never use money, okay? So then, stand in one place and die then, is what somebody would say. That's not doing any work on the ground, you know? But I think more and more people should quit corporate jobs, try to do whatever they can to support themselves in a direct capacity, working for an employer as a sovereign, and bring that idea up to more and more people. Bring that idea up to more and more people. We have to go back to working total under-the-table jobs off books. Off books. And I'm telling you, I'm openly advocating breaking man's law. You know, you're never going to get me to do that. All you can do is shoot me. All you can do is imprison me. And, you know, you'll make a martyr out of me if you do that at this point. So, you know, the word's getting out there one way or another, but yes, I agree with you. The people who continue to put money into that system and they are not speaking out against all the immorality that is resulting are complicit with it at some level. I would say they are more indirectly complicit with it, but complicity is there nonetheless, yes.
So I guess what else I wanted to say was, you know, I mean, and I don't need to tell you this, as well read as you are, and probably everybody in this room the same, is that for thousands of years, all these wars that are depicted in those pictures, I mean, the people who go and get sent off, they couldn't even read.
Sure.
They couldn't do shit.
Sure.
I mean, these were serfs, these were people who were, I mean, they knew nothing.
Yeah. Yep.
So basically they're propagandized. Well, I guess the point I'm trying to make is that these soldiers, and I'm not trying to make an excuse.
Sure, sure.
Majority of them are young, you know,
Yeah.
are sent off, and it's the media, it's the propaganda. Yep. But in the old days, you didn't need the media. You just had
sure.
somebody who, you know,
yep.
that had all the influence and the money and the power to say, these people are attacking you, and unless you attack them, they're going to, you know,
yep.
come for you. So
it's a piece of cake to orchestrate a war. People think it takes so much manipulation and effort. It's the easiest thing to instill fear in other people, to get them to go and do all kinds of atrocities. Yes.
Exactly. So what I guess what I'm trying to say is that, you know, if I'm one of these people in my family know me in the same situation, probably everybody in this room has family who, you know, you try to tell some of these truths to, and they're like,
yep.
You're not.
Yeah, they're very, very...
I guess the point I'm trying to make is this. If you can't even tell your own family
right.
who's known you all your life,
right.
imagine going to a total stranger and
right.
trying to, you know, convey some of these truths.
Right.
I guess where I'm going is that I do my part, for example, to protest and boycott
sure.
Monsanto.
Sure.
Right here, the headquarters
sure.
of St. Louis.
Right, right.
That seems to be my duty because I have this evil corporation
sure.
in my own state.
Yeah, and that has such an effect on consciousness too, because if we're putting horribly degraded food into our body, that's horribly degrading us, and that's going to affect the thought process.
Another way of putting it from my perspective is, every time you spend $1, you're voting.
That's right.
No,
that's right.
The political system, because that's
yep.
already rigged. or when you spend money, every dollar you spend is a vote.
Right.
You're telling that corporation, go buy.
I support that. That's exactly right. That's what I tell my family all the time. They eat all these crap foods and, buy all kinds of stuff from the mainstream companies and the mainstream supermarkets. And I'm like, first of all, that's genetically modified. It's hurting you. It's hurting the earth. And you're supporting a eugenics agenda. You're supporting a company they're one of these multinational globalist entities that supports the whole power structure.
You pointed out earlier, what did you call it, moral relativism?
Yes.
Okay, the idea that don't be splitting hairs and saying, well, I got to do this because I got a family and this and that. But I mean, earlier you held up a cell phone.
Right.
Earlier you held up a PowerPoint thing.
Sure. Yep.
Where do you think those things were made?
Oh, sure.
And by who?
Right.
And under what conditions?
Sure. Oh, absolutely. Technology is definitely one of those dual-edged swords.
Cool, I
Sure.
understand that. But every time I think of anything that's bought anywhere, and I think of who made that stuff,
Right.
then I get into this more.
Which is
I
why.
gotta have the phone so I can call my
Right. Which is why we have to put up the pressure for ethical practices. Yes.
I mean, we gotta give some, because I don't want to use any of this shit either.
Right.
But the point is, the internet is why we know we're here. That's why we're here today. We couldn't know about you.
Of course. Right. So again, there are going to be some trade-offs with what you are going to engage with. Okay?
Right.
What I'm saying is, to the extent that is within your ability to pull away from that,
right,
and still do what you need to be doing with your feet on the ground here on the earth, take those actions. Okay? Could I possibly live without some of the technology I have? Maybe so. Does the technology that I employ on a daily basis facilitate deeply what I am doing, what the mission I'm trying to accomplish here? Yes, and I'm using it in that capacity. Is a phone inherently something that is bad? Okay, going to war because a politician says go to war and following that order is an inherently bad thing. This doesn't have to be manufactured with bad practices. We can have corporations that are ethical. Okay, it is possible to do that. All right, it is possible for people to get together, form a company that produces a product in an ethical way.
Until you study what the corporation is.
Right. Right.
Its only obligation is to make money.
Right.
Its only obligation.
Well, I'm talking about a company in general. We could split hairs about what a corporation means, but I'm talking about just a grouping of people coming together, forming a company to make a product. Of course, you can do that business in an ethical capacity. Okay, if you care enough to do it in an ethical capacity. As you say, most of these corporations put profit over people. They don't care about ethical practices. They couldn't give a damn. And I agree, a lot of our products are made like that. And if you really look at it, most of them are. So then, I mean, are you going to beat yourself up all day because you go down to the store and pick up a product that you need for the house? I think that's maybe going into too much of an extreme. I think if
everything we've talked about here today, to a lot of years, will sound extreme.
Right.
There's what you were talking about, the natural law, and all the rest of that. That can sound like an extreme.
Sure.
I'm cool with it.
I'm just saying there are balanced approaches that can be taken, and what I would say is we always want to keep up the pressure for these companies to act in a moral capacity. And that also starts by speaking to people who work and even run companies. You can create a lot of change by changing someone's mind who runs a local company. They're people like everybody else. The point is, until these ideas are talked about instead of football scores, okay, instead of the weather, until this is the main topic of conversation, an enlightened society, their first area of interest, the first thing they want to know, the only thing that they want to know when they are interacting with their fellow human beings is, are you awake? That's the question. Are you still in a state of ignorance? Are you still not understanding the fundamental connectivity of all of us? Okay? So until that mentality is brought forward, and it's the everyday topic of conversation, again, that's why it's called common sense. Morality is conscience. Common sense is what that word actually means. The common sense right now is more people, the common knowledge is more people know about the players in the baseball game than know about the difference between right and wrong behavior. And therein lies the fundamental problem. Until that dynamic is changed, you're never going to have ethical companies. You're never going to have ethical people. Those companies are made of people who would generally act unethically if given the chance. So it's all about the communication of that knowledge first and foremost. And again, we're nowhere near the tipping point level of dynamic of having enough people involved in the communication of this particular information. The topic of morality and what it really means to know the difference between right and wrong would need to be the common sense, everyday area of colloquial conversation just about everywhere on the earth first for this dynamic or tipping point to change. Until people are talking about that with everybody around them, don't expect a lot of change to happen. It's not just magically going to happen because, some people are recognizing that there's some immorality in it. You have to communicate the actual message of morality to other people such that they get it to an extent where then they're going to propagate it to others, and it's going to expand exponentially from there. That's a tall order. I'm not expecting anybody to, come out of here with such a warm, fuzzy feeling about how easy this is going to be to do, because that's one thing I'll tell you, it's not going to be easy. The principles that underlie the truth are simple and elegant, but to actually put that into manifestation, when you take into consideration just how deep into darkness this planet is going to be a very, very, very tall order. So really great point, sir. Yes?
Just like you said, that question that we ask ourselves, don't quote me on this, but from my understanding, Coca-Cola's number one job is to triple their revenue every 10 years.
Regardless of what has to be done to do that.
And you ask, well, how do you do that? How do you actually do that? What do you do? Well, that's the question we'll work with every day.
Right.
So then we just need to have our own question. What question do we want to solve?
Right.
What is there not around us? If there's something that you want and it's not around you, maybe it's for you to...
Yeah. How do you create a world that is based in freedom? And that is, according to the law of freedom, you have to have a people who are knowledgeable about morality and make a conscious, willful effort to choose right action over wrong action. And if you don't have that now, the only way you're ever going to create that is communicating that knowledge to other people, which is why I don't want to rearrange deck chairs on the Titanic. I want to get down to the core, underlying heart of the matter and teach that concept. Okay? It's the idea of, fish for a man, you feed him for a day. Teach him to fish, you'll feed him for a lifetime. Not that I even really believe in fishing, but you get the idea. Garden for somebody, give them some food that you gardened, and you'll feed them for a couple of days. Teach them how to garden, they'll be able to garden forever and feed themselves. So that's the whole point here. We got to get down to the underlying causal factors, teach people what is generating the condition, the causes, instead of looking at just the effects. And that's how we're going to be the most effective, by teaching that. The solution all lies in the mental realm. That's why people will say, I have no solutions because I'm not telling people to do new things. Yeah, you're correct. Did you actually hear me say, go and do this new thing here? And it's real complex, it's going to involve all of this stuff, and here's how you do it, here's the actual methodology. I didn't tell you that. I gave you general concepts about, here's why we're creating what we're creating. You want to stop that, things have to change in the realm of mind. And when they change in the realm of mind, then you'll see the effects in the manifested physical world. People don't like that as a solution. They want, it's like, I tutor people in computers, okay? I get people, I don't want to understand the ins and outs of this program or operating system. Don't teach me the concept. Give me linear steps. Click this menu, click this item, check this box, hit that button. You haven't learned anything. You haven't learned one thing if I tell you how to do it that way, because you're not understanding the conceptual idea. Then what happens if an update gets run, and now the program is slightly different. The interface isn't the exact same. Maybe they move that command to a different menu. Maybe the checkbox is no longer in the same position. Then you're going to be lost because you didn't understand the conceptual idea. And this is where humanity is trapped. You could liken that linear methodology of check this box, open that menu, etc., to being trapped on the plane of effects. Whereas the conceptual idea, which it doesn't make a difference whether the computer changes, the operating system changes, the program changes. If you know how to do nonlinear video editing, you're going to be able to sit down at any nonlinear video editing system and get the general concept, even if you have to look at the interface for a day or two and understand how it's different than the one you're used to. Okay? The conceptual idea is the main point. Yes, sir, next to him. Yes.
Two questions.
Okay. Yes.
I really enjoyed your part on anarchism.
Thank you.
That word, telling something you're an anarchist is like telling them. Yeah. So my question is, in that breakdown you mentioned the Greek root of archon.
Yes.
And I'm a little bit familiar with the more ancient Gnostic
Yes.
definition of it. I was wondering if you just kind of expound on that a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, in the Gnostic tradition, the Gnostics saw the archons as these beings that were basically controlling things here and using people as sort of an energy source or a food source. And I do think that that is a very possible, viable possibility, that there are non-human entities that use the negativity that happens here as sort of like a food source, and negative energy is like their food, okay? They considered these beings that were all around us. They could shapeshift, they could change into different forms, they could look at like a human being, okay? They were governed by dark principalities, they were governed by, maybe possibly demonic entities, and they call them the archons. And I'm not completely dismissive of that, but at the same time, my take on it is, it doesn't make a difference who the ultimate controllers of this situation are. I call them the farmers. This is a farm. It's a free-range farm. That's what the earth is. The different components for the animals are the country borders. That's all. So the farmers and the farming system needs to go. Animals that are being farmed would have every right to rise up and revolt against people who are farming them and using them as food, because it's their lives and not the life of the farmer, I mean, you just look at cattle. Would cattle have a right to revolt against man? Sure they would. Because we're slaughtering them and killing them and using them as food. It's not our life to do that with, I don't make that the main huge point of, my whole thing, the whole vegan philosophy. I touch on that and expand on it a little bit in my podcast, but I think we need to focus first on how are we treating each other, but then you can get into speciesism, and then we look at other species as somehow inferior to us, and that our life is just a higher form than theirs, and so we can just do whatever we want to them. Well, who's to say these other entities that are out there in the cosmos don't look at us the same way, as just animals to be bred for their food, and this is just a nice farm. And now it's just full to capacity, and they just look at us as, well, we'll cull them when they get up in numbers that we can't handle. I'm not dismissive of that. I think where the Gnostics took a very negative or somewhat disempowering or imbalanced worldview is when they think that the whole universe is governed by an archonic entity known as the demiurge, and the whole universe is evil. I definitely don't look at that as a positive worldview. That's taken things way to the extreme of spirit is all that matters and the physical world is evil. Okay? And the dark occult actually have that mindset as well. They think of the universe as a prison. And the reason they think it's a prison is because some intelligence has created boundary conditions known as moral laws, which these psychopaths do not want to be in operation in the world. Again, they want to be able to do whatever negative, vile, immoral behavior that they want to do in their psychopathic mind state with no consequence. So to them, the dark god of the world is the god that put natural law into effect. And they're going to rage against that god, again, by ruling the prison. Reign in hell rather than serve in heaven. So I think that's where we can look at the possibility of non-human intelligence interacting with our population and possibly be even controlling certain things, but free will trumps all of it. Consciousness and free will and epigenetics will trump all of that. Because once you make a decision not to go along with any particular program, how's anybody going to stop you from that? How are you going to control me when I'm telling you, I know I'm not the flesh at my essence, okay? I'm not cooperating with you. I don't care if you torture me. I don't care if you kill me. I don't care if you kill everybody I know and care about. I don't care if you torture everybody I know and care about. Good luck controlling that. You know what that state is called? Being out of fear. Being out of fear. You'll never control that. And that's the level of courage people need to get to.
As far as the Archon thing goes, just possibly, I mean, just like our consciousness can create, you know, besides the idea of it being beings,
right.
We're creating positive energy and negative energy.
Sure.
And we're creating that.
That's right.
And that's what's feeding on us.
We are co-creators of our shared experience, and the driving dynamic behind that force of co-creation is free will. That means it's ultimately within our control. We are the drivers, we are the programmers of our code, our computer code. Yes?
Thank you for your patience.
You got it. And I believe this was the last one. Is this the last one? Okay, last question, yes.
So I would like to hear your opinion concerning the student loan debt crisis in this country. Because I'm a debt slave, because I went to school, and I started out when I was 18 years old, and I signed papers.
Right,
and I was
sure.
uninformed and signed
Sure.
thousands of dollars in debt, just like millions
Yep.
of other people. And I'm obviously very upset about it.
Sure.
And here's my conundrum. So I really want to just say no to all this and refuse to pay, protest, and
Sure.
not be the system, because it just feels like the right thing to do. But on the other hand, I also want to pay as soon as possible so I can have the breathing room to continue the great work without all these people
Sure.
banging on my door.
Yeah.
So I want to hear your opinion concerning this whole.
Yeah, the whole thing is it's a complete breach of trust, essentially. People were sold a pipe dream. They were sold a bill of goods. They were sold snake oil. But unfortunately, because people put the whole education system up on sort of a pedestal, still, I don't know why, because people with all kinds of degrees can't even find work in today's world. You know, we've made this kind of like a sacred cow. And that's a personal choice. I mean, I can't just recommend any particular thing to do. If you want to just stop paying it, let your finances go into disarray for several years, which they will. Do that, you know, and start over, or you know, try to pay it off. You know, if that's what you think you should do. I think that's a personal decision that you have to weigh in the balance and decide what you think is best for you in your life right now in the moment. But I definitely think it's a breach of trust and a breach of faith in what they've done. And I think more people have to lose faith in that system, you know, because it's not real education anyway. You know, if the real education were to be given, children would be taught the truth about morality. First and foremost, before anything else, that would be what they would be programmed with, and would not have the ability to refuse in the first several years of their life. This is why, one of the things I'll end on, it's a good thing, I very rarely bring this up in my talks, but it's about like force versus violence, okay? Shamanic cultures don't have the incidences of mental illness, violence, and overall societal repression in many cases than the Western culture does. And there's a reason for this. They use force upon their children when they're young. Their children are not permitted to not understand natural law. They willfully program their children with the right computer code. And they look at it as, while that child is in that vulnerable state, they are my responsibility. I am their steward. I don't own them permanently, but I am in stewardship of them. And if I know the dynamic that leads to order or chaos, okay, then I have to program this knowledge into this child from a young age. And you know what happens if the programming doesn't stick and they end up with a psychopathic child? Out into the wilderness he goes, he or she. And that equates with death in a lot of those cultures because there's no resources there for survival. So they don't actively, and if the person tries to come back into the society, then they'll exercise their right to self-defense as tribal warriors. But in essence, that is what I think society essentially needs to do with their youth. The youth should be programmed. It's a highly unpopular view, okay? If you don't understand the nature of consciousness at a young age, the child is in a hypnagogic trance for 6 years, from out of the womb to about the age of 6. Then they begin to develop their own personality and traits. Okay? If you don't program that child, if that's where the format of the hard drive has to get laid down, you don't program it with the proper format during the formative years by speaking the truth into that child repeatedly. This is why compulsory schooling is mandatory. The powers that should not be want 50,000 hours of compulsory schooling foisted onto our children's minds so that they hit them with tons and tons and tons of propaganda and untruth and make them into subservient, complacent, willing, passive workers, which is what the system wants to pump out through their outcome-based education system. A shamanic culture, or what you would just call a highly advanced culture in consciousness or awareness, takes their children, recognizes unless their mind is molded while the child is in their formative years, they're going to have an adult with a bad hard drive, bad operating system, bad software that's going to spit out bad behavior, and when that happens in the aggregate, you're going to get chaos societally. Okay? The shamanic culture is focused on true education of their youth. And it is a forceful act. They force that onto, like we force propaganda in many cases onto children through our false education system. Moral law has to be forced into a child. And they can see the result as well. You know, when they get older, you can then say, oh, well, this is, a lot of times this is what the Amish will do. They'll say, well, you've seen our ways. They try to program their children according to moral laws as well, a little on the too religious side for my take personally, but then they say, well, go out into the world and see what happens when you don't receive proper moral uplift and education. And 90% of those people come back and want to live an Amish lifestyle because they're more in touch with nature and they're more in touch with the laws of morality than the general Western population. I'm not saying go out and become an Amish person or whatever. I'm just saying it's showing you can program something into a child at a young age, okay? And you could then know when to let off and say, well, go and do experience the world and understand through discernment and judgment what's better for yourself. Was this the right way what I did? Because now you're at the age of free will. You can do whatever you want. You can reject it if you want. But find out through observation what that will lead to. And I think that's the smart approach when it comes to parenting. It's knowing when you have to apply the force and then knowing when you have to let off the force as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Phenomenal questions from the audience, too. Hope you all had a great time today. Seek the truth, then speak the truth. Be the master. Thank you.